Chapter 501 Planting Grape Seeds. Chapter 501 Planting Grape Seeds. The picture in Chen Zhao's mind was very weird. It was the rooftop of a high-rise building. Someone was lying there. They were hooded, so that Chen Zhao could not see their appearance, but the thing in their hands alarmed him. It was a sniper rifle. Chen Zhao suddenly opened his eyes. He realized something. He looked at a tall building in the distance. "Master, what's wrong?" "I saw a strange image. Think it's from the eye. Someone is on that building there, pointing a sniper rifle at me." "Oh, it's shadow vision." Samuel thought of something. "What's shadow vision?" Shadow vision can detect looks of evil intent in places that you cannot see with your own eyes. That's the function of your new eye. That's really useful. Chen Zhao was very pleased. With shadow vision, he would be much safer. Kelly put her sniper rifle away. Just now, she really wanted to fire, but the blood brand on her arm started to hurt. She knew what the blood brand was for. Whenever she had the intention to kill that person, the blood brand would stop her. Of course! Kelly knew that she would not be able to kill him. Nevertheless, she did not expect that person to discover her from several kilometers away. After some thoughts, Kelly made a call. "Hey, Chen." "Who are you?" "You sound familiar," Chen Zhao said on the other side of the line. "Chen, you already saw me. Why do you have to pretend?" "So why did you call me?" Chen Zhao did not understand what the lady meant. He saw her. Wait, he saw her. Was she the one who had pointed her sniper rifle at him? From the voice, Chen Zhao suddenly recalled a woman who had killed him. That time, Chen Zhao had just arrived in America. That time he was still an honest man. She was Kelly, that female killer. How about a deal? What deal? Someone wants you dead. The person found my organization and I'm on the mission. Are you going to tell me that you won't kill me and I should reward you? I'm not that naive. I know that I can't kill you. Chen Zhao had just discovered Kelly from many kilometers away. How was it possible to kill such a person? Even without the blood brand, Kelly did not think that she could threaten him at all. So what's the deal? I'll tell you who's the person who wants you dead, and you'll remove the blood brand. How do I know that you're not lying? Chen Zhao did not trust the female killer at all. After all, Kelly had once managed to truly kill him. I can tell you who the person is first. If you think I'm not lying, then remove the blood brand for me. Sure. After thinking, Chen Zhao accepted the deal. His name is Pierce South. Wait, I know him, and he's an enemy of mine. I know all along that he wants me dead. Chen Zhao interrupted Kelly. If that's all you can tell me, I think you can forget about the deal. Kelly was stunned. It seemed like she was still too naive. How about I help you find him? Kelly asked. Can you? Chen Zhao's eyes brightened. If Kelly could really find Pierce South for him, Chen Zhao would be happy to accept the deal. I'll try my best. Fine. If you can find him, I'll dismiss your blood brand. Chen Zhao was extremely bothered by Pierce South. He was literally a mouse. Chen Zhao could not locate him, but he kept harassing him. It was really irritating. Every time Chen Zhao heard that name, he would swear that he must kill that guy. In the evening, Fei Lai returned home and threw a bag on the table. Chen Zhao picked it up to take a look. It contained many seeds of something. Fei Lai, what's this for? Robio gave them to me. He said that our home is a great place to grow grapes and make red wine. Chen Zhao patted his forehead. Fei Lai, can't you just admit that you want to grow grapes and make wine yourself? Why do you have to push it to someone else? Anyway, Chen Zhao did not expose Fei Lai. Since Fei Lai wanted it, he did not mind. I'll ask the underlings to plant them. Chin, don't you think that it'll be more meaningful if we do it ourselves? Feilai stared at Chen Zhao with a serious face. After the grapes are ready, we'll make the wine and share it with our friends. What do you think? All right, that's thoughtful. Chen Zhao pulled Feilai and kissed her forehead. He was only worried that Feilai's enthusiasm was short-lived. After the initial fun was over, she might ask the underlings to do the rest. Yura, Cheryl, let's go and plant some grapes together. Plant grapes? No, I want to keep playing, Yura subconsciously rejected. Very soon, however, she noticed Chen Zhao's threatening look. 2 days ago, she had been grounded for a day just because she had talked back to Chen Zhao. Hence, she swallowed the rest of the sentence. With a forced smile, she replied, sure. The group picked a stretch of land. It was about 100 meters away from the house. There were no trees here, and sunlight was excellent, but there was some wild grass. What do we do first? Feilai asked. In fact, she was actually being impetuous. She had no plans at all. Remove the grass, of course, Cheryl said. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. With Eugenius around, this was absolutely unnecessary. No need. Wild grass doesn't grow here, Chen Zhao said. Then what's that over there? Ignore those. Loosen the soil first, Chen Zhao said, waving his hand. The four began the task. Actually, the soil was already very loose because silt had been dug from Mirror Lake and spread here. At least the surface was very soft. Therefore, they easily readied a large area for planting the grapes. With Chen Zhao's strength, it was not even considered as labor. As Cheryl and Yura loosed the soil, they started playing again. It was characteristic of children of their age. There was no way they were going to focus on any physical work. Yura, look. Cheryl transformed into a 1.8-meter-tall werewolf. Then, she stuck her claws into the soil and ran forward. Comment FIRST rate this chapter vote with Power Stone. Chapter 502, Blackie can upgrade to. The group didn't go back inside until nighttime. Chen Zhao didn't have Cheryl and Yura jump into the lake to bathe. If he had them go into the lake, they would probably play until morning. After having them get clean in the pool, they went back to wash up in the house. They had a pool at home, but Chen Zhao and Feilai didn't use it often. If they wanted to play with water, they would usually go into the lake. They liked the feeling of the lake. The pool was mostly used for the pets to play in. Of course, they would change the water every day too. But when Yura and Cheryl came back, Cheryl was supporting Yura. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows and pulled Yura to the side. Yura, what's wrong? Nothing, just a little tired. Chen Zhao took out his stethoscope to check Yura's body. The potion that Chen Zhao had given last time improved her immunity. However, Yura was still too weak and still easily sick. If she got sick, it would be very dangerous for her. Chen Zhao didn't want to restrict Yura and tell her she couldn't do this or that. If possible, he wanted Yura to grow up happily, instead of being like a caged bird, watching others play while she could only sit to the side quietly. But this way, it was also more dangerous. Yura had a low fever, but because of her special body, she couldn't even take antibiotics. Right then, Blackie appeared beside Chen Zhao. I can sense her death. Chen Zhao's expression darkened. He wasn't mad at Blackie. Whether Blackie existed or not, it all meant that Yura's health had worsened again. This time, it even affected her life. This also meant that Chen Zhao had no time to waste time while researching. He remembered that his mother had invited him to America back then to make him donate his bone marrow. This meant that his bone marrow matched Yura's. Usually, the match between siblings was the highest. Of course, Chen Zhao and Yura were only half-siblings. Donating bone marrow sounded scary, but it wasn't as bad as one imagined. Plus, there were safer ways to donate now. Donating bone marrow was actually for the hematopoietic stem cells in the marrow. People's hematopoietic stem cells were all created through mitosis, producing more and more. After extracting the bone marrow, the hematopoietic stem cells technically should split quickly, making up for the lower number. In the past, donating bone marrow had a certain ratio. Though it was relatively safe, there were still certain risks. Now, doctors used blood cultivation methods. One only needed to extract a tiny bit of hematopoietic stem cells from the bone marrow and cultivate it in the blood. The danger for the donor was lowered to the max. It was basically like donating blood. This was also called peripheral blood stem cell transplantation. Cheryl, go rest, Chinzhao said. Fei Lai, sleep with Cheryl tonight. Okay. Fei Lai looked at Chen Zhao's solemn expression and nodded. Chen Zhao carried Yura to the basement. Blackie, help me. Chen Zhao didn't have the conditions for cultivation, so he could only do a direct bone marrow transplant. This surgery would mostly be on Chen Zhao too. As the recipient, Yura only had to passively accept the blood transfusion, so there weren't many problems. The main problem was still on Chen Zhao. He had to find someone who could help transplant the bone marrow. Thus, he needed Blackie to extract it for him. The entire transplantation process had to be done in the space crevice too. Chen Zhao, open a hole on your back first. I'll use life extraction to extract your bone marrow. Okay. Chen Zhao sprawled on the cold metal bed and stabbed his back with difficulty. Yura was laying on the bed beside him. Is the hole big enough? Yes, it's okay. Blackie started casting a spell. He extracted blood first. Then Chen Zhao felt stabbing pain. White material mixed in blood gathered in Blackie's palms. It should be enough, Chen Zhao said. Blackie softly pushed the liquid in his palms to Yura. The liquid started seeping in Yura's body. Just then, a black line appeared on Blackie's back. This black line was like the Dharma chakra from Buddhism. Chen Zhao looked at Blackie in shock. Blackie didn't seem to sense it. He was still attentively casting the spell. Finally, the bone marrow melded completely into Yura's body. Blackie finally stopped. Now he discovered his own changes. Huh. Blackie, what happened? It feels strange. I got stronger. Why? I think it's because I saved your sister. A soul-bringer saved someone and got rewarded. Chen Zhao looked at him with strange eyes. No, I saved someone who was destined to die. Blackie reached up and pulled down his hood. He revealed a face like Chen Zhao's. Fuck, why do you look like me? I can be anyone. Appearances mean nothing to me. Blackie changed to Fei Lai's face. Stop. You're not allowed to turn into Fei Lai. Fine. Blackie put the hood back on. Can the halo on your back disappear? It looks weird. I can't. That's the representation of my abilities. It's just an extra halo. What significance does it have? I'm no longer a soulbringer. I'm a deathbringer now. Okay, that title sounds pretty scary. What other changes do you have now? I can appear before people. Okay, sounds pretty scary. What else? Like, can you kill someone for me? No. If I kill, I'll still be punished. So, still not that useful. Actually, Blackie's biggest use was still against evil spirits. He was the most intimidating to evil spirits than Chen Zhao's other demon servants. Even Samuel couldn't compare to Blackie. However, with Blackie's attitude, he didn't seem that excited about his upgrade either. Later, Chen Zhao carried Yura out of the space crevice. She seemed to have woken up in a daze, but she still wasn't very clear-headed. She didn't wake up until the light in the room shone down. Brother, I think I saw heaven. Why do you think that? It was such a big, big castle. It must be heaven's castle. Ha, if you say so. It wasn't like Chen Zhao could say that wasn't heaven. That was the Grim Reaper's lair. Chapter 502, Blackie can upgrade to. Chapter 502, Blackie can upgrade to. Comment. The group didn't go back inside until nighttime. Chen Zhao didn't have Cheryl and Yura jump into the lake to bathe. If he had them go into the lake, they would probably play until morning. After having them get clean in the pool, they went back to wash up in the house. They had a pool at home, but Chen Zhao and Fei Lai didn't use it often. If they wanted to play with water, they would usually go into the lake. They liked the feeling of the lake. The pool was mostly used for the pets to play in. Of course, they would change the water every day too. But when Yura and Cheryl came back, Cheryl was supporting Yura. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows and pulled Yura to the side. Yura, what's wrong? Nothing, just a little tired. Chen Zhao took out his stethoscope to check Yura's body. The potion that Chen Zhao had given last time improved her immunity. However, Yura was still too weak and still easily sick. If she got sick, it would be very dangerous for her. Chen Zhao didn't want to restrict Yura and tell her she couldn't do this or that. If possible, he wanted Yura to grow up happily, instead of being like a caged bird, watching others play while she could only sit to the side quietly. But this way, it was also more dangerous. Yura had a low fever, but because of her special body, she couldn't even take antibiotics. Right then, Blackie appeared beside Chen Zhao. I can sense her death. Chen Zhao's expression darkened. He wasn't mad at Blackie. Whether Blackie existed or not, it all meant that Yura's health had worsened again. This time, it even affected her life. This also meant that Chen Zhao had no time to waste time while researching. He remembered that his mother had invited him to America back then to make him donate his bone marrow. This meant that his bone marrow matched Yura's. Usually, the match between siblings was the highest. Of course, Chen Zhao and Yura were only half-siblings. Donating bone marrow sounded scary, but it wasn't as bad as one imagined. Plus, there were safer ways to donate now. Donating bone marrow was actually for the hematopoietic stem cells in the marrow. People's hematopoietic stem cells were all created through mitosis, producing more and more. After extracting the bone marrow, the hematopoietic stem cells technically should split quickly, making up for the lower number. In the past, donating bone marrow had a certain ratio. Though it was relatively safe, there were still certain risks. Now, doctors used blood cultivation methods. One only needed to extract a tiny bit of hematopoietic stem cells from the bone marrow and cultivate it in the blood. The danger for the donor was lowered to the max. It was basically like donating blood. This was also called peripheral blood stem cell transplantation. Cheryl, go rest, Chen Zhao said. Fei Lai, sleep with Cheryl tonight. Okay. Fei Lai looked at Chen Zhao's solemn expression and nodded. Chen Zhao carried Yura to the basement. Blackie, help me. Chen Zhao didn't have the conditions for cultivation, so he could only do a direct bone marrow transplant. This surgery would mostly be on Chen Zhao too. As the recipient, Yura only had to passively accept the blood transfusion, so there weren't many problems. The main problem was still on Chen Zhao. He had to find someone who could help transplant the bone marrow. Thus, he needed Blackie to extract it for him. The entire transplantation process had to be done in the space crevice too. Chen Zhao, open a hole on your back first. I'll use life extraction to extract your bone marrow. Okay. Chen Zhao sprawled on the cold metal bed and stabbed his back with difficulty. Yura was laying on the bed beside him. Is the hole big enough? Yes, it's okay. Blackie started casting a spell. He extracted blood first. Then Chen Zhao felt stabbing pain. White material mixed in blood gathered in Blackie's palms. It should be enough, Chen Zhao said. Blackie softly pushed the liquid in his palms to Yura. The liquid started seeping in Yura's body. Just then, a black line appeared on Blackie's back. This black line was like the Dharma chakra from Buddhism. Chen Zhao looked at Blackie in shock. Blackie didn't seem to sense it. He was still attentively casting the spell. Finally, the bone marrow melded completely into Yura's body. Blackie finally stopped. Now he discovered his own changes. Huh. Blackie, what happened? It feels strange. I got stronger. Why? I think it's because I saved your sister. A soul-bringer saved someone and got rewarded. Chen Zhao looked at him with strange eyes. No, I saved someone who was destined to die. Blackie reached up and pulled down his hood. He revealed a face like Chen Zhao's. Fuck, why do you look like me? I can be anyone. Appearances mean nothing to me. Blackie changed to Feilai's face. Stop. You're not allowed to turn into Feilai. Fine. Blackie put the hood back on. Can the halo on your back disappear? It looks weird. I can't. That's the representation of my abilities. It's just an extra halo. What significance does it have? I'm no longer a soulbringer. I'm a deathbringer now. Okay, that title sounds pretty scary. What other changes do you have now? I can appear before people. Okay, sounds pretty scary. What else? Like, can you kill someone for me? No. If I kill, I'll still be punished. So, still not that useful. Actually, Blackie's biggest use was still against evil spirits. He was the most intimidating to evil spirits than Chen Zhao's other demon servants. Even Samuel couldn't compare to Blackie. However, with Blackie's attitude, he didn't seem that excited about his upgrade either. Later, Chen Zhao carried Yura out of the space crevice. She seemed to have woken up in a daze, but she still wasn't very clear-headed. She didn't wake up until the light in the room shone down. Brother, I think I saw heaven. Why do you think that? It was such a big, big castle. It must be heaven's castle. Hi, if you say so. It wasn't like Chen Zhao could say that wasn't heaven. That was the Grim Reaper's lair. Chapter 503, Supernatural Security Team? Chapter 503, Supernatural Security Team. Hematopoietic stem cells would not take effect immediately. Time was needed. Therefore, Yura was still very weak the next day. Nevertheless, her color was returning, and it was obvious. Of course, Yura could not feel it herself. She still felt weak. As the hematopoietic stem cells continued to split, she would become healthier and healthier. To prevent any rejection, Chen Zhao monitored Yura's condition closely. In the next 2 days, he rarely left the house. Today, she could already leave the bed and walk by herself. Chen Zhao asked her to take a stroll in the courtyard to get some sunlight. However, he did not allow her to play in the lake lest she catch a cold. Chen Zhao would only allow that after she recovered completely. Cheryl accompanied Yura and did not swim too. Today, Tiger and Gaia came together. Mr. Chin. Tiger's color was amazing and he looked very energetic. Recently, he had been trained by Gaia. Moreover, he had also been unknowingly nourished by the strength potion. He could clearly feel that he had become significantly fitter. Chen Zhao patted Tiger's shoulder. You look great. All thanks to you. Tiger had learned from his past mistakes. Now, everything good was Chen Zhao's credit. Everything bad was his own mistake. Chen, there's going to be a competition soon. Tiger would like to sign up. What do you think? Gaia asked. What competition? State BBL. 32 states are participating, but there's a selection round in California. You need to pass the selection before you can go to the actual BBL. It's 3 months long and contains 10 matches, from the selection to the BBL match. That's a tight schedule. Chen Zhao was somewhat surprised. Usually, the first few matches will not be difficult. I believe that Tiger can defeat them without difficulty, but I'm not sure if he can qualify for the actual BBL. That's considered a professional competition. Go for it. You have my full support. Tiger was definitely no weaker than Zanla Douglas now. Therefore, Chen Zhao was confident that Tiger could obtain a high ranking. Tiger was also delighted to receive Chen Zhao's approval. Recently, he had been practicing diligently. He could clearly feel his improvement, but he was unsure how strong he was at the moment. What he really needed was a competition to test himself. Just then, a car drove in from the outside. It was Hilnan's. Chen Zhao did not expect him to come here. Mr. Hill. Mr. Chen, hello. It's not easy to find your house. Hilnans had spent much effort to locate this place. He glanced at Tiger and Gaia. Did I disturb you? No, sir. We're about to leave anyway, Gaia said. Chen, we're leaving. Sure. See you. Hilnans inspected the mansion. Chen Zhao stared at him, his face darkening. Old man, just tell me what you need. Mr. Hill, why are you here? Oh, did Dr. Wright tell you that there will be a medical seminar in New York? Oh, yeah. What date is it today? Chun Zhao just recalled it. 18. So it's the day after tomorrow. Yes, Hilnans nodded. I'm here to give you your air ticket. Chin Zhao patted his head. He must not leave Yura at home. After all, Yura was still under observation. He also had to bring Cheryl to accompany Yura. Last time he had asked Feilai, but she had rejected. After all, she had just gone on a 7-day leave a month ago. There was no way Robio would approve her leave now. Hence, Chin Zhao still had to buy 2 more air tickets. After sending Hill, Nans out, Chin Zhao called his mother. Mom, it's me, Chin Zhao. Yes. I'm going to New York in 2 days. I would like to bring Yura with me. Okay, but please protect her. Got it. After hanging up the call, Chin Zhao called Sienna. Sienna, I'm going to New York in 2 days. I'll be bringing Cheryl with me. What? I'm jealous. I've never been to New York. You can come with us. No, I can't leave. That asshole, Movich Tudis, actually established a supernatural security team, and then I became the leader. Supernatural security team? For what? He said that I won't be able to complete all the tasks alone, so he got me some helpers. That's great. It's a promotion, right? Fuck no. All of them are fraudsters. None of them is an actual spiritualist. Someone even calls himself a supernatural lover. God, I'm going insane. I think that's not too bad. Those people will be a foil for your worth. Fine, I take it that it's a compliment. How long will y'all be away? 3 days, at least I have work for 3 days, but if they want to play in New York, we might stay for another day. I'm actually jealous that someone is bringing her out to play. I want to go to New York too, Sienna complained again. 1, 2, 1, 2. I think I heard Chris' voice. What's she doing? Training those assholes. Chris? Training them? Are you sure? Training them how to escape and hide before evil spirits. She's much more professional than me in those areas. After hanging up the call with Sienna, Chen Zhao went to the backyard. He checked on the grape seeds. In fact, after planting them the other night, he had asked the underlings to fertilize them again. Then he had asked Eugenius to take care of the seeds, which were now germinating. Sprouts were slowly emerging from the soil. After that night, Feilai seemed to have forgotten about all this already. Chen Zhao really suspected that she had used all her enthusiasm. Actually, the grapevines that most sellers used were not grown from seeds, but rather taken from well-known wineries and planted. The grapevines in those wineries had been cultivated for many generations, so their wine had unique tastes which could not be found elsewhere. Thus, Chen Zhao did not think that their grapes and wine would be great. Of course, to both Chen Zhao and Feilai it was only for fun. Chapter 504. Sorry, I'm an actor. Chapter 504. Sorry, I'm an actor. The Dark's matter had ended for now, and Chen Zhao's mother also called him, telling him not to worry about their revenge. However, Chen Zhao still left his pets at home and had Feilai bring them with her to work. With the pets beside Feilai, he could rest assured. The night before going to New York, Chen Zhao embraced Feilai. Feilai, are you really not going to New York? I told you many times. I can't leave. Fine. Chen Zhao was powerless. Take care of the grapes in the yard. Don't let them die without you even realizing. Am I that careless in your eyes? Of course not. Let's go to sleep now. Sleep. Where are you putting your hands? The next day, Chen Zhao stretched in bed. A head suddenly appeared on the wall. Chen Zhao raised his foot to kick the head, but he only met air. Blackie, how many times did I tell you to not appear like this? I forgot. I'll be careful next time. Chen Zhao was taken aback. This was Blackie's first time apologizing to him. Then Blackie's entire body came out of the wall. Chen Zhao looked at him, expression darkening. Can you explain? Why do you have a backpack? Could you imagine a Grim Reaper carrying a backpack? Anyway, it was shocking to Chen Zhao. Very shocking, not just the usual type of shocking. The entire image had changed. I want to go to New York, Blackie said. Go if you want, but why do you have to bring a backpack? It's my first true journey after becoming a Deathbringer. I want a hotel room too. You want a hotel room too? I can touch tangible bodies now. I have feelings too now. Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. You've seen the movie Final Destination, right? Yes. You're sure you won't come out of thin air, right? Okay, Chen Zhao and Blackie were very familiar now. But this didn't change Blackie's identity. He was a true Grim Reaper. Boarding a plane with a Grim Reaper still stressed Chen Zhao out. Even though his physical body was pretty awesome now and he could probably go against a small car, he probably couldn't take the pressure and speed if something happened in the air. A plane's regular altitude was 10,000 meters. If something really happened up there, he would probably keel over too. I don't kill. Blackie was wearing a hood, but Chen Zhao could still feel him roll his eyes. Good. After getting up and washing, Chen Zhao asked Cheryl and Yura. They were very excited to go play in New York. The two dragged large suitcases. It seemed like they'd packed many things. Did you bring everything? Yup. Okay, let's go. New York, I'm coming, Blackie said. Brother, how come you suddenly look unhappy? No, I'm not unhappy. At the airport, he left the car in the parking lot. After reaching the lobby, Hill's Nans found Chen Zhao. Mr. Chen, who are they? Cheryl and my sister, Yura. Hello, ladies. I am Mr. Chen's assistant. Of course, saying he was an assistant was purely favoring Chen Zhao. Hill's Nans was a professor. Even though he'd come to act as a TA to learn, UCLA wouldn't let him actually be a TA. His title was still professor. After they boarded, Hills waved enthusiastically. Mr. Chen, here. Our seats are here. Sorry, my seat isn't there. Chen Zhao had changed his ticket from economy to first class. It was too hard to sit in economy for 3 hours. Thus, he was willing to spend more money on upgrading. Yura and Cheryl naturally moved to first class too. Hills was frustrated. He'd planned everything already. During the few hours on the plane, he could communicate and learn from Chen Zhao freely. But he didn't expect that Chen Zhao would actually upgrade. Hills had money, but he couldn't upgrade after boarding already. He could only sit in his seat alone in frustration. After some short turbulence, the plane started rising slowly. Chen Zhao hated riding the plane, even only for 3 hours. Even though planes were the safest type of modern transportation, each plane crash had close to a 100% death rate. Chen Zhao was like most people, having an odd sense of fear toward flying. Of course, he was also on the same flight as a Grim Reaper. More importantly, the Grim Reaper was now across from Chen Zhao, glaring at him. Why aren't you happy? Tell me. Blackie ignored him. Chen Zhao's face darkened. Are you going to tell me? If you don't, I'm sleeping. Remember to wake me up when we land. Why didn't you buy me a ticket? Chen Zhao buried his face in his hands. You didn't say you're coming. I didn't even know you're coming. How could I buy you a ticket? Plus, there are empty seats. You can sit there. No, that doesn't belong to me. I want my own seat. I want first-class service. Chen Zhao missed Blackie from before the upgrade. Back then, Blackie had no desires. Now he was like a little kid with all sorts of tempers. I'll buy you a ticket when we come back, all right? That sounds better. The woman beside Chen Zhao was in her 30s. She wore glasses and looked like a strong, independent woman. Sir, this is my card. Maybe you'll find it useful. Chen Zhao accepted the card. Margaret Cook, psychologist, L. Fedele Therapy Center. Chen Zhao forgot that someone was sitting next to him while he spoke to Blackie. Chen Zhao didn't know how to react. Sorry, I'm an actor. I was practicing my lines. It made sense to Margaret. She'd thought that Chen Zhao was crazy and talking to an imaginary person. Brother, aren't you a doctor? Yura asked from the aisle seat. Shut up. Chen Zhao glared at Yura and then turned back to Margaret. Everyone in L.A. has an actor dream. I'm an extra in Director Stevens' new movie. Really, Stevens' new movie? I really like his work. What's his new movie? Sorry, I signed an NDA. I can't say. Chapter 505, Final Destination. Chapter 505, Final Destination. Margaret inspected Chen Zhao curiously. Which hospital are you working in? I'm a medical professor in UCLA. Chen Zhao had to admit that it was really a great identity. In the past, when someone asked about his job, he had to be ambiguous or admit that he was an illegal doctor after consideration. Suddenly, Blackie spoke. I think there's something I forgot to tell you. Chen Zhao glanced at him and replied with his brainwaves. Stop disturbing me. She's a psychologist. I don't want her to know that I'm mentally ill. No, I don't want her to think that I'm mentally ill. It's important. You seem to be bothered. Margaret noticed Chen Zhao's abnormal glance. I'm fine. Smiling, Margaret stared at Chen Zhao. I had a patient with a delusional disorder. He always feels as if his wife is still alive, still beside him and talking to him, but he knows that it's impossible. Rationality and hallucinations keep troubling him. Most of the time, he would deliberately ignore the hallucinations so that he can look normal before other people. Very clearly, Margaret was certain that Chen Zhao was experiencing similar symptoms as her former patient. She was sure that Chen Zhao also had a delusional disorder. Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. Fine. Chen Zhao shrugged helplessly. Now, are you free to listen to me? Blackie asked. Nope. Because of you. She thinks that I have a delusional disorder. You sure? Just leave me alone for a while. Fine. Blackie floated away. Chen Zhao saw Blackie enter the cabin. Soon, a flight attendant screamed and bolted out from the restroom. The chief purser walked over and helped the fallen attendant up. What happened? Calm down and tell me what happened. I saw the Grim Reaper. Have you not had enough sleep? It's a hallucination. The chief purser clearly did not believe the attendant. Milan, I'm serious. Will the plane be all right? I heard that the Grim Reaper will appear before a plane accident. With a dark look, Chen Zhao stared at Blackie, who was floating out from the restroom. What have you done? I appeared before her, or rather in the mirror. Why would you do that? I just wanted to inform her that the plane will crash. Chen Zhao would have sprung up from his seat if he did not have the seatbelt on. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't want to listen. I could only talk to another person. When will it happen? An hour later. What exactly will happen? I don't know. I only see a damaged cabin and a few people flying out. Chen Zhao looked at Yura and Cheryl. What should he do? He could not stop the plane from malfunctioning. Obviously, he could not just run into the cockpit, tell the pilots that the plane would crash, and ask them to land at the nearby airport. However, if he were to do nothing, the plane would probably crash. None of them would survive. Should he hijack the plane? Stop joking. After September 11th, whenever there was a hijacking, the American government would send fighter planes to destroy the plane before it could reach any city. There was no way Chen Zhao could successfully hijack the plane. It would only kill him quicker. How? How? Blackie, why don't you talk to the pilots? Chen Zhao was also helpless. It was the last resort. Chen Zhao clearly could not convince the crew. Asking Blackie to appear before them was the best option. Fine, I'll have a nice chat with them. Then, Blackie floated into the cockpit. Chen Zhao waited for a while but did not see Blackie return. Jarls, after we reach New York, where do you want to go? Champagne Avenue, of course. What? You want to go too? I'm wearing a wedding ring. No woman would date a married man. You can temporarily take your ring off. Look, I've taken mine off. Riley, do you know that in my hometown in Kansas there's such a rumor? Taking the wedding ring off within marriage is betrayal, and offenders will be punished by God. Please, I'm an atheist. You can ask Eddie if he believes it. Please don't ask a singleton such a philosophical question, Eddie said, smiling. In the cockpit, Jarls was the captain, while Riley and Eddie were co-pilots. All three were known for being playboys. As pilots, they had a great advantage in hooking up women. Piloting was an out-and-out high-income and honorable job. When the three gathered together, they mostly talked about women and alcohol. Suddenly, a shadow flashed across the mirror above the seats. Riley, who was sitting in the second row, saw that shadow. He rubbed his eyes. Jarls glanced at him. What, you got sore eyes? No, nothing. Maybe it's just the light. Because they were in the troposphere, they would receive much more sunlight than people on the surface. Sometimes pilots might develop eye diseases due to direct exposure to strong sunlight. I'm deaf. Jarls almost jumped off his seat. Luckily, the plane was on autopilot, or his action would have crashed the plane at once. Jarls, what are you doing? You know the rules. You can't just move around like that. I had an auditory hallucination. No, it's not a hallucination. Jarls heard the voice beside his ears again. I'm deaf. Jarls, what are you doing? He was scared by my voice. Ah. Riley screamed as well. Riley, what's wrong? I heard a voice. You heard it too. You too. The voice said that he's deaf. Deaf. I saw the Grim Reaper just now. Do you believe me? Eddie swallowed some saliva. He appeared in the rear-view mirror. The three looked very unnatural, even terrified. Just then, a figure appeared in the mirror again. This time it did not disappear. It was just in the mirror. Blackie actively appeared before other people for the first time. Do you need me to tell you who I am again? The Grim Reaper. The three peed their pants. The Grim Reaper was actually right before them. Chapter 506, Bomb. Chapter 506, Bomb. Yes, I am the Grim Reaper that you know of. Grim Reaper. You. Why did you appear before us? Are we going to die? Yes, you're about to die. Eddie fainted directly. Riley and Jarls weren't any better. They stared at the Grim Reaper in the rearview mirror in terror. There is someone who is about to die on this plane. He should have died 30 minutes later, but he's on this plane now, so I will make his plane crash. 30 minutes? Jarls suddenly grew spirited. You mean we still have 30 minutes? Did I say that? Blackie faded slowly. Passengers, this is a message from the captain. Due to a mechanical failure of the plane, we are forced to land at the Washington airport. We apologize for the inconvenience. Chen Zhao was surprised. Did Blackie really take care of it? Blackie, good job. He couldn't help talking to Blackie again. Usually, a plane couldn't change its tracks unless it was an emergency, especially in a country with extreme sensitivity to air control like America. A plane could be bombed if it strayed from its path without a definite reason. Thus, Qin Zhao could imagine that the captain had made up a mechanical failure. He first fooled the aviation authority. As long as they gave permission, the nearest airport must immediately clear a track for the damaged plane to land. This was an international rule that every nation followed. Just then, Margaret said to Qin Zhao, "Mr. Qin, I really suggest you consult my therapy center." Qin Zhao didn't argue with Margaret. He felt much more relaxed after the danger was resolved. Right then, he felt the need to pee. Qin Zhao rose to go to the luxurious lavatory, but there seemed to be someone there. He could only go to the lavatory in economy. After finishing, he felt much freer and relaxed. Suddenly, a hand grasped Qin Zhao's neck without warning. "Don't move!" Someone started yelling at the passengers in economy class. "I have." Qin Zhao didn't even listen to the man's words. He instinctively threw the man onto the floor. The entire process took less than a second. The man's arm was already broken by Qin Zhao. He was nailed to the ground. All the passengers and flight attendants were dazed. What did the man plan to do? Hijack the plane? Kidnap someone? But didn't he fail too quickly? This must be the biggest fail for a hijack in history, right? He was dealt with on the spot. He couldn't even say a complete line of his script. Some brave passengers laughed. Sir, you should have let him finish his words. That terrorist is too weak. If it were me, I could probably take him down in a minute too. What a failure. Is he here for comedy? Maybe the flight attendants were scared that we would complain about the flight changes, so they had these two people put up a show. At that time, this person's other hand reached into his clothes. Beep, beep, beep. Qin Zhao and the flight attendants heard the sound. They flipped the man over. There was actually a timer-like thing tied to this man's body. Let me guess. This is a time bomb, right? Qin Zhao's smile was a bit awkward. The flight attendants beside him paled. They didn't know what to do. Qin Zhao pulled the bomb off the man, but the countdown didn't stop because of this. 19, 40, 19, 39. Make it stop. It can't stop. Everyone, let's die together, haha. The man laughed loudly. He looked like he was looking forward to dying. Qin Zhao had a headache. He was the most afraid of someone who didn't even fear death. There was nothing that could threaten someone who didn't fear death. At least, Qin Zhao had no solutions. Does anyone know how to defuse bombs? Qin Zhao looked up at the passengers. The passengers who'd been making fun of the terrorist earlier were all dazed now. They gaped at the bomb in Qin Zhao's hands. Suddenly, screams and sobs erupted. The entire cabin was filled with sounds of despair. Qin Zhao scratched his head. Can you open the door of the plane and we toss this thing down?" he asked. The few flight attendants glanced at him without speaking. We can't." "We can't," a flight attendant said. "The door can't be opened when the plane is at a high altitude. The cabin door is closed from air pressure. Basically, all the air pressure in the cabin is pressed against the door. It can only be opened mechanically after the plane lands and the air pressure inside and out are stabilized." Qin Zhao thought for a moment and asked, "How about I try?" "Try what?" "Opening the cabin door." "Sir, it's useless. The door can't be opened. There's no need to try. It's surpassed human limits." "Then find a few more people to try." Qin Zhao waved the bomb in his hand. "There's not much time left. Any brave people willing to help?" "I'll do it." "Me too." "I'll come too." At times like these, there were still people willing to stand out. 3 white guys walked to the flight attendants. Qin Zhao walked over too. The flight attendant looked at the men and led them to the cabin door. I need to open the digital lock first, the attendant said. Then you guys pull the lever. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go. Qin Zhao cheered the three men on from the back. A few minutes later, someone stepped back, shaking his head. No, it's too tight. I can't budge it at all. I'll try. Qin Zhao replaced him. 1, 2, 3, go. This time, the flight attendant cheered them on. It's moving, moving. The other two white guys were really excited. Harder, try harder. Hurry, time's running out. The lever moved a bit more. It started producing cranking sounds and twisting slowly. Hurry, only 2 minutes left. Hurry. Chen Zhao was using power secretly. He couldn't make it too obvious. But hearing the flight attendant's words, he immediately applied more strength. As the lever turned, a crack appeared in the cabin door. The air current started seeping out. Chen Zhao reached out and grabbed the crack. He pulled with force, and the door opened a lot more. Chen Zhao turned around. He grabbed the time bomb and swung his arm powerfully. Throw it far, the flight attendant called. Don't get it stuck on the plane's wing. Chapter 507, Diviner Charlotte. Chapter 507, Diviner Charlotte. Nobody saw how far Chen Zhao had thrown the bomb. They all looked outside, but did not see it. In fact, Chen Zhao had kept the bomb in his spatial ring. He could have done it way earlier. After the bomb was discovered, he had been trying to search for an opportunity to keep it in the ring. He clearly could not do so under everyone's eyes. We did it. Yes, we're alive. You saved everyone on the plane. Everyone was bursting with excitement, while Chen Zhao returned to his seat in silence. Margaret glanced at Chen Zhao. Aren't you excited? You just saved everyone here. Chen Zhao shrugged. I didn't do much. Margaret looked at him again, and then at those who had jointly opened the door just now. They were all celebrating wildly, even enjoying the cheers of other passengers. Chen Zhao's reaction was obviously abnormal. Margaret was more certain that Chen Zhao had a mental disorder. Forget it, I don't know him. Better stay away from him. Just then, a flight attendant walked over with a bottle of red wine. Mr. Chen, hello. The captain asked me to give this to you. Thank you for saving all the passengers. Thank you. Chen Zhao took the wine. By the way, have you found out the identity of the bomber? How did he bring the bomb up the plane? He wouldn't tell us. We're only attendants, not the police, so we can't interrogate him. We've locked him in the restroom for now. As for your questions, we would also like to know the answers. All right. Chen Zhao was indifferent. Anyway, they were going to land soon. The answers were meaningless to him. When Chen Zhao brought the two girls down from the plane, he saw some people carrying the bomber out. There was a deep wound on his neck. He was probably going to die. The bomber must have broken the mirror in the restroom and tried to commit suicide. The three pilots also saw the bomber and discussed softly among themselves. The Grim Reaper's words have come true. 30 minutes, and he's really dead. Luckily, we didn't have to die with him. Hello. Chen Zhao saw Margaret and actively greeted her. Hello, goodbye. Margaret left in a hurry. She did not want to talk to Chen Zhao at all, unless it was in a clinic. Brother, she seems to be scared of you. Chen Zhao rubbed his nose. What's so scary about me? Just then, Hill Nans found Chen Zhao and came to greet him. Mr. Chen, the airport has arranged a new flight. It'll depart in 2 hours, Hill Nan said. Huh, I rented a car. I'm going to drive there. Anyway, their destination was only a few 100 kilometers away. The plane would not be much faster than the car. Furthermore, Chen Zhao hated the plane. He would feel uneasy on every plane ride, especially when he had almost lost his life just now. Is it? Let's go together. We'll split the car rent. Sigh. Chen Zhao just wanted to shake Hill Nans off. However, Hill Nans clearly did not realize this, and still wanted to follow him. Chun Zhao had no choice but to take Hill Nans with him. Washington was about 400 kilometers away from New York. Driving there would normally just take 3.5 hours. Moreover, given the developed car culture in America, car rental companies could be found everywhere in the country. Wherever one was, one could rent a car. It was really convenient. Mr. Chin, why do we need such a big car? Chun Zhao also wanted to rent a smaller car, but Blackie wanted a seat for himself. Look at how much luggage we have. A small car won't fit them all. Oh, right. You're really thoughtful. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. This was why he did not like to chat with Hill Nans. Chun Zhao could not withstand his tone. Mr. Chin, aren't you sitting in the front row? On the plane, Hill Nans did not manage to talk to Chun Zhao. He had been looking forward to having a medical discussion in the car. Mr. Hill, don't you think we should discuss only during the seminar? Oh, Mr. Chin, are you going to give a speech during the seminar? Depends on my preparation, Chun Zhao said in a perfunctory tone. Chun Zhao was only here to travel because it was free. He was clearly not going to give a speech. Although he admired Hill Nan's persistence about medicine, he was too annoying. The car advanced on the highway. In the distance, there was a red-haired lady carrying a huge backpack. She kept waving her hand, looking for a free ride. America had a very unique highway culture. Many travelers would wait at the roadside for free rides. Of course, this also meant many crimes. Nevertheless, Hill Nan still stopped the car. Hey, lady, where are you going? New York. Come in. Hill Nans opened the door to the front row. Chun Zhao face-bombed. The front seat was for Blackie. With her crimson hair, it was easy for the lady to leave a deep impression on other people. Hello, guys, I'm Charlotte Jabaz. Hello, Hill Nans. He's my colleague Chun Zhao and his two sisters. Charlotte turned around and shook hands with Chun Zhao. Death is lingering around you. Either you're going to die soon, or you're a friend of death. Stunned, Chun Zhao stared at Charlotte with a strange look. Ms. Charlotte, may I ask what's your occupation? Diviner. How about you? Mr. Chin is a doctor and a professor at UCLA, Hill Nans answered for Chun Zhao. Can you divine for us? Your intense curiosity has given you your wisdom today. You're a learner. You're seeking a more perfect career life, Charlotte said, glancing at Hill Nans. Divine for me too. Yura was very interested. You're filled with vitality. You've just recovered from a major illness, Charlotte said. How about me? Cheryl looked at Charlotte. Charlotte looked back at Cheryl. Your eyes are full of wildness. Little girl, you're special. This diviner seemed to be special. Chun Zhao could not help but inspect Charlotte. How about me? Chun Zhao also wanted to know what Charlotte had to say about him. Mr. Chin, didn't I tell you already? Death is circling around you. You're going to die soon, or you're a friend of death. Charlotte's words clearly had a hidden meaning. You're similar to me. Chun Zhao shrugged. Do all diviners tell people such ambiguous and cursory answers? Huh. Stop exposing me, Charlotte laughed. Chapter 508, Taking Over Territory. Chapter 508, Taking Over Territory. Miss Charlotte, why are you on this highway? Hill Nans asked. Are you traveling? No, I'm here for work, but my client left me on the highway. I'm so unlucky. Don't let me catch that bastard. Why did he leave you on the road? Because he was controlled by evil spirits. At least, that's what I think. Hill actually didn't have any reaction. Instead, he asked Charlotte many questions curiously. Hill, do you believe Ms. Charlotte's words? I'm writing a supernatural story recently. Charlotte's words gave me a lot of inspiration. Ah, you really have a wide range of interests. Chun Zhao felt speechless, but it was good that they were talking. At least, Hill didn't have to annoy him. Hill brought Charlotte to her home. It was a small wooden house in a suburb surrounded by barren land. There wasn't a single neighbor, let alone any stores. Charlotte invited everyone to go in and sit, but they rejected her. After all, it was getting late. They had to hurry and check in to the hotel. Hill started the car. Charlotte suddenly called for them to stop. "Mr. Chin, can you come down for a second?" Chin Zhao thought for a moment and got out of the car. "Anything wrong?" "Mr. Chin, are you a spiritualist?" "Kind of. There are a few supernatural organizations in New York. As an outsider, it's best if you don't expose your identity." "Is it dangerous?" "Usually no, but you have to be extra careful of the Evil Spirit Society." "What Evil Spirit Society?" "It's a force established by an ancient and strong evil spirit. It's even stronger than all the spiritualists in New York. The organization would fight with other forces. Outsider spiritualists would especially become their target." "Okay, I understand. Thank you for your reminder. Goodbye." "Bye." Everyone arrived at the hotel. Other than the 2 rooms that the school booked for him and Hellnans, Chinjiao also booked 2 other rooms. "Brother, can me and Cheryl have a room to ourselves?" "No." "Then why are there 2 rooms?" It wasn't like Chen Zhao could tell them that the room was for a Grim Reaper, right? "Mr. Chen, are you free tonight? We can sit and have a nice chat." "Sorry, no time. I'm really tired. I have to rest." Hill wouldn't let go of any chance to spend time alone with Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao even suspected that if Hill was a woman, he would dive right into his arms. Okay, he didn't want to think about that. Everyone was tired today, so they had to catch up on sleep. However, just as Chen Zhao changed into his pajamas and laid down, Blackie came out of the wall again. "Chen Zhao, I need help." "Blackie, can we go from the front and knock on the door? This is really disturbing." Even after interacting with Blackie for half a year, Chen Zhao still wasn't used to it. Blackie coming out of the wall all the time really made Chen Zhao tired. "I'll be careful next time," Blackie said. "But can you help me? I have unwanted guests in my room." "What do you mean?" After opening Blackie's door, Chen Zhao heard chaotic heavy metal music inside. A young man in his 20s was drinking while fucking a girl. Chen Zhao clapped his hands. "Guys, this is someone's room. Why are you here?" The naked man and woman turned to look at Chen Zhao. "Get out!" the girl shrieked. "Get out!" Chen Zhao plugged his ears. "You're the ones who should be getting out." Just then, the woman suddenly flew over and pounced on Chen Zhao. This movement definitely wasn't what a normal person should do. Her strength wasn't like a regular woman either. Her nails were sharp and hurt Chen Zhao as she grabbed him. Chen Zhao raised his hand. He grabbed the woman's neck and lifted her in the air. But this woman didn't struggle and get suffocated like a regular woman. She was still attacking Chen Zhao crazily. The man also pounced at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao raised a leg and sent the man flying to the ground. Chen Zhao swung the woman out of the door. He was about to throw the man out too, when a spirit suddenly came out of his body. It pounced at Chen Zhao. When the spirit appeared, Blackie also moved. "Ah!" The scythe swept past softly. The spirit was hooked away. Next, a spirit also came out of the woman that Chen Zhao had tossed out the door. "What did you do? What did you do to Adelway?" The female evil spirit yelled in fury. "You're dead, you're dead. Grandfather won't forgive you. Let go Adelway go. Hurry and let him go. How about you come and accompany him?" With that, Blackie acted again. The female evil spirit couldn't even react before she was hooked away by Blackie's scythe. "What's going on? Possession?" Chen Zhao was confused. "I don't understand either," Blackie said. "I didn't discover anything before this." Chen Zhao called the hotel's front desk. "You guys better come over. I booked a room, but someone broke into it. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, I'll report your hotel." Shortly after, a manager and 2 guards came up. They saw the unconscious couple on the ground. "Sir, hello. I am Eveline, the manager. Can you tell me what happened?" "This is my room, but when I opened the door, not only were people there, they also attacked me. I knocked them out. I need an explanation. What happened, and how will you take care of this?" Eveline's expression wasn't good. If Chun Zhao's accusations were true, then it was a huge mistake on their part. "Go check," she said to the employee beside her. Soon the employee came back. "Manager, this sir booked 3 rooms, including this one. As for the 2 people, we don't know why they're here either. But no one has stayed in this room for a long while. It's been empty for around 3 years. Once, guests in the neighboring room complained that this room would often have heavy metal music and the sound of sex. And you never checked this room before this?" "No, because it always showed that no one was staying in it. Eveline had a headache. No matter the reason, it was the hotel's mistake. Sir, how about this? I'll upgrade your 3 rooms to a luxury suite as your compensation. All of you and your friends' bills within the hotel for the next 3 days will also be free." "Agree, Blackie urged from the side. Chapter 509, Client in New York. Chapter 509, Client in New York. Chun Zhao, Yura, Cheryl, and Blackie were all moved to luxury suites. Blackie was very satisfied with the arrangement. At the moment, Eveline was standing beside Chun Zhao. "Sir, are you happy with the arrangement?" "Not bad," Chun Zhao nodded. "May I ask when your friends will move in?" "That's our problem." Chun Zhao glanced at Blackie, who was lying on the sofa in the near distance. The sofa was clearly depressed. Fortunately, Eveline did not notice it, or she would definitely be scared to death. "All right. I wish you a nice trip here. If you need anything else, please call me anytime." Eveline and Chun Zhao exited the room. Just then, they saw Margaret walk out of the opposite room. "Hey, Ms. Margaret, you're staying here too?" "Hi, Mr. Chin." Margaret did not expect to encounter Chun Zhao here. She had been avoiding Chun Zhao precisely because she was sure that Chun Zhao had a mental problem. As a psychologist, she knew how dangerous some mental illness patients could be. The more harmless they looked, the more dangerous they usually were. Margaret did not like to contact with mental illness patients outside her clinic because she could not confirm if the person was safe or not. Unaware of Margaret's thoughts, Chun Zhao invited warmly, "Would you like to have a drink?" "My treat." Eveline had yet to leave. Her face was obviously darkening. "Although you can eat and drink for free for these 3 days, you can't do this." "Nope. I have something to do. Goodbye." "Ms. Margaret, New York isn't safe at night. It's the Sin City. Please be careful." "Mr. Chin, New York is not as dangerous as you think." Eveline could not help but correct Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao glanced at her. "Ms. Eveline, I can't tell my friend that New York is safe and feel free to take a stroll at night. You'll be fine, can I?" Margaret smiled. "I'm in a hurry. Sorry. Who's your friend?" With her handbag, Margaret left in a rush. "I'm leaving too, Mr. Chin." Eveline left as well. Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. "Chin, you're in New York, right?" It was Ethan. "Yes, and I've asked you to reject any clients for me." No, there's a client in New York." "What, New York? How did you get a client in New York when you're in LA?" "I have an old friend in New York. He's like me. We were chatting just now, and he told me that he has a client. None of his partners can solve the problem. I thought of you, so I recommended you to him." "I see. Who's the client?" "Dunno. I'll give you a number. Call him yourself. Name's Therese." "Fine." "Hello, Mr. Therese. I'm the person recommended by Ethan. You can call me Chin." "Hi, Chin. Can you solve my client's problem?" "I haven't even seen the client. I can't promise you that I'll be able to help them. All right, where are you now? I'll go and fetch you. After fixing a time with Therese, Qin Zhao waited in the lobby with his equipment kit. Just then, Eveline approached him. Mr. Qin, are you waiting for someone? Yup. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked into the hotel. He was wearing a black windbreaker and a men's hat. Hello, are you Qin? I'm Therese. Mr. Therese, are we leaving now? Yes. Qin Zhao turned his head and glanced at Eveline. See you, Ms. Eveline. Therese seemed to be in a hurry, and his car was almost speeding. At this hour, the nightlife had just begun, and there were many cars on the road. Qin Zhao felt rather uncomfortable. Mr. Therese, could you please slow down? Sorry, it's really urgent. Therese apologized, but he did not decelerate. Finally, the car stopped before a manor. In this country, every city had super billionaires. New York was a cosmopolitan metropolis and a hot spot for the rich. Even Los Angeles could not be compared to New York in terms of the number and wealth of rich people. Qin Zhao was already familiar with entering a rich person's house. The guard at the gates notified the people inside, and someone came to bring them in. Soon, Qin Zhao and Therese were brought to the living room. However, Qin Zhao did not expect to actually see Margaret here. Ms. Margaret, what a coincidence. We meet again. Margaret's face went black. How did I bump into him again? Ms. Margaret, what are you doing here? Margaret's cheeks twitched. I'm here to see my patient. She gave a casual reply as she inspected Qin Zhao. You're an illegal doctor. Qin Zhao smiled. He appeared here at this hour with his toolbox. There was no way he could explain it. I'm just helping my friend, Qin Zhao answered. Anyway, he would not admit directly that he was illegal. Even if he was already exposed, he would surely not admit it himself. Suddenly, they heard a deep shout from the room inside. Ah! Qin Zhao could not tell if it was a miserable scream or an angry roar. Qin Zhao glanced at Margaret. Did they have the same patient? But she was a psychologist, while he was an illegal doctor who could treat anything but mental disorders. Their expertise surely did not overlap, right? Just then, a person who looked like a housekeeper walked out. He looked somewhat tired. Ms. Margaret, Mr. Qin, you may enter now. With some suspicion, the two walked into the bedroom. Qin Zhao saw a large bed with someone sitting on top of it. Strangely, one of his hands was cuffed to the metal rod at the bedside. The person looked quite low-spirited. He lowered his head, panting continuously. Both Qin Zhao and Margaret stared at the person in confusion. Was he a criminal or the owner of the house? Why was he cuffed to the bed? Suddenly, his secured right arm pulled fiercely, as if he was trying to break free. Stop standing there and watching. Come here and help me. Chapter 510. This isn't a sci-fi movie, this is magic. Chapter 510. This isn't a sci-fi movie, this is magic. The two exchanged awkward glances. Qin Zhao made a gentlemanly move. Ladies first. Margaret thought for a moment. Since she'd come all the way here, there was no reason to stop here. She walked forward. Sir, what is your name? Louis Clallam, the other replied. When Margaret heard this name, she reflexively raised her head. Even though she was a doctor, she'd still heard of Louis Clallam's name before. Plus, she didn't think that the handsome Louis Clallam from the media or newspapers would look so miserable now. Wasn't this Louis Clallam, the top billionaire from financial newspapers? Mr. Clallam, where do you feel uncomfortable? Crash! Just then, Louis pulled on his right arm with difficulty. He was handcuffed. My right arm isn't under my control, Louis said. It keeps destroying and attacking uncontrollably. How is that possible? Margaret froze. This kind of mental patient was too strange. Was it dissociative identity disorder? But with did, shouldn't it be two or more personalities fighting for control of the body? It wouldn't be only control over a part of the body. Chun Zhao watched Louis's right arm from the side. The right arm was very strange. Chun Zhao sensed an unordinary aura from it. It was a demon's aura. A demon was controlling his arm. No, it should be demonic blood. Louis Clallam's body contained a demonic system. However, his demon blood wasn't mixed into his own blood like other half-demons. His demon blood was separated cleanly and only existed in his right arm. This was like Chun Zhao. His right arm contained demon blood too. The blood of the mouth of gluttony. Plus, his right arm had lost control before. But now he could completely control his right arm. It's coming. It's coming again. Go away. Ah. Louis suddenly started yelling. He really wanted to control his right arm, but it wouldn't follow his will at all. Thud! He broke the handcuffs apart. The entire metal rod on the headboard of the bed was broken. Scared, Margaret hurriedly stepped back. Louis reached out his right arm and snapped the metal rod. He swung it down at Margaret, scaring the wits out of her. Just then, a hand grasped Louis's right arm. His right arm was indeed strong, but it was just weak to Chun Zhao. It wasn't even like 1,000 kilograms. Chun Zhao easily controlled Louis's with his left arm. Louis stared at Chun Zhao with shock. Chun Zhao raised his left arm, lifting Louis to the air. So strong! Margaret stared at Chun Zhao in surprise. On the plane, he must have been the one who'd pulled the cabin door's lever. Louis's right arm was still trying to struggle, but Chun Zhao held it in his iron grip. Chun Zhao suddenly frowned. He could feel the power in Louis's right arm strengthening. Margaret, can you go out for a bit? Why, I am Mr. Clallam's doctor. But you can't do anything here. Louis doesn't have a mental disorder. No, I believe he has a mental disorder. I think it's a type of dissociative identity disorder. Margaret insisted stubbornly on her own opinion. Chun Zhao threw Louis down. Louis broke the bed and Margaret yelled, "How can you do that? How can you treat Mr. Clallam like that?" Just then, Louis climbed up. "Miss Margaret, please go out." Louis already realized that something was amiss with his right arm. Scales were growing out of his right arm. This was obviously not normal. It wasn't because of some disease either. His right arm had mutated. "Mr. Clallam, please believe me. I can help you solve this problem. That illegal doctor isn't right in the head himself. There's no way he can solve your problem." Chun Zhao's face darkened. "Not right in the head. Didn't I just talk to the air for a few minutes on the plane? Please go out." Louis yelled, "Mr. Clallam, someone come and help Margaret out." Margaret was unwillingly taken out of the bedroom. Then Louis finally stood up. By now his arm was very thick and he even warped the metal rod in his hand. Boom! Louis's right arm smashed heavily onto the ground. The black lines that snaked from his right arm covered his right cheek. "Can you tell me what's wrong with me?" Louis asked with difficulty. "I feel that it's my entire right side of the body that's losing control, not just my arm. There is the blood of another species in you. It's fighting for control of your body. Stop joking around. This isn't a sci-fi movie." Suddenly, Louis punched at Chun Zhao without any warning. Chun Zhao also raised his right arm and punched squarely at Louis's fist. He took a step back, but Louis went flying. He smashed into the wall with a loud collision. "Did you hear that?" Margaret yelled outside. "That Chinese man is messing around. No treatment is like that. Boss." Right then, a few people ran in from outside. They'd heard the noise and come to check the situation. "Get out. No one is allowed to come in without my permission. Get out." The people saw that Louis had been hit, but since their boss didn't care, they couldn't do anything either. They could only exit from the bedroom. As Louis breathed heavily, his arm swelled in size again. Chen Zhao walked over slowly. Of course this isn't from a sci-fi movie. This should be from a fantasy movie. It's coming again. It seems to be really angry. Give me an idea. Hurry and give me an idea. It's simple. Disable it, Chen Zhao said. It's okay. It's just a moment and you'll be okay. Chapter 511. Your problem is slightly complicated. Chapter 511. Your problem is slightly complicated. Louis Clallam did not understand what Chen Zhao meant. Nevertheless, he could feel that his right arm was becoming more and more terrifying. His right arm was now a few times bigger than usual and even thicker than his thigh. His right fist even had a black luster and was more than 10 times bigger than normal. His hand was completely covered in scales. It was definitely not a human trait. Louis had already lost all control. Suddenly, his right arm lifted in the air and punched toward Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao also raised his right arm and the two collided head-on once again. Ah! Louis screamed in misery. Although he could not control his right arm, he could still sense pain. He felt that his right arm was totally disabled. All the bones were fractured. Then his right arm weakened. The scales slowly disappeared and his arm also shrunk in size. Gradually, it returned to its normal size. Louis began to cry in pain. After his right arm had been restored entirely, he became even more sensitive to the pain. My arm. My arm. Don't worry. I only broke the bones. It'll heal, Chen Zhao said with a smile. Who exactly are you? Me? Illegal doctor. You called me here. No, not your surface identity. Why could you deal with my right arm? My right arm is similar to yours, but I can control it, Chen Zhao said. Louis stopped moaning, although he was still in great pain. Your right arm is similar to mine. Chen Zhao displayed his right arm. Immediately, it transformed into something even more unrealistic and horrifying than Louis's arm just now. It looked like a pile driver. Chen Zhao only showed it for a second before turning it back. Louis stared at the astonishing sight with his eyes wide open. Chen Zhao's right arm looked more astounding than his. Moreover, he could tell that Chen Zhao's arm was much stronger. After all, when they were fighting, Chen Zhao's arm was still in its normal form. If Chen Zhao had decided to transform before the fight, half of Louis's body would be gone by now, right? Louis swallowed some saliva. Can you tell me what's happening? I already did. You or your ancestor might be another species, and you've inherited the bloodline, Chen Zhao said. Which means it's not a disease, right? If you think it's a disease, you can have your right arm severed. That will solve your problem forever. You will not lose control again. Louis stared at Chen Zhao. How about you? Me? My condition is special. You're different from me. Yes, not just the bloodline, but also the entire situation. Can you teach me how to control my right arm? Louis was a super billionaire. He still had a long life to enjoy. He would never give up his right arm unless there was no other way. No, I don't fully understand your condition yet, Chen Zhao said. Then how? Don't you have a solution? I need to go back and check my books, Chen Zhao said. Then go back now. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. I just arrived in New York today. I'm from LA. Actually, I'll only be here for 2 or 3 days. Please help me. I'll pay you any amount of money. Money? That solves all problems. When I have a solution, I'll come to New York again, Chen Zhao said. How long? I don't know. I've never met someone with such a condition before, so I can't promise that I'll be able to help you. You can't leave. What if you leave and never come back? What should I do? It's useless for me to stay now. Like what I've told you, I don't have a solution for now. I don't care. You need to return to LA now. No, I'll go with you. This was a privilege of the rich, and Louis had been enjoying it for too long. Chen Zhao frowned. Don't force me to crack your head open. I've done it before. Chen Zhao had yet to see any money, and Louis was already acting shamelessly. Chen Zhao did not mind teaching him a lesson. Louis seemed very reluctant. What if my right arm goes out of control again while you're away? Think of a solution yourself. Anyway, I don't think your right arm will act again before it recovers. Chen Zhao glanced at Louis. Alternatively, I can disable your right arm now. How about that? Louis's face twitched. No, I think I'm good for now. The pain was not something that normal people could endure. In fact, his right arm was still in great pain at the moment. Louis did not want to experience such pain again. Mr. Chen, please give me your number. Chen Zhao did so. Call me if you really need it. Otherwise, don't disturb me. When they exited the bedroom, Margaret walked up at once. Mr. Louis, he's a madman. I think that you should attend my counseling sessions and not his treatment. Ms. Margaret, I'm not crazy and I don't have a delusional disorder, Chen Zhao explained helplessly. All right, I don't care if he has a delusional disorder. At least he solved my problem for now. Louis interrupted Margaret. By breaking your arm? I could do that too, Margaret said, unconvinced. Do you think I'm that naive? Louis glanced at Margaret. All right, here's your pay. Louis gave Margaret a check. You may leave now. Chen Zhao stared at Louis in anticipation, but he clearly did not plan to pay now. Mr. Chen, please think of a solution for me. Fine, I'm tired. With a dark look, Chen Zhao turned around and left. Let me ask someone to send you back. Trite, drive Mr. Chen back. But why did Margaret get a check without doing anything? At least I solved your problem temporarily, and how do I have nothing? Chapter 5:12 Grandfather. Chapter 5:12 Grandfather. New York's underground sewage system was a complicated project because it was rebuilt and modified in every period of history. As time went on, even the most recent construction workers didn't know how it would develop. There were even rumors that evil things lived inside the sewers. Of course, this funny talk was at most just spread on the internet. No one would actually believe these things. However, there were indeed unknown forces hidden at some intersections of the sewage system. For example, the Evil Spirit Society. It was probably one of New York City's oldest forces. As the name implied, practically every member of the organization was an evil spirit. It was hard to imagine that a group of evil spirits could form such a strong underground group. Of course, there were also a few human members. These were the evilest group of humans. The Evil Spirit Society promised them that if they worked for the group, then they wouldn't go to hell after death. Instead, they would become an official member of the group. And in the group, both the humans and evil spirits had a common belief. Grandfather, the founder of the organization. No one knew Grandfather's true identity and background. The members of the group only knew that he was an ancient evil spirit who was at least 400 years old. He was older than New York and even this entire country. Not only did he exist for a long time, but Grandfather was also very strong. At least, he'd always been a powerful existence in the various battles with the Witch Society and the Magic Society of New York. Every time the Evil Spirit Society was at a disadvantage, Grandfather would step out and defeat the other force. To the members of the Evil Spirit Society, Grandfather was like a god. Adelway? Where is my Adelway? A deafening sound passed through the sewage tunnel. The roar was like thunder and spread horrifyingly and without restraint. All the members of the Evil Spirit Society trembled in fear amidst the roar. A white robe covered Grandfather's body, but countless faces were roaring under his robe at the moment. Grandfather's body was swollen, yet burly. He was more than 4 meters tall. My son died. He's dead. He reached out and grabbed the evil spirit closest to him, crushing it. Killing a subordinate was far from enough to extinguish his anger. His anger was like a volcano that had nowhere to let loose. "Tell me who did it. I will kill him, and everyone around him." Grandfather grabbed another evil spirit. This one trembled before him. "Grandfather, I don't know." "Then what use are you? Die." Grandfather crushed the spirit and grabbed another one. "You tell me, how did Adalway die?" You don't know either. Die. You tell me." The evil spirit in Grandfather's hands pushed down his fear. "Grandfather, Adalway died in Omen's hotel." "So, you're saying that the person who killed Adalway is in Omen's hotel right now, right?" "Yes." "Then, if you kill everyone in the hotel, you won't miss the murderer, right?" Grandfather yelled. Yes, yes. Grandfather, if we do that, we would be fully declaring war." Even though the Evil Spirit Society was known as the strongest force in New York, they still didn't have absolute power. In the end, they were a force that existed in the underground. The magic and witch communities were also very strong. They definitely couldn't let loose and execute a large-scale attack on regular people. Then just declare an all-out war. "I'm done living in the dark underground. I should bathe in the moonlight." Grandfather had completely lost his mind. Call those dirty and lowly servants over. Call all of their subordinates too. The evil spirits all knew that the dirty and lowly servants that Grandfather mentioned were the human members. Grandfather never thought highly of humans. This was evident from what he called them. If not for the fact that some things had to be done by humans, Grandfather would probably kill them all. Within a few hours, all of the human members and their followers were summoned to the Evil Spirit Society. These human members were mostly leaders of gangs. The people under them didn't know who their head was. They also didn't know why they were here. These gangs had many members. There were a dozen bosses. The smaller gangs had around 10 members, while the larger ones had dozens. There were 300 people in total. But now, they were all crammed above a large mass of dirty water in the sewer. The ground underfoot was made of wooden planks. The foul smell seeped in through the cracks. The wood was very old, and splinters would pop out when stepped on. "Boss, why are we here?" "Isn't that the razors?" "Why are they here too?" "Shut up. Later. Don't panic, no matter what happens." At the drainage hole above the water, Grandfather was looking down on the hundreds of gangsters. "Okay, we can begin," Grandfather said emotionlessly. At the moment of his command, the platform made of wooden planks collapsed. The hundreds of people fell into the dirty water in an instant. What's going on? Why is this happening? Smells like shit. I knew I shouldn't have come. Most of the people were struggling in the water, but the walls in the ditch went straight up and down. The entrance was 7 or 8 meters high. They couldn't climb up at all. Right then, someone noticed that the dirty water was snaking into their mouths. Vomit. Pa. What's this? Goddamn help. Wah. What's pulling me? Someone give me a hand. This wasn't a ditch of dirty water at all. It was an evil spirit ditch. Basically, some older evil spirits had lost consciousness and were tossed into this ditch. As the numbers accumulated, it slowly turned into this dirty water-like state. If living beings fell into the ditch, the mindless evil spirits would invade the bodies. Evil spirits kept pouring into the gangsters' mouths. One after another, the gangsters became the host bodies of these spirits. The people who were already possessed by the evil spirits started twisting their limbs and climbing up on the wall like lizards. Chapter 513 playing. Chapter 513 playing. Chun Zhao stretched himself. He had a really good sleep last night. As he drew the curtains, the bright sunlight shone in, but the temperature was just right. Suddenly, he heard a series of rapid knocks on the door. Chun Zhao opened the door and saw Yura and Cheryl charge into the room. Brother, where are we going to play today? Yura looked very energetic. Since she had her bone marrow transplanted, her health had been improving. Let's go to the Statue of Liberty. I want to see it. Theme park. I want to go to a theme park. Before Chun Zhao could answer, Hill Nans walked in. Mr. Chin, here you are. When did you change your room? I spent so long knocking on your door last night, but you didn't answer, so I thought you were too tired and went to sleep. Today, I asked the reception and realized that you've changed your room. Have you had breakfast? Why don't we have a short discussion over breakfast? Sir, excuse me. A waiter pushed in a serving trolley which was filled with sumptuous food. I don't think I ordered breakfast, Qin Zhao said, confused. Wow! Do luxury suites come with such amazing complimentary breakfast? Hill Nans asked in surprise. I'm tempted to upgrade too. Why don't we have this? Yura and Cheryl asked, displeased. I don't have it too. Blackie came. Mr. Chin, someone ordered it for you, the waiter replied. Someone ordered for me? Qin Zhao thought about it. Could it be Eveline, the manager? Enjoy! The waiter put the food down and left. I haven't had breakfast too. Mr. Chin, you don't mind if I eat with you, do you? Qin Zhao could not reject the shameless Hill Nans. If you want. Yura and Cheryl had never had such a deluxe breakfast, not even Yura. Steamed lobsters, mashed potato omelet with sauce, foie gras and caviar, teriyaki beef tongue. There were more than a dozen dishes. This was a feast, not breakfast. It probably cost $3,000 or $4,000. That time, Chen Zhao had only spent $5,000 on the party, and there were more than 20 people. Qin Zhao did not reject the meal. He wolfed down the food, but it was more like an appetizer for him. The food was incredibly nice, but it was too little. Chen Zhao would not even be close to full if he had all of it himself. Not to mention that there were 4 people. Mr. Chin, the seminar starts at 2. Do you have any plans for the morning? Hill Nan stared at Chen Zhao, his eyes glowing. If not, why don't we have a chat first? I have. Sorry, I'm bringing them out to play, Qin Zhao said. All right. Will you be free tonight? I need to prepare my speech for tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow? I'm going to visit my friend. Qin Zhao was so done with Hill Nan's constant pestering. He was already starting to regret promising right to attend the seminar. Just then, a person walked into the room. It was Louis Clallam. One of his arms was plastered. Mr. Chin, how was your breakfast? You ordered it. Qin Zhao was surprised. I'm living next door. Next door? Chen Zhao was more bewildered. When did Louis move in? Why would he live beside Qin Zhao? What was the point? Qin Zhao had made it clear to him that he did not have a solution for his arm for now. Qin Zhao had to go back and do some research first. In fact, Louis also felt helpless. After all, Qin Zhao was the only person so far who knew his condition and might possibly heal him. He was worried that Chen Zhao would never return again after going back to LA. Hence, he decided to befriend Qin Zhao first. They are. Louis Clallam looked at the others. This is Professor Hill Nans from UCLA. They're my sisters. Hello. Louis shook hands with Hill Nans. Hill Nans recognized the billionaire Louis. He did not expect Qin Zhao to know such a person. Is this your first time in New York? I can bring you around. Thanks, but we already have plans, Qin Zhao said. Louis Clallam was also very troublesome. Qin Zhao did not want Louis to keep pestering him too. Oh, Hill Nans has been a very famous surgeon. Perhaps he has a way to fix your arm. Why don't you have a talk? Louis looked at Hill Nans. He thought that since Hill Nans was Chen Zhao's companion, he might actually be good. Qin Zhao fled from the hotel with Yura and Cheryl. New York was too huge, A single morning was clearly not enough to visit the place fully. Chen Zhao first brought Yura and Cheryl to the Statue of Liberty. Both the base of the statue and the statue itself were about 46 meters tall. Together, they added up to roughly 93 meters. The Statue of Liberty was a spiritual symbol for many locals. Chen Zhao, however, did not find it interesting. In fact, he would rather sleep in the hotel than climb the statue. During the entire process, Cheryl and Yura were the ones who were dragging Chen Zhao along. The two really seemed to enjoy themselves, though. After they left the statue, Chen Zhao went to buy the two girls some ice cream. When he returned, he saw a perverted-looking man trying to approach Yura and Cheryl. "Hey, girls, would you like to become stars? Famous stars. Who are you?" Yura stared at the man in suspicion. "I'm a talent scout. Do you know what I do? I search for potential entertainment talents. I've already made a few people famous. Are you interested?" The perverted-looking man's saliva flew all over the place. "If you want to become stars, follow me." "I would love to, but I think someone will not agree." Some cunningness flashed across Yura's eyes. "It's okay. If your parents find out about it, they'll be happy that you can become stars and earn big money. They will agree." Suddenly, the man felt some pain on his shoulder. "I don't. Who are you?" The perverted-looking man turned his head. When he saw an Asian, he raised his volume. "I'm her dad. Scram!" Chen Zhao smashed the two ice cream cones into the man's face. "What a brutal man. Cups, come here." Chapter 514, Red Alert. Chapter 514, Red Alert. There were many police officers around the Statue of Liberty to maintain order. Hearing the cry of the pervert, two officers came over. "What's going on?" "Sir, this Asian hit me for no reason," the pervert yelled, pointing at Chen Zhao. "Can you explain?" "He was harassing my little sister," Chen Zhao explained indifferently. "I suspect that he has other motives and wants to abduct minors. I'm not a scammer. I really am a talent scout. You came over to approach them when I wasn't there and tried tricking them to go with you. Officers, the abduction motive should be quite clear, right?" The two officers' expressions changed slightly. According to law, trying to invite two minors to a private location or home could be interpreted as abduction. Of course, this pervert failed his abduction for now. America's laws for protecting minors were crazy. "Sir, you said that you're a scout. Can you provide a license?" "No," the pervert said. "Then come with us for a trip to the station." The other police came over. He studied Chen Zhao and then glanced at Yura and Cheryl. "They're your sisters." "That's my sister, Yura, and she's my sister's friend. I know her guardian too. I brought her out with her guardian's permission." "Is that true, little girl?" the officer asked. "Yes," Cheryl nodded. The police was just asking standard questions. As for Mr. Talent Scout, he was handcuffed by the officer, but he was still yelling, "I'm a talent scout. You can't do this to me." Chen Zhao led the two girls to a restaurant. They ordered 3 lunches. Cheryl and Yura both had good appetites. After all, they were at the age where they grew quickly, so they ate quite a lot. Just then, a ball of hot fire came at them. Charlotte was here. Judging from her clothes, she was a chef here. Chen Zhao was taken aback. "Hi, Charlotte. I saw you guys inside, so I came to say hi. How's the food? Suit your taste?" "It's good," Chen Zhao said. "Charlotte, are you a chef here?" "And the owner," Charlotte said with a smile. "This restaurant is mine." Charlotte studied Chen Zhao and continued, "Mr. Chen, how come you're shrouded by death whenever I see you? Technically, you should have died long ago." The 3 looked at Charlotte with strange gazes, like they were just talking. Why was she suddenly wishing death on him? "Charlotte," Cheryl said seriously, "Chen is a really powerful spiritualist. No one can kill him." To Cheryl, Chen Zhao was undefeatable. Charlotte chuckled. She wouldn't argue with a fangirl over whether her idol was as excellent or strong as she thought. However, Charlotte was a strong witch herself, so she didn't think that a wizard could be stronger than her, let alone unable to be killed like Cheryl said. There were too many dangers in the world. Even Charlotte didn't dare to say that no one could kill her, let alone a wizard who was shrouded with death. Chen Zhao was helpless. It wasn't his fault that Blackie stayed by his side. With Blackie by him, it would be strange if he wasn't shrouded with death. Mr. Chen, I'm serious. I hope you can be careful. The aura of death on you is very heavy. This is dangerous. Perhaps the Grim Reaper is looking at you right this moment. Okay, I'll be careful. Chun Zhao nodded. I have something this afternoon, so we'll be going now. Bye. The medical conference was this afternoon, and it was at the hotel, so Chen Zhao had to hurry back. Even though he said he was here for the conference, he was actually here for vacation. But he still had to attend what he must. If he didn't even attend the conference, that would be too much. You two just stay in the hotel this afternoon, Chen Zhao said. Don't run around. New York was an international city, but the title of City of Evil didn't come from nowhere. The crime rate here was always very high, so Chen Zhao was worried that the two girls would get lost in the unfamiliar city. Yura had just recovered and had to be under watch still. Cheryl also had a sensitive identity. If she accidentally revealed her identity and was discovered by outsiders, it would be very troublesome. An entire afternoon. The hotel is so big. There's a kids' corner, a pool, and a game center. There are a lot of places you can go to. I won't even mind if you go to the bar. Oh, there are stripper dances there if you're interested. Yura and Cheryl exchanged glances, clearing planning on running out by themselves. To them, they weren't kids anymore. They could care for themselves well. I know what you're thinking. If you dare to step half a foot out of the hotel, I'll make sure you can't go anywhere afterward. I'll put you two to sleep, and you'll spend the next 2 days in bed. Okay, we'll listen to you, Yura and Cheryl said unwillingly. Should I put a mark on them? Blackie asked. What kind of mark? A soul print. No matter where they go, I'll be able to find them. Sure, Chen Zhao said. Give them a soul print. I'm worried. Even though they agreed, Chen Zhao really wasn't reassured with their rebellious personalities. Or he could break their legs. Charlotte, something happened. Report immediately to headquarters. What happened? Charlotte was still busy in her restaurant. Red alert, the person on the other end of the call said. Charlotte's expression changed drastically. Red alert. You're not joking with me. Even the members in nearby cities have started hurrying over. It's the mage's order. She'd never run into this before. Apparently, the last red alert was 30 years ago. At that time, the Evil Spirit Society and Witch Society had an all-out war. The witches suffered horribly in that battle. She didn't think that a red alert would happen today, too. This was the highest alert in the Witch Society. No member could be missing. Charlotte immediately tugged off her apron and ran out of the restaurant toward the headquarters. When she arrived, there were already dozens of witches inside and outside of the building. Just then, a group of both genders arrived outside. These people rushed into the headquarters. Charlotte's expression changed. The Sorcerer Society came too. Chapter 515, Crisis Incoming. Chapter 515, Crisis Incoming. The Witch Society consisted only witches, while the Sorcerer Society had both witches and wizards. The average combat power of the Witch Society was clearly higher. Nevertheless, the Sorcerer Society had many members, so they were not weak either. Charlotte walked into the HQ. Not many people were inside. There were no more than 20 people, including those from the Sorcerer Society. When everyone saw Charlotte, an old witch who could hardly keep her back straight pushed her glasses up. Charlotte, here you are. Mage. The mage referred to the leader of the Witch Society, not how powerful a witch was. Nonetheless, given that she could become the leader. The old witch was certainly very powerful. Charlotte, you must have seen them before. They're the most outstanding young witches in the clan. A golden-haired man from the Sorcerer's Society approached Charlotte and extended his hand gentlemanly, attempting to hold Charlotte's hand. Hi, Miss. Charlotte, nice to meet you. I'm Jerome Yemen. Hi, Charlotte replied perfunctorily, not planning to continue the conversation. Jerome Yemen's lips twitched, but he returned to normal immediately. Mage, could you please tell me what's happening? Adalway from the Evil Spirit Society died. You mean the eternal son of the Evil Spirit Society's leader? Yep, he's the one. He died in Omen's Hotel. Our people did it? Charlotte asked. No, we have no idea who killed him, but he's dead now. The Evil Spirit Society's leader is totally enraged, lost all control of himself. He's going to kill everyone in Omen's Hotel. Charlotte opened her mouth in astonishment. Is he mad? He knows that if he does that, the government will launch an insane revenge plan, right? The government always knew of the existence of the Evil Spirit Society, the Witch Society, and the Sorcerer Society. There were even connections between the government and the three parties. In any era, the power of the government was always the strongest. The three clans had actually been walking on the edge of tolerance. If the Evil Spirit Society really slaughtered the hundreds of people in Omen's Hotel, it would be an absolute provocation to the government. In the past, the three clans had been restraining each other, so the government had averted their eyes. However, if something like this were to happen, the government would surely take action. By then, even the Witch Society and the Sorcerer Society might be affected. Moreover, the two clans had signed some agreements with the government. For example, they had to ensure the safety of commoners and supernatural battles must not affect them. Yes, he is mad. He's lost all rationality. Then what should we do? We have no choice but to respond to the war, the mage said. Can we send someone to negotiate with the leader of the Evil Spirit Society? We'll find the person who murdered his son and hand the person to him, and he'll stop the revenge, Jerome Yemen said. Everyone stared at him in confusion, including his companions from the Sorcerer Society. Do you know what you're saying? The reality, Jerome Yemen said. If we go to war with the Evil Spirit Society, we'll definitely suffer a catastrophic loss. The members of the Evil Spirit Society are all dead. They aren't afraid of dying, but we have neither the resources nor the power to fight with them. The best option is to compromise. If we can find the murderer that killed Adalway, we can stop this war by just sacrificing one person. It's a great trade. The eyes of Galileo, the leader of the Sorcerer Society, glittered. To be honest, he was quite convinced by the plan. How about you go and negotiate with the Evil Spirit Society? Charlotte looked at Jerome Yemen with a smile. With your eloquence, I'm sure you'll be able to persuade their leader. I don't want to face those distorted monsters, Jerome said. Then who do you think we should send? Someone from the Witch Society. You're more powerful than us. Any one of you will do. The mage glanced at Jerome Yemen, frowning. All right, given his insanity, he'll never compromise on something that he's decided. I've been fighting with him for 100 years, and I know him well. If you're too scared to face the war, you may leave now. The Witch Society will face the Evil Spirit Society alone. Madam, please don't be angry. We don't mean that. Galileo woke up very soon. He had been fighting with the Evil Spirit Society for quite a long while as well. He knew what kind of ugly monster the grandfather of the Evil Spirit Society was. What we need to do now is to first evacuate the normal people in Omen's Hotel. Can't let them stay there. It's too dangerous. Who knows the staff in Omen's Hotel? The mage asked. Jerome Yemen tidied his hair and said proudly, I do. Leave that to me. I know nearly all the famous people in New York. In the medical seminar, there were about 100 famous doctors and professors from all over America. Many of them would go up the stage and give a short speech. It was a seminar organized by an official medical institution, so many people were more like Chen Zhao. They were only here to travel for free. This was a common sight in many places around the world. Most people almost dozed off as they listened to the speeches. Scanning the area, Chen Zhao only saw a few people paying full attention. One of them was Hill Nans. He was listening to the talks and taking some notes. Boring humans. Isn't it more meaningful for you to place a corpse on the stage and take turns to dissect it? Blackie said, extremely bored. He had followed Chen Zhao here to experience various things, including the seminar. Chen Zhao had already warned him in advance that the seminar was going to be boring, but Blackie still followed him here. Indeed, in no time he began to complain, just like Chen Zhao. It was totally boring. Chen Zhao propped his chin with one hand, feeling very sleepy. All right, that's the end of today's session. There's another exchange tomorrow afternoon. See you there, the organizer said with a microphone. Chen Zhao stood up at once. He was finally free. Hill Nans was already looking for Chen Zhao. When he saw Chen Zhao walking out, he shouted immediately, "Mr. Chen, that human is calling you." Didn't hear, Chen Zhao muttered to himself. Chapter 516, Evil Hearts. Chapter 516, Evil Hearts. Chen Zhao ignored Hill Nans and ducked out of the crowd. Blackie, he called. Yura and Cheryl didn't run out, right? Let me see. Blackie felt around. I'm very sorry to tell you that they went out. Okay, help me locate them. They're a bit far, basically in that direction. Chen Zhao sighed. He really went looking for trouble. Sigh. Why did he attend this conference? Staying at home was so nice. And he had to bring 2 rebellious little girls. He'd guessed that they wouldn't stay in the hotel obediently. At first, he'd had some hope, but now he realized that he was too naive. When I find them, I'm going to spank them rotten and see if they'll run out again. Yura, will we get spanked rotten by Chan if we go back now? Cheryl asked, worried. Since we've already come out, we'll definitely get spanked when we go back, no matter what. So why should we go back now? Let's have some more fun. They would definitely get punished, so Yura had no fear. She could just let loose and have fun before getting punished. Okay, where should we go now? The closest theme park. Is it still open at night? Cheryl looked at the sky. It was already the evening. Of course, Cheryl said. Anyway, Disney is open at night in L.A. Plus, it's even more fun at night. There are a bunch of performances. Okay. I haven't gone to a theme park yet. Should we tell Chin? My phone died, Yura said. It's okay. If we call him now, my brother will definitely make us go back. Okay. Do you know where the place is? Get a cab and have the driver take us. At that moment, a car was following Yura and Cheryl from a close distance. The man in the car was the perverted talent scout that Chen Zhao had taught a lesson earlier at the Statue of Liberty. Kinbel had just gotten out of the police station. He'd even paid $1,000 for this. Not long after he was freed, Kinbel saw Yura and Cheryl playing on the street. The 2 girls were quite eye-catching. Kinbel followed them from a distance. But he didn't go up brashly. He had to check if that Asian man was still nearby. After following for half an hour, Kinbel was finally sure that the Asian wasn't nearby. He took out his phone. Dick, drive over now and stop before the 2 girls. They probably need a ride. People in their field never acted alone. Most of them worked in a team. Soon, Yura and Cheryl got into the car without knowing the truth. Sir, we're going to the theme park. Dick looked at the 2 girls through the rearview mirror. His lips curled slightly. Kinbel had quite good taste. These 2 girls were top quality. They drove and drove. The surroundings started looking remote. Sir, this isn't the way, right? Yura grew cautious. This way is closer. Dick was still driving calmly. It didn't matter even if they discovered what was going on. They were already in the car. Plus, They were two little girls. They couldn't do anything to him. Stop, Yura said. We're getting off. I can't stop here. Stop the car now, or else we're calling the cops, Yura warned, taking her phone out. We're almost there. Just wait a bit. Yura, call Chin. Just then, Dick pulled out a dagger. You two better listen up. Cheryl raised her hand, but Yura pulled her back and shook her head. The car was driving so quickly. If Cheryl attacked right now, she'd probably be the only one who would survive. Brother, we got kidnapped. Come save us. Yura didn't even turn on her phone because it had run out of battery. But she still pretended to be calm. I'll send you my location. Dick slammed on the brakes. Bitch, die. Right then, Cheryl attacked. Her claws scratched Dick's wrist fiercely. Ah! Yura grabbed the dagger that had fallen on the ground and pulled Cheryl to run out of the car. Just then, a few more cars came from the back. They blocked their escape route. A dozen people got out of the cars. The one at the front was Kimbell. Cheryl held onto Yura and looked at them cautiously. Suddenly, Dick appeared behind Cheryl. Crack, crack, crack. Dick held an electric baton and hit Cheryl directly on the back. Ah! Cheryl fell to the ground. Little bitch, you cut me with a knife. Dick didn't see what Cheryl had used to attack him, so he naturally thought it was a knife. He used the electric baton to hit Cheryl on the ground again. You bad man. I won't let you hurt Cheryl. Cheryl was completely curled up. Seeing that Dick was going to hurt her, Yura ran over to bite Dick. Crack! Dick slapped Yura, sending her falling to the ground. Act feisty again. Dick kicked Cheryl on the ground. Get up. Hey, get up. Dick, don't kill her. They're worth good money, Kimbell said, walking over. Bring them back. A few men tossed Yura and Cheryl into the trunk. In the dark, Yura tugged on Cheryl. Cheryl, how are you? Cheryl was still too young, even though she had werewolf blood. Dick also used a military electric baton with a high voltage. Cheryl was frothing at the mouth and unconscious. After a long while, the car stopped. Cheryl and Yura were dragged out of the trunk. This was an abandoned factory. A dozen guys stared with bad intentions at the girls on the ground. Let's have some fun first. We can still sell them for money later. I want the small one. Dick pointed at Cheryl. That little bitch hurt me earlier. I want to play her. Go away. You can't touch Cheryl. Fuck off. Dick pushed Yura aside to grab Cheryl. Rustle. The factory's main door was pulled open just then. Kimbell froze. You guys didn't lock the door. I did. Who came in? Go check, Kimbell said. Who cares? We'll see later. Only our people can find this place. Chapter 517 Rage. Chapter 517 Rage. Chun Zhao strolled in slowly, but his expression was very dark. Kid, you dare to appear before me again? Just great. Kill him. Kimbell was both surprised and delighted by Chun Zhao's appearance. He did not expect Chun Zhao to show up again. This time, however, Chun Zhao did not have cops to help him, while Kimbell had more than a dozen men. Brother. When Yura saw Chun Zhao, she started crying. Who hit your face? Him. Yura pointed at Dick. What happened to Cheryl? He hit her with a stun baton. Yura pointed at Dick again. Dick tapped the baton against his palm. Kid, don't worry. It'll be your turn soon enough. With a ferocious smile, Dick walked toward Chun Zhao and hit him with the baton. Chun Zhao grabbed the stun baton. Fizz! Electric current flowed through Chun Zhao's right arm. Chun Zhao felt tingles, but it was ineffective. In fact, the effect was very weak. Chun Zhao snatched the baton from Dick. Stunned and confused, Dick stared at Chun Zhao. What the? Holding the baton, a smile appeared on Chun Zhao's face. Suddenly, Chun Zhao stabbed the baton into Dick's mouth. Ah! Dick collapsed. Chun Zhao walked up and stuck the baton into his mouth again. Fizz! Fizz! Everyone smelled burnt flesh. But Chun Zhao did not stop. He continued until the stun baton was out of battery. What are you waiting for? Kill him! Chun Zhao turned around and struck the baton out. The first person who charged over was in close range of the baton. The baton was destroyed together with his chin. Chun Zhao tossed the baton away and punched out. The second person's neck broke. He fell on the ground and never moved again. There was another brave soul. Chun Zhao seized the person and bent his entire body. The V-shaped corpse crashed on the ground. Only then did the rest realize something. He was clearly not here to kill himself. He was a butcher. Dick was electrocuted by a stun baton in his mouth. The second person's chin was broken. The third person's neck was ruptured, and the fourth person was bent in half. Some of the gang had killed people before, but they had never seen such a terrifying sight. Run. It was a poorly structured factory. There was only one exit. Cal Bell had chosen this place to be their crime location precisely because it was well hidden. However, the well-hidden location now became a cage for them. Chun Zhao caught them and killed them one by one. Can Bell, the last man standing, was eventually caught by Chun Zhao. With a smile on his face, Chun Zhao pulled Can Bell to a corner. He did not let Yura see Can Bell's death scene, or Yura might have nightmares for the rest of her life. Let me go. Please let me go. I have money. I really have money. Can Bell retreated to the corner, trembling wildly. He finally realized that he had summoned nothing but a cutthroat. Ah! Yura could not see Chun Zhao and Can Bell, but she could hear them. She knew that Chun Zhao was torturing Can Bell. She had seen it before. In fact, she had seen it the first time they met. Yura thought that a demon must be living in Chun Zhao's heart. When the demon was released, he would become horrifying. Chun Zhao tore Can Bell's limbs off by force. By then, Can Bell had yet to die. Chun Zhao returned to Yura, who avoided his look. He did not speak. Carrying Cheryl in his arms, he left the place. Yura followed him closely. After they exited, Chun Zhao burned the factory down. Are you happy now? You almost got yourself sold, and you made Cheryl so injured. Yura did not reply and only cried alone. As Chun Zhao drove the car, he continued to scold Yura. Cheryl woke up halfway. Only then did Chun Zhao stop the scolding. Chun Zhao was really angry, especially because Cheryl was injured because of Yura. But what could he do? In any case, Yura was still his sister. When they reached the entrance of the hotel, Chun Zhao gave Yura a bottle of ointment. Apply it to your face later. Just then, Jerome Yemen blocked the entrance of the hotel. You're not allowed to enter. I'm a guest here. What do you mean? Chun Zhao said, speechless. Some terrorists are going to attack the hotel. The entire place is sealed off. Which department are you from? Show me your documents. Chun Zhao was in a bad mood. Jerome Yemen obviously had no documents. Nevertheless, Chun Zhao was really annoying and Jerome's face also darkened. I said you ain't allowed to enter. Can you not understand? Yellow-skinned monkey. Chun Zhao suddenly grabbed Jerome Yemen's neck. What did you say? Repeat that. Stop. Just then, Charlotte appeared. Mr. Chen, put him down. Chun Zhao threw Jerome Yemen on the ground. Jerome stood up at once and was about to take his magical phosphor. Jerome! Charlotte shouted, Are you sure you want to fight now? Charlotte looked at Chun Zhao and warned, Mr. Chen, the Evil Spirit Society is about to attack this place. I suggest you hide somewhere else and don't come back tonight. I'm not scared of evil spirits. Chun Zhao was extremely displeased. Get out of the way. I need to rest. Miss Charlotte, why stop a man from killing himself? Jerome Yemen said, Mr. Chen, even if you're not scared of death, You should at least think for these two kids, Charlotte said. I'm not scared. Chen will protect us. Cheryl had already recovered, slightly. She had absolute trust in Chen Zhao. For example, Chen Zhao had just appeared in the most dangerous moment to save them. Mr. Chen, it's not going to be a normal supernatural event, like the ones you've encountered before, Charlotte still said patiently. Last night, an important member of the Evil Spirit Society died in Omen's hotel. Their leader had already sent everyone out, and they're going to slaughter all the humans in the hotel. The Evil Spirit Society is a very powerful clan made up of purely evil spirits. Last night, I think I killed 2 evil spirits that were attached to humans, Qin Zhao said casually. You're the cause of all this? Ms. Charlotte, did you hear that? What? Any problems with that? You're doomed. Grandfather, the leader of the Evil Spirit Society, will definitely not let you off. What an irritating fly. Can I kill him now? Chapter 518, Evil Spirit Attack. Chapter 518, Evil Spirit Attack. Chen Zhao wouldn't actually kill Jerome Yemen just because he was annoying. So annoying. We're going to our rooms. Charlotte looked at Chen Zhao's backside. The death on him was even stronger. He would die here, right? Charlotte shook her head. She wouldn't waste her time on people who refused to listen. As a spiritualist and witch, she'd seen many people who didn't believe in her. These people usually didn't meet a good end. It was unfortunate that the 2 girls would die with him. Jerome also looked at Chen Zhao's back. A shadow flashed past his eyes. As soon as they entered the elevator, Qin Zhao started berating Yura and Cheryl. He kept repeating the same things, so Yura and Cheryl already started spacing off amidst Qin Zhao's nagging. He was honestly too annoying. If he could insult them in unique ways, they would probably reflect on themselves and feel bad. Suddenly the elevator shook. The lights flashed on and off a few times. Qin Zhao raised his head. An evil spirit's head popped out of the top of the elevator. Qin Zhao got on his toes. He jumped lightly and grabbed the evil spirit. Ever since he learned spells from the Qingyi sect, Qin Zhao became very skilled at dealing with these regular evil spirits. Brother, what's that in your hand? Yura asked. It looks like a hazy ball. Qin Zhao's eyebrow twitched. Cheryl had werewolf blood, so she could see souls. But Yura shouldn't see them, right? After all, only those who'd gone through life and death trials were able to be spiritualists, right? You can see it. Is that a spirit? Yura asked. Chen Zhao wondered if it was because Yura got his bone marrow. Qin Zhao squeezed the evil spirit, and it let out a pained cry. Can you hear it? Yura shook her head. No. Was it because it wasn't complete? Whatever. Chen Zhao wasn't an expert either. Why was he thinking so much about it? Chen Zhao crushed the evil spirit in his hands. It was probably from the Evil Spirit Society. Blackie collected the soul fragments. Sleep in my room tonight, Qin Zhao said. He would be worried if they stayed in the same room. After leaving the elevator, they saw Margaret open her door. She seemed to be in a bad condition and smelled heavily of alcohol. Damn it, she swore out loud. Why isn't there a single worker? What kind of shit hotel is this? Seeing Chen Zhao walk over, her expression grew unfriendlier. Hi, Margaret. Margaret didn't like Qin Zhao at all. She turned and closed the door. Knock, knock. Shit, who is it now? Margaret opened her door again, but there was no one there. The lights in the hallway flickered. Margaret thought that she'd heard incorrectly. Suddenly, she felt something touching her thigh, but there was nothing there. When she turned, she felt a hand squeeze her chest. Margaret shuddered. Her mind cleared instantly. Ah, ghost! A ghost! Margaret tore out of the room and pounded on Chen Zhao's door across the hall. Just then, the unseen hand appeared again, squeezing her, but... Ah, Open up, open up. Qin Zhao opened the door. He looked at Margaret, who was screaming outside. Margaret, can I help you? Ghost, ghost. Qin Zhao looked behind Margaret. He saw a perverted ghost harassing her. Come in. Qin Zhao pulled Margaret in. Margaret saw Qin Zhao pick up his leg and kick the air before closing the door. She was very nervous right now. She looked at Qin Zhao. Mr. Chen, I apologize for my offense earlier. It's okay. Qin Zhao shrugged. She hadn't done anything other than thinking he was crazy. Qin Zhao didn't mind. Really? You can see some things. Margaret gulped. She looked really nervous. Her entire body was tense. She was seriously scared. She thought back to how Qin Zhao spoke to the air on the plane. Perhaps there really had been a person that she couldn't see. Qin Zhao wasn't really delusional or crazy. He could see things that regular people couldn't see. Margaret entered the room and saw that Yura and Cheryl were there too. They were watching TV while eating dinner. Sit anywhere. Want something to drink? Give me a glass of water. I feel like I'm not thinking straight. Margaret sat in fear. The TV screen suddenly turned to static. Then a face was pushed out as if the screen was liquid. Ah, brother. Yura called. Come, there's another head. Qin Zhao walked out with a cup of water. He glanced at the face in the TV. With a thud, he smashed the TV. Brother, are we going to be annoyed by these ghosts all night? Qin Zhao was helpless too. He shrugged. If I knew it'll be like this, we should have stayed outside. I have a headache. Brother, look outside. Yura pointed at the window. Ah. Margaret was scared again. There was a person pressed onto the glass. This person wore a suit, but his skin had unnatural black lines on it. His eyes were also all white. Black liquid came out of his mouth. He was pounding on the window glass with his head. Blackie, what's that? Qin Zhao asked. That's not a spirit, right? It's a person possessed by a filth spirit. What's a filth spirit? It's when an evil spirit stays in the human world for too long. Their consciousness is completely destroyed. Then someone collects them. When there are enough collected, they'll be like liquid. When a living being touches them, they would invade the flesh body. What you see coming out of his mouth are filth spirits. Sounds disgusting. Can you take care of it? I can't, Blackie said. Only you can. Seeing that Qin Zhao was talking to someone, Margaret suddenly shivered. Mr. Qin, is there something next to you? I'm practicing my lines. Margaret pretended ignorance, but she knew by now. Now, there were more and more filth spirits crawling on the glass. It really looked disgusting. Brother, think of something. Yura felt her scalp go numb too. They were eating dinner, but these distorted guys were making a scene across the glass. Chapter 519, Intense Battle, and Qin Zhao's Unexpected Entrance. Chapter 519, Intense Battle, and Qin Zhao's Unexpected Entrance. Crash! Thud, thud, thud. One by one, corpses fell from the sky, together with many broken glass shards. The members of the Witch Society and the Sorcerer Society, who were preparing for battle, lifted their heads. Charlotte walked up and inspected the corpses. After the corpses landed on the ground, black liquid began to seep out from them. The liquid spread toward Charlotte's feet, as if it was alive. Charlotte raised her hand and sprinkled the liquid with a handful of magical phosphor, evaporating the liquid at once. Shit! They're attacking from the hotel's sewers. Charlotte suddenly realized something. Just then, someone shouted, Look, the ceiling. Like what Charlotte was worried about, the filth spirits of the Evil Spirit Society had long infiltrated the hotel via the sewers. The witches and wizards saw a dozen filth spirits crawling on the ceiling of the lobby. Unknowingly, Omin's hotel had already been occupied by the Evil Spirit Society. They were actually still defending the exterior when the hotel itself had been taken. "We've lost the hotel. Let's leave now," Jerome Yemen shouted. He had no desire to fight. He was about to run when a huge figure suddenly appeared before him. The grandfather. Gloom and terror were emanating from him. Behind him, there was an evil spirit army with hundreds of members, both on the ground and in the air. They literally covered most of the sky. Jerome's legs trembled in fear. He had heard about how horrifying the grandfather was. This was their first face-to-face encounter. His head only reached the grandfather's waist. The grandfather opened his giant mouth and licked his lips. "Are you here to be my snack?" I'm here to tell you that. I know who killed Adalway." "Oh." The grandfather reached out and grabbed Jerome Yemen. "Bring me there." Jerome peed his pants and had no choice but to be obedient. The grandfather pointed at the hotel. "The war begins now." Countless evil spirits surged toward the hotel and collided with the Witch Society and the Sorcerer Society. Immediately, various colorful spells and occasional explosions filled the area. The grandfather walked toward the hotel as if there was no one around. Ordinary witches and wizards clearly did not dare to go near him, not to mention stop him. In New York's supernatural world, the grandfather was like the underground lord. Nobody dared to take him on, and the grandfather had never lost a fight. But there were always exceptions. An old figure stood in the grandfather's way. It was the mage of the Witch Society. When the grandfather saw her, he grinned. "Girl, what was the last time we met? Look at how old you are. After you die, I'll make sure you have a place in the Evil Spirit Society." "Huh." The grandfather laughed wildly. Nevertheless, he was indeed in the position to call the mage a girl. He had even watched her grow up. "Move way. You're no match for me. I don't want to kill you. You'll be an important subordinate, after all," the grandfather said as though he had won. The mage did not speak. Instead, she struck her walking stick hard on the ground. Immediately, many vines emerged from the marble ground and spread toward the grandfather. The grandfather did not dodge and allowed the vines to bind him. Just when the other thought that the grandfather was not that powerful after all, he suddenly struggled and the vines were smashed. "Ha! Weak and useless. You didn't improve much since 30 years ago." The grandfather laughed wildly. With absolute power, he could indeed mock others. The mage held her walking stick tightly with a serious look on her face. "Weak." A large cloud of black gas flew toward the grandfather. Just then, a skull appeared from underneath the grandfather's robe and sucked the black gas in. In no time, the skull turned black, fell onto the ground, and shattered. The grandfather casually lifted his robe and showed his true body. His entire body was built from countless skulls. The densely packed skulls would definitely kill any trypophobic person immediately. "If you want to attack me with spells, you better prepare hundreds of them. My substitutes can block countless spells for me." Suddenly, 3 witches standing at the side jointly summoned a dark, fierce gust of wind which swept toward the grandfather. Turning his head, the grandfather charged into the roaring whirlwind with his giant body. Whoosh! The wild wind was dissipated at once, but the grandfather did not stop and continued forward. "Shit dodge!" the mage shouted, but it was too late. The grandfather collided into the first witch. Immediately, the witch disintegrated, as if she had been hit by a truck traveling at 120 kilometers per hour. During the entire process, Jerome Yemen was being held in the grandfather's hand. He finally saw for himself how awfully powerful the underground lord was. He was simply an invincible monster. Dark swamp. Charlotte immediately cast a spell at the grandfather. The ground below the grandfather became a black swamp. He began to sink downward. However, the mage did not seem happy at all. "Charlotte, stand back. You shouldn't participate in this." However, it was again too late. The grandfather's body suddenly seemed to become lighter, and he floated out of the swamp. "Did you forget that I'm a spirit?" The grandfather reached Charlotte with just one step. He lifted his hand to slap her. Charlotte was so frightened at the moment that she could barely move. She knew that the grandfather was powerful, but she did not know that he was this powerful. She was an elite in the witch society, but before the grandfather she was powerless. Suddenly, everyone heard a thud. Something fell onto the grandfather's head. The grandfather stopped his attack. He touched his head and realized that it was a filth spirit. The grandfather opened his mouth and stuffed the spirit in directly. Then he chewed for 2 seconds. Some black liquid flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Everyone around was totally disgusted. Being too close to the grandfather, Charlotte felt almost engulfed by his terrifying pressure. The grandfather lifted his hand again, but another filth spirit dropped down. It fell square onto his head. The grandfather was enraged at once. He grabbed the spirit, chewed it in his mouth, and spit it at the hotel. Charlotte saw an explosion somewhere above the 10th floor. Then someone fell down from the hotel. Splash! The person dropped into the swimming pool. When Charlotte saw the person, she was stunned. Mr. Chen. Fuck! Qin Zhao stood up from the swimming pool. Which asshole was that? You almost killed me. He had fallen from such a great height. If he did not fall into the swimming pool, he might have actually died. Chapter 520, want a picture? Chapter 520, want a picture? It's him. It's him. Jerome Yemen pointed at Qin Zhao, who was climbing out of the pool. He's the one who killed Adalway. Roar! The grandfather let out a huge roar. He threw Jerome aside and rushed toward Qin Zhao. Careful! Charlotte knew how terrifying the grandfather was. Right now, the grandfather was charging at Qin Zhao. Charlotte was worried, but she couldn't do anything. So it seemed that he would die here. No one had much hope that Qin Zhao could survive. That monster was the underground king of New York City. Seeing the grandfather rush over, Qin Zhao raised his right arm and swung down. Boom! The big and small fists clashed. Qin Zhao took 2 steps back. The grandfather's right arm shattered. Everyone stared at Qin Zhao in disbelief. Not dead. That guy didn't die. He took one of the grandfather's hits. Not only that, he also shattered the grandfather's right arm. Is he a monster too? The grandfather was shocked too. He'd never met anyone who could take one of his punches. No wonder you could kill Adalway. The grandfather stared at Qin Zhao menacingly. His right arm grew back. The soul fragments that had been shattered returned to his body. The injuries meant nothing to him. Mr. Qin, you're not his match, Charlotte reminded. He's the leader of the Evil Spirit Society. I thought the Evil Spirit Society was something impressive, but you end up having this brute as the leader. Qin Zhao's words were the stalk of hay that broke the grandfather's back. Die. I'm going to kill you. No one had ever dared to say such ridiculous words to him. The grandfather raised his fist again. This punch contained all his hatred and fury. Charlotte felt that even the air had turned vicious. The mage looked at the grandfather from before. She'd never seen him like this, so angry and furious. This strength was completely above a mortal, right? Qin Zhao was face to face with the grandfather. He could feel how terrifying that fist was. He took a deep breath. His clenched fist cracked and popped. Qin Zhao stepped forward and his right arm started enlarging. Gasp! Charlotte inhaled sharply. What kind of spell is that? Qin Zhao's right arm was now as large as the grandfather's arm. It also shone with metallic light. The 2 monstrous fists crashed once again. An explosion sounded in the air. Everyone nearby covered their ears. The grandfather's right side shattered instantly. Everyone stared at Chen Zhao incredulously. He was terrifying. The mage was especially shocked. It wasn't her first time against the grandfather, and she'd experienced how horrifying he was. But today, the grandfather had actually lost to someone in terms of strength. "You're so weak," Qin Zhao said provocatively. "That's all you got." The grandfather bared his teeth at Chen Zhao. "You want to see my true power?" he asked with a deep growl. "Sure. You won't be all talk and no action, right? Okay. You want to see my true power, then I'll make it easy for you." The grandfather opened his mouth at the sky. Exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale. A very obvious air current was produced in the surroundings. An evil spirit who was fighting with a witch nearby was sucked uncontrollably into the grandfather's mouth. The evil spirit wailed, but his wails didn't get him the grandfather's sympathy. Next, another evil spirit, a third, a fourth. More and more evil spirits were sucked into the grandfather's mouth. His body started expanding. In an instant, the grandfather was twice as big. This wasn't his limit. He was still wildly swallowing the nearby evil spirits. The mage's expression changed drastically. "Stop him! Hurry and stop him!" As she spoke, the mage cast a spell at the grandfather. The other witches also started casting spells to stop the grandfather from swallowing more evil spirits. But before the spells reached him, they distorted. Next, the spells were also sucked into the grandfather's mouth. The attacks by the witches and wizards didn't stop the grandfather. Instead, they provided him with more power. The grandfather's body grew bigger and bigger. He was already more than 5 meters tall, but this wasn't his limit. The bigger he was, the stronger his absorption. The filth spirits in the hotel were also affected. They started pouring out of the mouths of their hosts and surging toward the grandfather from all directions. "Mr. Chen, only you can stop him now. Hurry and stop him. We can't let him keep swallowing them." Seeing that her companions were powerless, Charlotte could only look to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao glanced at the grandfather before him. "Don't you think he looks really cool now? I want to see how big he can get." "Are you crazy?" Charlotte yelled. "Do you even know what you're doing?" "Stop him while there's still a chance," the mage also spoke up. "Who has a phone? Lend it to me. I want to take a selfie with him." "Can you not kid around?" "No, I'm serious. I really want to take a picture to remember this." Qin Zhao looked at Charlotte with a serious and genuine expression. Hundreds of evil spirits and a large number of filth spirits were gathered. These distorted souls made the grandfather's body expand to 10 times the original size. The bloated, 10-meter-tall body shook the ground. "Are you satisfied with how I am now?" The grandfather looked down at Qin Zhao. He was already imagining how he would torment Qin Zhao. The mage's expression was very uncomfortable. She'd never seen the grandfather use this tactic before. Never. Evil spirits could swallow each other, but there was a limit to that. Usually, an evil spirit would be at its limit after swallowing 3 or 4 of their own kind. However, the grandfather seemed not to have a limit. He'd swallowed so many evil spirits. He was undefeatable now, right? Even that man wouldn't be able to defeat such a monster. "I'm satisfied, but can I get a picture with you? Do I seem easy to fool?" The grandfather's expression was a bit twisted. Even he was uncomfortable at containing so many evil spirits at once. He didn't want to drag this out anymore. He raised his right arm. "Come, use the power that you're so proud of to fight with me." I feel so ashamed now." Qin Zhao shrugged helplessly. "It's useless even if you surrender now. You killed Adalway. You must die." "I didn't surrender. Where did you see me surrender?" "So, you still want to struggle. It's really tiring looking up at you like this. Will you take a picture with me or not? Go die. Chapter 521. Say cheese. Chapter 521. Say cheese. The grandfather already stepped toward Qin Zhao. Charlotte and the mage both looked desperate. It was a monster that no human could deal with. Nobody could save that man. Blackie, if you still won't attack, I'll really die. Just when everyone thought that Qin Zhao was dead for sure, suddenly the grandfather's legs were severed without warning. It was as if they had been sliced off neatly by something sharp. What? Just then a similar wound appeared from his left shoulder to his right belly. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. What? Charlotte and the mage did not understand what was happening, and neither did the grandfather. The grandfather looked at his disintegrating body in confusion. The next instant he felt his body spin. To be precise, his head was spinning. The grandfather's head dropped in front of Qin Zhao. Nevertheless, his head alone was about as tall as Qin Zhao. Say cheese. Qin Zhao took out a phone from nowhere. Snap. Everyone was speechless, while the grandfather was horrified. His enormous body had been continuously cut apart by a mysterious force. The detached parts would then vanish. Qin Zhao patted the grandfather's head. Any last words? Don't kill me. Oh, no last words. Farewell. Qin Zhao's mouth of glutton opened and ate half of the grandfather's head in one bite. Charlotte and the mage were astonished. That's swallow all right. Yes, I thought the 7 demon kings' spells were long lost. What's the spell that cut the grandfather into pieces? I don't know. That man is too powerful, the mage said with a serious expression. The mouth of glutton could now easily swallow the grandfather's head, although Qin Zhao felt rather full. Nonetheless, he realized that there was a foreign object in the mouth. Soon the mouth spit something out. It was a key. What's this? Qin Zhao was baffled. Was there even a thing that the mouth of glutton could not digest? Forget it. I'll keep it for now. Mr. Qin, thank you so much. Without you, I don't even know how badly this will end. Charlotte approached Qin Zhao. She realized that Qin Zhao was covered in mystery. The power Qin Zhao had displayed was simply astounding. It was incredible. The grandfather, whom she thought was nearly invincible, was actually bullied and killed so easily. Even after the grandfather had used his trump card, he was still overpowered. In fact, the grandfather probably did not even know how he had lost. The onlookers were more clueless. Nevertheless, they knew one thing for sure. This man was extremely powerful. Just then, Yura, Cheryl, and Margaret ran over. Yura leaped in Qin Zhao's arms. Brother, are you all right? I was so worried. Sure enough, a younger sister's value was obvious only at this moment. No matter how dangerous the situation had been, Qin Zhao would be healed by Yura's concern. Of course, Qin Zhao had done nothing much. He was not injured at all. After swallowing the grandfather's head, he was actually more energetic. Mr. Qin, you fell from the room. Are you really fine? Margaret was still in shock. At first, Qin Zhao had been killing the monsters on the windows, but then the edge of the room suddenly exploded. Qin Zhao fell down from the hole. The 3 ladies in the room were all startled. I fell into the swimming pool. I'm fine. Qin, there's so many corpses in the hotel, Cheryl said. None of our business, Qin Zhao said. They'll surely take care of that. Then now what? Find a place to sleep. Mr. Qin, if you don't mind, you can go to my place, the mage invited. I also own a hotel, the mage said. All right, but wait first. Our luggage is still inside. I'll have someone bring them to you. Okay, thank you. When Qin Zhao brought the 3 to the so-called hotel, they were very surprised. It was not really a high-rise hotel but rather a seaside villa area or a high-class self-service hotel. It was like the agritainment houses in China, but much more superior. There was no indoor service in such a hotel. Usually, there would be upscale living facilities, but the guests had to do everything else themselves. Before Chen Zhao came here, he had read about these high-end self-service hotels. A normal villa hotel cost about $4,000 per night. Chen Zhao was quite rich, but he was not going to spend his money like this. Even the luxury suites in Omin's hotel only cost $2,000 per night. Of course, he would not mind if someone was paying for him. Chen Zhao did not expect that old woman to be so rich. Margaret used this opportunity to enjoy herself. Chen Zhao did not chase her out. She had been very shocked by the incident, which had also overturned her previous worldview. Now, she finally understood that there were really things in the world that could not be explained by science. Having defeated the grandfather, Chen Zhao was in a pleasant mood. He received another large chunk of perfect crystal, even bigger than the one he got when he had defeated Evangeline. Whether it was the demonic crystal or the angelic crystal, the bigger they were, the more valuable. When a piece of demonic crystal or angelic crystal reached a certain size, they could be considered as a perfect crystal. The one Chen Zhao had received was even bigger than a normal, perfect crystal. Chen Zhao had no idea what to call it. That time, Chen Zhao had eliminated hundreds of evil spirits in Beverly Hills, but he did not receive any perfect crystal. But when he eradicated monsters like Evangeline or the grandfather, he would receive such huge pieces of perfect crystals, or maybe they were even better than perfect crystals. Actually, Blackie had a big gain too. The grandfather had assembled hundreds of evil spirits, and some soul elements had formed. Chen Zhao did not know what they were, but Blackie told him that they were very valuable. The next morning, Chen Zhao received a call from Hill Nans. "Mr. Chen, where are you now? Are you okay? I heard that the hotel was attacked by terrorists. Yesterday, I was forced to leave, and I couldn't find you. I still can't go back to the hotel now. How about you?" "Oh, I'm fine." Chen Zhao was somewhat touched that Hill Nans was the first person to ask about his safety. Hill Nans was a good person, but Chen Zhao did not like his overpassionate attitude. As expected, Hill Nans said immediately, "The seminar is cancelled." "What a pity. Mr. Chin, when will you be free? We can have a separate discussion." Chapter 522, Pull Close. Chapter 522, Pull Close. It was such a good day. Even better news was that the conference was cancelled. Chen Zhao didn't have to worry about Cheryl and Yura letting loose either. The house that Chen Zhao stayed in opened up to the sea, and the weather was great. Cheryl and Yura were playing crazily by the sea. Margaret walked over to Chen Zhao. "Mr. Chen." "Miss Margaret, please sit." "Mr. Chin, I would like to know about people like you." "Actually, I'm an amateur. My main profession is a doctor, and only a spiritualist after that. At most, I'm just a fighter. As for skills in spiritology, I'm not as skilled as the professionals. If you want to know about those things, I suggest you find a professional spiritualist. If you can't find any, I can recommend you one. She's definitely professional and not very expensive." "You weren't reciting a script on the plane that day, right? You were talking to some person, right?" "Yes." "Then Louis Clallam's sickness. His situation is special, but it's not part of psychology." Margaret's emotions had recovered now. She didn't like Chen Zhao before because she thought that he was useless. Now, it seemed that she was the useless one, so she was much more modest now. "Knock, knock." There were knocks on the door. Chen Zhao ran over to open it. The mage stood outside with a slight smile. "Mr. Chen." "Hello, Miss Mage." "You can call me Catherine," the mage said with a smile. Catherine was in a very good mood. The grandfather had terrorized New York City for 200 years. Catherine's ancestors had already been fighting with him. Now, this threat was finally eradicated. One could imagine how relaxed Catherine felt. Not only was the grandfather killed, even the Evil Spirit Society was close to being wiped out. There were a few small figures left, but they were like street rats now. Currently, the Witch Society and Sorcerer Society were hurrying with eradicating the Evil Spirit Society. Mr. Chin, I am inviting you to join the Witch Society. Ah, wait. Even if I join something, it should be the Sorcerer Society, right? The Witch Society. Are you sure that's okay? Of course, Catherine said matter-of-factly. Just then, an old man with long whiskers and shiny hair pushed the door open and walked in. What do you mean, of course? I think Mr. Chin should join the Sorcerer Society instead. This man was the leader of the Sorcerer Society. It was clear that he'd come to steal Chun Zhao. The Sorcerer Society as a whole was weaker than the Witch Society. After all, each member of the latter had certain combat abilities. The Sorcerer Society had more people, and they seemed to have abilities too. But they couldn't be compared to the Witch Society. The Witch Society was a bit weaker than the Evil Spirit Society when the grandfather had still been there. However, it wasn't because they were weak, but because the grandfather was too strong. The Witch Society was the strongest of the three in other aspects. Now that the Evil Spirit Society was taken out, the Witch Society still wasn't satisfied. They wanted to pull Chun Zhao in too. Everyone was clear about Chun Zhao's abilities. But because he was a male, it was obvious that it wasn't suitable for him to join the Witch Society. To the leader of the Sorcerer Society, he thought that Chun Zhao should join his group. That way, things could be equal. Plus, Chun Zhao was clearly a wizard. He should join the Sorcerer Society even more. The Sorcerer Society's leader was even more in need than Catherine. The Sorcerer and Witch Societies weren't enemies, but they still had conflicts of interest. For example, if they both had their eyes on some distinguished figure and wanted them to become sponsors, then the force would have to show off their abilities. After all, abilities were the easiest way to impress a regular person. If Chun Zhao was there, they could confidently say that the strongest wizard of New York City was in the Sorcerer Society. Actually, I don't plan on joining either of you. Plus, I'm not a spiritualist of New York City either. It's okay if you're not in New York, the Sorcerer Society's leader said seriously. Actually, we plan on expanding too, like opening up a branch in L.A., for example. After a night of research, the Sorcerer Society's leader already knew about Chun Zhao's surface identity. He even knew Chun Zhao's second identity as an illegal doctor. All right, we have members in L.A. too. They're quite famous too. For example, Axe K is a loyal member of the Sorcerer Society and a top Hollywood star. Mr. Chin, we also have many female celebrities in the Witch Society. I can introduce you to them. This old grandma and grandpa were as shameless as a pimp. Chun Zhao was speechless. Mr. Chin, take this card. The Sorcerer Society's leader shoved a card into Chun Zhao's hands. Chun Zhao's eyes brightened. He was shoving in money. In this case, he could probably join them in name. There's no money in this card, and you can't spend it, but it's actually more useful than Chase's black card. As long as you have any requests, you can call the number on it. There's no problem even if you want to enter the White House and take a piss in the president's office. Hearing that there was no money, Chun Zhao decided that he didn't want it. In the end, he heard that he could go take a piss in the White House. Do you think I'm that bored? Can't you give me something realistic? Mr. Chin, I also have a card. The effect isn't any weaker than his. I don't insist on you becoming an official member. It's just an honorary elder. You won't reject me, right? Catherine looked at Chun Zhao seriously. Also, many girls in the Witch Society hope to discuss magic with you. TSK, she really is a pimp. Chun Zhao was speechless about these two people. Can't you give me some cash? It wasn't realistic at all. They'd been making promises for so long, but he didn't see any true benefits. Let me think about it, Chun Zhao said. How could he know that the Sorcerer Society's leader and Catherine both thought that Qin Zhao had no interest in money? They thought that if they bribed him with money, it would be an insult to him. If Qin Zhao knew what they thought, he would probably scream without regards to his image, "Please insult me." "All right then. Mr. Qin, there's a party tonight. Do you have time?" The Sorcerer Society's leader was thinking about having some beauties arranged. "Sorry, I don't have time. I have to take care of the kids." "Mr. Qin, is that child a werewolf?" "Yes, why?" Qin Zhao narrowed his eyes. This old guy wouldn't want to destroy demons, right? Don't misunderstand. The Sorcerer Society also has a werewolf. If you have any needs, I can have him come over and teach her some things. Chapter 5:23 Street Rats. Chapter 5:23 Street Rats. Qin Zhao planned to accept all the benefits. As for joining them, he was uninterested. Qin Zhao had a strange feeling that joining the Sorcerer Society or the Witch Society was like joining an evil cult. Of course, Sienna was also a witch. Qin Zhao would not discriminate against them. But he knew that if he were to join such an organization, there would be many nuisances for him to handle. For example, the Evil Spirit Society had just popped out of nowhere. And the grandfather, who was really powerful. If Blackie was not beside him, Qin Zhao would have to run away too. Soon, Qin Zhao dismissed the leader of the Sorcerer Society and Catherine. The two of them were quite displeased with Qin Zhao's excuses. But what could they do? Only Qin Zhao could make the final decision. How about forcing Qin Zhao? Stop joking. If they teamed up, they could probably defeat Qin Zhao. But their societies would end up like the Evil Spirit Society. Of course, Qin Zhao did not reject them directly, so they still had a chance. "Mr. Qin, Cheryl is a werewolf." Margaret had heard their conversation just now. She felt that her worldview had been refreshed once again. She looked at Cheryl, who was enjoying herself on the beach, and really could not connect her to a werewolf. "Yes." Qin Zhao nodded, but spoke no more. Some people could accept it, but some people could not. Qin Zhao did not want to discuss too much about it, especially with a stranger. Qin Zhao and Margaret were not that close. Margaret could tell Qin Zhao's attitude from his plain reply, so she did not question. While she was curious, her worldview had already been destroyed last night after all. She was therefore not as surprised that there was a werewolf. Moreover, Margaret was a psychologist. She was good at reading other people. Moreover, she could tell that there was some distance between her and Qin Zhao. That afternoon, she bid Qin Zhao goodbye. Qin Zhao only perfunctorily asked her if she had a place to stay. This was why talking to a smart person was really easy. If a smart person was asked by a stranger if they had eaten, they would certainly not reply, "No, are you going to treat me?" After Margaret left, Qin Zhao took Yura and Cheryl on a wild trip through New York. "Jean, what do we do? People from the Witch Society and the Sorcerer Society are looking for us like mad dogs. They're planning to kill every last one of us." George and Jean had been rulers in the Evil Spirit Society. However, since the grandfather died, they had become homeless dogs. They had lost all glory. Even the clanless evil spirits, wandering outside, were ignoring them. Those spirits would even disclose their information to the Sorcerer Society and the Witch Society in exchange for rewards. Actually, the supernatural world was very much like the underworld. The Evil Spirit Society, the Witch Society, and the Sorcerer Society were like three gangs, and they had many supernumerary staff. Of course, most of the supernumerary staff were valueless idlers. For example, an evil spirit might be living in a haunted house. The spirit would only be able to make minor pranks, usually. Most evil spirits did not dare to kill people. Just like how there were laws in human society, in the supernatural world, there were also restrictions. If it was just a prank, the Sorcerer Society and the Witch Society would not be bothered, unless a client paid them for help. In that case, they would expel the evil spirit or ask it to move somewhere else. Or they would make it their guardian spirit. Many evil spirits were actually willing to become the guardian spirit of a spiritualist. At least, it would be better than having to move frequently or be homeless. However, if an evil spirit killed someone, it would definitely be wanted and pursued. Alternatively, it could join the evil spirit society. But it was not as good as what most spirits thought. Some happenings in the evil spirit society would even frighten evil spirits. Sometimes evil spirits might become informants for a particular organization. For example, the Evil Spirit Society had just suddenly collapsed, which had a great impact on New York's supernatural world. Some evil spirits changed immediately and became the two human society's cat's paws. At the moment, George and Jean were like street rats. They were actually ordinary evil spirits, without any special powers. When the Evil Spirit Society was strong, they were able to wear borrowed plumes. That time they were all powerful, but now they had nowhere to hide. How about we leave New York? Let's go to another city. We can build another Evil Spirit Society. We can become as grand as the grandfather. How? Float to another city? If we're still exposed after the sun comes out, we'll be evaporated. We can control a car. No, if the car runs out of gas, what do we do? Then how? Let's find a plane and hide on it, Jean suggested. Good idea. After 3 days of fun in New York, Qin Zhao and the two girls were finally going to return to L.A. Hill Nans, who had come with them, had already returned to L.A. the day before. Hello, I would like to purchase 3 tickets to L.A. For which date? The person asked. The sooner the better, preferably tomorrow. Sorry, we don't have any tickets to L.A. these 2 days. Why? It's all sold out. All right. Qin Zhao hung up, helpless. It seemed like he had to make a transit flight. It was very troublesome, but he had no choice. Just then, Qin Zhao received a call. Hi, Mr. Qin. It's Louis. Hi, Mr. Louis, what's up? I plan to go to L.A. When are you going back? I'm taking my private plane. If you don't mind, we can go together. Private plane. Qin Zhao was stunned. I have 3 people in total. Are you sure it'll be convenient for you? Of course, Louis Clallam said. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Actually, he was behind everything when Qin Zhao failed to book the air tickets. With his background, he only had to call the airlines to make some hidden restrictions. When are you going to L.A.? I'm very free. We can go whenever you want, Louis said. Are you sure? Don't you need to reserve the flight route in advance? Although Qin Zhao was not a pilot, he knew that whether it was a private plane or a commercial plane, they had to apply for a flight route before departure. If they did not, they might receive a missile at any time. Mr. Qin, don't worry about it. I have the money. Chapter 524, Return. Chapter 524, Return. When Qin Zhao brought Yura and Cheryl to the airport, they passed through the security check easily. Then they were led directly to Louis Clallam's private jet. Mr. Qin, what do you think about my plane? Louis showed it off. If you like it, I can gift it to you. Qin Zhao's face darkened. You can give me anything, but what's the point of a plane? I don't know how to fly it. It'll cost more than $200,000 to hire a pilot every year. I'll need to pay $3 million each year to keep the plane at the airport too. Do you think I'm rich or something? This didn't include the maintenance expenses either. Like many said, you could afford to buy a car but not to keep it. Huh, Qin Zhao chuckled wryly. I wouldn't be keeping quiet if you aren't inviting me to enjoy a private jet for free. It's not as big as my mom's plane. Yura pursed her lips. Louis Clallam almost spat out his water. And your mom is? She's the boss of Ute Pharmaceuticals. Louis Clallam was taken aback. So it was her. Even though they were from different fields, they were still the same level of wealthiness. No wonder Qin Zhao didn't really care about him. He had a high status too. It seemed that he would have to think of another way to have Qin Zhao help treat him. The plane took off smoothly. It was much more comfortable than typical planes. Two sexy flight attendants walked past Qin Zhao and Louis every now and then. They were probably trying to remind them of their existence. But from their eyes, Qin Zhao guessed that they'd already done things with Louis. After flying on the plane for an hour, the pilot and co-pilot came out of the cabin. According to pilot regulations, the pilot shouldn't leave the cabin, especially both at the same time. Of course, this was a private jet. It was fine as long as Louis didn't report them. Here, let me introduce you to them. Louis was prepared to introduce the two pilots enthusiastically. Suddenly, the older pilot picked up the bottle on the table and smashed it onto Louis's head. Ah, what are you doing? Stan, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Louis yelled angrily while holding his head. The other pilot, Locke, smiled eerily. This is our plane now. If you want to live, then transfer us $1 million. Otherwise, we'll crash the plane. Qin Zhao, Yura, and Cheryl were all annoyed. They'd run into an accident on the way here too. When they returned on a private jet, they'd still run into an accident. Stan, Locke, do you know what you're doing? Louis stared coldly at the two. Even if I send you the money, do you think you'll be able to get it? Whether we can get it or not is our problem. Qin Zhao suddenly rose and kicked Stan. Stan flew back. Then Stan's body on the ground arched up. An evil spirit flew out of his body and pounced toward Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao grabbed the spirit's body and squeezed fiercely. He scattered the evil spirit. What's going on? Louis stared at Qin Zhao in shock. Had something just flown out of Stan's body? A hallucination. No, it wasn't a hallucination. Qin Zhao looked at Locke. Are you coming out by yourself, or do I have to force you out? Kid, do you know who I am? Locke threatened Qin Zhao. I'm the manager of the Evil Spirit Society, the right-hand man of the grandfather. You're a spiritualist, right? Don't you know what happens if you offend the Evil Spirit Society? Louis listened to Locke saying these weird words, growing more confused. Mr. Chen, what is he talking about? Qin Zhao had a slight smile, but there was something evil in his smile. Does your grandfather still exist? Locke's expression was a bit uncomfortable. He just wanted to scare Qin Zhao. Earlier, he'd thought that Qin Zhao was a wizard and probably not from New York, so he might not know about this matter. Now it seemed that he knew. Do you know who killed the grandfather? Qin Zhao's smile grew brighter. An Asian man, Locke shuddered. When he looked at Qin Zhao again, his expression was one of horror. An Asian man. Wasn't this guy in front of him Asian? Was he the Asian that killed the grandfather? No way. How could he be so unlucky? Sir, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Please forgive me. Locke knelt on the ground in terror and kept bowing. What a joke. This guy could even kill someone as scary as the grandfather. He was only a minor evil spirit. How could he beat this man? He would die. He would get squished to death. Just like Jean. Squashed easily by one hand. Mr. Qin, what exactly is wrong with him? Something possessed his body and is controlling him, Qin Zhao said. Their previous attacks and words weren't voluntary. After all, these two pilots were innocent. Qin Zhao could help clear up their name. Otherwise, when Louis tried to take revenge, he could easily ruin their lives. You mean an evil spirit, right? Yes. You're saying that an evil spirit is talking to us now. Louis continued asking. That's right. Can you call him out? I want to see. I've never seen an evil spirit before. Louis was very interested. He wasn't afraid at all and had forgotten that his skull had almost been cracked open. This evil spirit was very frightened of Qin Zhao. so Louis reasonably thought that there wouldn't be any danger. Are you coming out yourself? Chen Zhao asked. Or do you want me to do it? George came out of Locke's body. The next moment, Locke fell unconscious on the ground. Where is he now? Louis asked. Can he show himself? Clunk. A wine glass fell to the ground. Chen Zhao looked at the evil spirit before him. If he tried to do anything harmful, Chen Zhao would crush him instantly. He can't appear. Louis was a bit disappointed, but he was 100% sure that there definitely was an evil spirit. He said that he can appear at night. He can't do it now. At night. Chapter 525, Return Home. Chapter 525, Return Home. Why would you and the other evil spirit be here? We wanted to escape from New York. We were being hunted by the Sorcerer Society and the Witch Society, so... George looked at Chen Zhao. Actually, Chen Zhao was the real culprit. If Chen Zhao did not come here, they would not have become street rats. Of course, George was the only one left now. Jean was crushed by Chen Zhao before he could even speak. Chen Zhao, the man who had eliminated the grandfather, was indeed cruel and terrifying. Why did you ask for $1 million? We wanted to buy a house and live there. We've already pre-ordered it online. How? With these two humans' bodies. The two evil spirits had really brought so much trouble to the two pilots. After the incident, even if Louis decided to let them off, they would probably still lose their jobs. Chen Zhao repeated George's words to Louis. Are you going to kill him? Louis asked. What else? Why would I keep him? Chen Zhao looked at George, who turned around and fled in fear. But Blackie grabbed him at once. Chen Zhao smiled. Although George was an evil spirit, he similarly could not see Blackie. Don't think about escaping. You won't be able to. I want him, Louis suddenly said. Chen Zhao looked at Louis in surprise. You sure? I want to hire him. For what? You know, I have many competitors, Louis said bluntly. Chen Zhao looked at George. What do you think, Mr. Evil Spirit? Yes, I accept that sir's employment. George had no choice at the moment. He would either be hired by Louis or killed by Chen Zhao. Without a doubt, he would rather be employed. But can you communicate with him? Chen Zhao asked. Swish, swish. A crayon wrote down a sentence on the window. Hello, boss. Louis was very pleased. See? Problem solved. Fine, whatever floats your boat. Chen Zhao had no reason to object to Louis, given that he was willing. Anyway, when will they wake up? Chen Zhao asked. Dunno. Usually about a day, maybe longer for that person. George replied by writing. He was referring to Stan, whom Chen Zhao had kicked. Then do you know how to fly a plane? Chen Zhao asked again. George. Louis call him. So we don't have a pilot now, right? Chen Zhao was irritated again. Someone please tell me what to do. Mister. George, you better think of a solution or else. Boss, save me. Chen, don't worry. I know it. Although I've only operated a glider before, Louis said. Chen Zhao swore that he would never ride a plane again. In the end, they still landed safely, but the constant feeling of danger was extremely unpleasant. As Louis operated the plane, he asked the aviation department on the surface about how to fly a plane. Anyway, Chen Zhao had asked Cheryl and Yura to wear parachutes. Had there been an accident, he would have asked them to jump down. Once they landed, Chen Zhao fled from the airport. He hoped that he would never go near a plane again. Fela, I'm back in L.A. Darling, anything interesting happened in New York? It was a terrible trip, Chen Zhao said. You encountered something again, right? Nothing much. Just an evil spirit with a group of subordinates. Huh. Where's the evil spirit now? I killed it, of course. I knew it, Fela said, smiling. She had complete trust in Chen Zhao. Wait for me at home. Let's celebrate your safe return. Sure. Chen Zhao stretched himself. He had not touched Fei Lai for days and could not wait to do so. Brother, can you please hold the steering wheel while driving? Don't worry. I have the skills. Not because of that. Look outside the window. Sharon, that stalker policewoman. At the moment, she was on a police motorcycle, signaling Chen Zhao to stop. Helpless, Chen Zhao parked the car at the roadside and opened his arms. Sharon, what a coincidence. Did you know that I've just returned to LA and come here to welcome me? Sharon blocked Chen Zhao's ill-intentioned hug. Be serious. I suspect you've been driving dangerously. Show me your ID. Please don't. Chen Zhao looked at Sharon with a long face. I'll ask David to swap you to his team. Fuck. Stop talking about this. These two are my sisters. Can you let me have some honor before them? Ladies, please don't learn from this asshole. Remember to obey traffic rules, Sharon said, not giving Chen Zhao any face. Without question, Chen Zhao received another fine ticket. He returned to his car and looked at the two girls. Yura, do you miss Mother? You going to chase Cheryl and me away? No, absolutely not. If that's what you're thinking, just say it directly. I'm old enough. I will return to Mother and never talk to you again. Chen Zhao's cheeks twitched. Forget it. Pretend that I said nothing. Children of their age would never be tired of playing. However, Chen Zhao would not be able to spend time with Fei Lai. By the time they returned home, it was already evening. Fei Lai had actually gotten home earlier than they did. She prepared dinner to welcome their return. After dinner, Chen Zhao announced, You can play however you want tonight. Then he pulled Fei Lai into the bedroom and locked the door. Fei Lai, did you miss me? Yes, Fei Lai replied to Chen Zhao enthusiastically. Chen Zhao tore Fei Lai's clothes off and vented all his accumulations over the past few days on her. After a few rounds, the two rested on the balcony, enjoying the night scene. Didn't you get me a present from New York? I have. Chen Zhao really forgot about it. He began frantically searching for ideas. What do I do? Suddenly, Chen Zhao thought about the trophy he had received from the grandfather, the key. Chapter 526, Invisible Key. Chapter 526, Invisible Key. This key is for you. What? Fei Lai looked at Chen Zhao's palm. What thing? A key. Where? Chen Zhao looked down at his hand. Could Fei Lai not see the key in his palm? Chen, you're not playing with me, are you? Chen Zhao didn't know how to explain this either. It wasn't like he could tell Fei Lai that the key really did exist, even though she couldn't see it. Okay, I forgot to bring a gift. At this point, what else could Chen Zhao say? He would just tell the truth. Then, how will you repay me? I won't rest tonight. I don't want you. Don't touch me. Chen Zhao really didn't let Fei Lai rest that night. He didn't stop until 3 or 4 in the morning under Fei Lai's pleading. Actually, Chen Zhao had secretly given Fei Lai some potion to change her fitness. Thus, Fei Lai had great fitness too. Even she could feel it. In the morning, Fei Lai went to work in high spirits. Chen Zhao was relaxing again, but Yura and Cheryl started messing around in the morning. One must be impressed by children's energy. Chen Zhao hadn't restricted them last night, so they played until dawn. Today, they were still full of energy, like they didn't even know what exhaustion was. Chen Zhao didn't care about them. He ran to the backyard to check on the grapevines. With the inferior demon's care and Eugene's nutrients, the grapevines were growing well. The green vines were already 30 centimeters long and had started climbing up. According to Eugene, Fei Lai only came once in the time that Chen Zhao was gone. Chen Zhao was sure that Fei Lai had already forgotten about them. She really did have a short attention span. Suddenly, Qin Zhao felt that he stepped on something. Looking down. Princess! Chen Zhao's roar echoed throughout Mirror Lake. Master, do not blame Princess, Eugene said. Her feces contains very high nutrients. Okay, keep calm. Keep calm. But when Chen Zhao found Princess, he still yelled at her. Even if you're going to shit outside, don't you know to cover it up? Princess looked pitiful, but Chen Zhao knew that she was just feigning innocence. But seeing how Princess was covering her face, Chen Zhao didn't feel like continuing to yell at her. Human, why didn't you bring me to New York? Samuel yelled unhappily, running over to Chen Zhao. I want to go to New York. I want to go to New York. I want to go to New York. That is a city filled with desire. I'll definitely be able to find more followers there. You know, it's all because of you that I've slowed down my pace of conquering the world. Who let you call me human? Do you want to get hit? Fine, master. Chen Zhao pulled out the key. Do you know this key? What? Samuel cocked his head and looked at Chen Zhao's hand in confusion. Where's the key? Even a demon lord couldn't see the key. Human, don't change the subject. When will you take me to New York? How many followers do you have now? Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, let me start over. 1, 2. Talk to me about your world domination plans after you count correctly. I'm busy. A demon lord who'd never taken math class probably didn't even know about addition and subtraction. Wasn't it a joke for him to want to dominate the world with his IQ? Samuel caught up to Qin Zhao. Master, the number isn't important. I've improved recently. Oh, what improvement? I've watched many movies and concluded the reason why villains lose. Tell me. They talk too much. Oh, very concise, but that's not enough. Rolling his eyes, Qin Zhao said, Right, I have a question. What? I met a man. Honk, honk. Just then, a car honked outside the door. Chen Zhao walked over and looked outside. Louis Clallam was poking his head out of the car window. Hi, mister. Chin, I'm here. Qin Zhao rubbed his forehead. He had the house system open the garage and let Louis drive up. As soon as Louis parked, a piece of paper flew before Louis. George, boss, let's leave this place. I feel a very terrifying aura here. This is Mr. Chen's home. There are no dangers. George, he's the most dangerous one. All right, you're just biased. Louis took the elevator to the living room. He had a big smile. Mr. Chen, how do you feel? Are you pleasantly surprised at my arrival? Sit. Chen Zhao didn't feel pleasantly surprised. George, hello, Mr. Chen. You don't need paper to talk to me. George, sorry, I'm used to it. Meow. This guy's right arm has a very pure demon aura. Samuel looked at Louis's arm. Just then, Louis's right arm started trembling. Mr. Chin, it's starting to move again. Don't worry. It won't dare to move here. Qin Zhao said indifferently. Yes, indeed. Louis also felt terror coming from his right arm. It was extremely frightened. It seems to have a fright. Why is that? It's right to be afraid, Qin Zhao said. If it was afraid, it meant that Louis's arm had its own mind now. In other words, it was no longer just an arm. It was a demon. Qin Zhao glanced at Samuel. Can you tell what's going on? What's so strange about that? Samuel said matter-of-factly, 1,000 years ago, demons from hell appeared in the human world very often. All sorts of demons left things behind in that era. Some demon blood wouldn't mix with human blood. He's clearly a descendant of the type that wouldn't mix. It's already awoken. It should be a phobic demon. Phobic demon. Is that a strong demon? No, it's a really cowardly demon. They're really small, but when they're in danger, they would expand and use that to scare off the enemy. Then how do we get it under control? Or wipe out its consciousness? Cut the arm off, Samuel said. Easy, right? Are there any other solutions? Like some spell that can wipe out someone's consciousness? You think spells like that exist. They do in stories. Chapter 527, Hay Fever. Chapter 527, Hay Fever. Mr. Lewis, I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? Good news. I've thought of a solution, Qin Zhao said with a smile. Really? Hearing Chen Zhao's words, Lewis jumped up in excitement. Sit down. Don't be so excited yet. What's the bad news? Lewis asked, calming down. You might have another brother, Qin Zhao said. What do you mean? Qin Zhao looked at Lewis's arm. Are you still hiding? You want me to beat you up again? Lewis felt fear from his right arm again. Just then his arm began to move toward the exit wildly, as if it was trying to escape. Qin Zhao had frightened it. Suddenly, an enormous bear appeared before Lewis. Ah, run. Lewis wanted to run away, but his right arm continued to pull him forward. The bear was right in front of them. Suddenly his arm turned black and enlarged. It became a humanoid and struck at Princess. Slap. Princess slapped Lewis's arm with her claw, and Lewis flew back. She could feel malicious intent from the right arm. She would not allow a stranger to do whatever he wanted. Mr. Qin, help me. There's a bear. Qin Zhao stood still and stared at Lewis. In his fear, Lewis ran back to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao grabbed his right arm. Do you want me to tear you off? Lewis felt greater horror coming from his arm. Nevertheless, the arm finally calmed down and stopped controlling his body. Look, it's not moving anymore. Mr. Qin, what's happening? What's that bear? She's Princess, my pet. Lewis stared at Princess and swallowed some saliva. He had never seen such a huge bear before. He felt that the bear could easily swallow half of his body in one bite. Your arm has developed its own awareness long ago. It has been trying to corrode your body, Qin Zhao said. What? You have two choices. Cut it off once and for all, or keep it. Are there no other ways? I told you that it has a different lineage from you. Ultimately, you're two different individuals. What can I do other than cutting it off? Talk to it. How? It can understand you. As for what you say, it's your business. Looking at his arm, Lewis seemed to be very hesitant. He looked around for a while. After a few minutes, he finally said, Mr. Qin said that you're my brother. Fine, whatever you are, I would like to talk with you. What do you think? The right arm moved up and down. As an outsider, Qin Zhao had no idea what the arm meant. But Lewis could feel its presence. Lewis continued, I don't want to cut you off. I don't want to become disabled after all. But if you still want to corrode me and control my body, I'll ask Mr. Qin to cut you off entirely. I believe you know that he has the ability to do so. The right arm started to tremble. Clearly, it knew how powerful Qin Zhao was. So, unless I need it, stop controlling my right arm by force. That is, you have to listen to me, all right? Suddenly, Lewis felt his arm's awareness. What can I get? At least you won't be killed, Lewis said. Also, even if you do manage to occupy my body, you won't be able to enjoy it. Mr. Qin will definitely find you and kill you. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. I'm not that lame, unless you pay me. Aren't you a famous rich man? Why aren't you realistic and talking about money? Qin Zhao looked at Lewis with some contempt. He had no idea that Lewis thought there was no way money could attract Qin Zhao. Have a good conversation with it. If you still can't solve the problem, come here and I'll amputate your arm. Lewis's right arm shivered. It was clearly extremely scared of Qin Zhao. Mr. Qin, do you think I should give it a name? It's my brother, after all. Qin Zhao realized that while Lewis was an accomplished businessman, he was somewhat foolish in real life. He also seemed to be interested in supernatural things. For example, He employed the first evil spirit that he met. Now he had a non-human brother, and he wanted to give it a name. Up to you. They seemed to have had a nice agreement. Qin Zhao did not want to interfere with their business. How about Little Black? Mr. Lewis, don't you think that name is too vulgar? Little Black it is. Are you even listening to me? Mr. Qin, you have so many pets. Mr. Lewis, I won't be asking you to stay for lunch. With a dark look, Chen Zhao chased Lewis out. Then he continued to investigate the key. Like the metallic box, the key was invisible to others. Were the two related? Chen Zhao took the metallic box and placed the key before the box. Nothing happened. They seemed to be unrelated. Forget it. Chen Zhao inspected the two for a long while, but did not discover any relation. Apart from being invisible to others, the two objects had nothing in common. Achoo! Chen Zhao rubbed his nose, which felt rather itchy. It seemed like hay fever and allergy. Although Chen Zhao was significantly stronger than a normal person, he was still not immune to hay fever. Nevertheless, he did not have any serious symptoms. It was only an itchy nose and occasional sneezing. It was spring and flowers were blooming, including many wildflowers in the mountains. Chen Zhao took some allergy medicine, but the symptoms did not improve. In the evening, Fei Lai came back, and Chen Zhao's symptoms worsened. Chen, are you ill? No, just hay fever. Are you allergic to pollen? Fei Lai was surprised. After all, it was the first time she saw Chen Zhao ill since they met. She almost thought that Chen Zhao would never fall ill. Of course, allergy was different from diseases. Chen Zhao was also helpless. It was the first time he had hay fever. He did not even know that he was allergic. Achoo! During dinner, Chen Zhao could not control himself and sneezed to the side. In the end, the chair beside him was blasted into pieces. Fei Lai stared at Chen Zhao for a while and was totally speechless. Just then, Chen Zhao received a call from Sienna. Chen, are you free? Chapter 528, Allergic to Magic. Chapter 528, Allergic to Magic. What's wrong? You gave me 3 bones from a magical creature before, right? I'm collecting ingredients now, and I'm missing a blue heart blossom. We discovered it in the mountains, but we encountered a magical creature protecting it. We can't beat it. Is Rupert with you? Of course. She has a share of the magic potion too, so she can't just stand by and watch. How come this has gone from an urban story to a fantasy? How come there are even protective beasts now? Chen Zhao squeezed his nose. Okay, I'll come over now. Fei Lai looked at Chen Zhao. You're going out? But you don't seem well now. It's okay. It's nothing except sneezing. Chen Zhao didn't feel any other effect on his body. Drive slowly, Fei Lai said. Yeah. Chen Zhao took 2 more allergy pills, cleaned up quickly and started driving. But he didn't get any relief from the allergy. The medicine seemed ineffective on him. Achoo! He shattered the car window with his sneeze. The symptoms seemed to have gotten worse. Chen Zhao felt his head grow a bit heavy. This didn't feel like a normal allergic reaction. He didn't have time to think about this, though. Chen Zhao parked the car where Sienna had told him to. Her car was parked beside the road nearby. After getting out of the car, Chen Zhao called Sienna. Sienna, I'm here, too. Chen Zhao looked and saw that he'd broken his phone with his sneeze. A while later, Sienna and Rupert found Chen Zhao. Camilla was also there. Chen, you don't seem to be well today. I don't know. I think I'm allergic to pollen. Then, can you still fight? Sienna asked. That guardian beast doesn't seem easy to deal with. Chen Zhao's nose started itching again, but he just opened his mouth. The sneeze wouldn't come out. It's okay. Let me go look first. Chen Zhao rubbed his nose. Are you sure you're okay? I'm okay. Let's go. Mr. Chin, your magic seems very unstable, Camilla said. Did you eat something that contained magic recently? Chin Zhao squeezed his nose. Just the potion Sienna gave me. The magic potion is very stable, Sienna said. It's impossible to cause these symptoms. Don't blame everything on me. Rupert drank the potion too, and she's completely fine. I met a really vicious evil spirit 2 days ago and swallowed him, Qin Zhao said. What kind of evil spirit? Camilla asked. Some evil spirit called the Grandfather in New York City. Grandfather? The grandfather from the Evil Spirit Society? Camilla was in disbelief. Yeah, you know him. How can I not know him? That's the grandfather. Teacher, is the grandfather really powerful? Sienna asked curiously. Rupert pursed her lips. It's just an evil spirit. How powerful can it be? More than 100 witches have died in the grandfather's hands. When Camilla said that, Rupert and Sienna's expressions froze. How is that possible? How can an evil spirit kill so many witches? Over 200 years, the grandfather battled alone on and off with the largest witch organization of New York City. The Witch Society of New York is larger than all of the witches in L.A. put together. Do you understand how strong he is now? Rupert and Sienna both had incredulous expressions. An evil spirit who could fight against more than 100 witches. Just how terrifying were his abilities? I'd faced the grandfather once, Camilla said. It was 30 years ago. At that time, the grandfather led the Evil Spirit Society in an all-out war against the Witch Society. The Witch Society called for reinforcements from the entire country. 300 witches gathered in New York. Both sides declared war, and the grandfather killed at least 30 witches in that battle. Both sides seem to have had similar losses. But in actuality, the Witch Society lost. My abilities were already pretty extraordinary at that time, but I couldn't even hold off that beast for 3 minutes. Sienna and Rupert looked at Chen Zhao again. They learned how terrifying the grandfather was from Camilla's memories. He'd killed 30 witches on the spot and made the enormous Witch Society to ask for reinforcements from the entire country. And he was killed by Chen Zhao. How did you get into a conflict with the grandfather? His son, I think his name was Adelway, he took over my hotel room, so I killed him. Then the grandfather led the Evil Spirit Society to take revenge. Rupert stared at Chen Zhao. No matter how arrogant she was, she had to admit right now that Chen Zhao was truly terrifying. That grandfather is really strong, right? Yeah, pretty strong. Chen Zhao bared the mouth of gluttony, but this mouth of mine swallowed his head. Right then, Chen Zhao felt that the mouth of gluttony needed to sneeze too, but the sneeze wouldn't come out. Mr. Chen, you're very strong, but it's clear that you're not very knowledgeable about magic. There are many types of creatures with magical abilities, but you can't eat all of them. This is also why we need potions. Only potions can provide the user with stable magic, instead of having unstable magic waves like other sources. So right now You're allergic to magic, Camilla said. What should I do? Will I die? No, it's just like most allergies, Camilla said. You'll have an allergic reaction for a time, but it's not fatal. Achoo! Chen Zhao sneezed again. Rupert and Sienna felt a gust of magic sweep towards them. This man must be a monster, the two thought. His sneeze was like a tornado. Chen, how about we call it off today? Sienna said, You're not well today. It's okay. I just need to sneeze. There are no other effects, Chen Zhao said. He rubbed his nose. It felt like he needed to sneeze more. Are you sure you're okay? Sienna definitely had no doubts about Chen Zhao's abilities, especially after hearing Camilla talk about Chen Zhao's glorious yet horrifying achievement. Even more, she didn't doubt whether Chen Zhao could help her defeat that guardian beast or not. She was worried about Chen Zhao's health. Just don't stand in front of me when I sneeze. Chen Zhao tried putting the mouth of gluttony away, but couldn't. It seemed that the mouth had an allergic reaction too. Qin Zhao could feel its discomfort. It seemed to need to sneeze too. Chapter 5:29 Which Mercenaries? Chapter 5:29 Which Mercenaries? How far is it? Qin Zhao asked. Sienna turned around and looked at Qin Zhao. She had never seen Qin Zhao tired. But today she did. Qin Zhao was really in a bad state, and it was obvious. He was covered in cold sweat, and his breathing had also become heavier. Almost there. It's just in front. Sienna looked at Qin Zhao, worried. Qin, I think we should go back now and come after you recover. I'm fine. We're already here. Just then, they heard footsteps before them. From the sound, there were a few people. 4 or 5. The group stopped. The few people also seemed to notice their footsteps. There are people apart from us. 1, 2, 3, and a guardian spirit. Should be local witches in L.A. 5 women walked out of the darkness. From their equipment, they seemed to be mercenaries. They had guns, grenades, and bulletproof vests. Hey, you there, you shouldn't be here. You better leave this place. Why? Who the hell are you? Intrepid. Rupert had never been scared of anyone, apart from Qin Zhao, who was right behind her. Boom! Suddenly, a bowl-sized hole appeared on the tree trunk beside Rupert. The gun in their leader's hands was smoking. Because of this, girl, if you're still stubborn, the next thing that will be blasted will be your head. You dare to attack me? Furious, Rupert whipped out her magic wand. Rupert, calm down. Sienna stopped Rupert. They're all witches. To be honest, Qin Zhao was also surprised to see witches dressed up like mercenaries. It was a strange sight. Girl, you should listen to your sister. The leader of the witches blew at her smoking gun, and the other witches laughed. You must be here for the magical guardian beast. It's ours. You may leave now. Rupert took 2 steps back. Chen, finish them all. Qin Zhao had been rubbing his nose and seemed to be in a daze. What? You can't win us, so you asked a wizard to fight us? Girl, have you mistaken something? Rupert, Qin is ill. Don't look for trouble. Look for trouble? They looked for trouble first. Suddenly, Qin Zhao's eye of shadow vision opened. He immediately pulled Rupert and Sienna onto the ground. The next moment, a 5-meter-long beast rushed past where they were standing. Because of Qin Zhao's action, the enormous beast grabbed nothing but air. However, the beast did not stop and disappeared into the darkness at once. It knows how to sneak attack. Rupert rubbed off the soil on her face. The 5 strangely dressed witches also shouted, ready for combat, form an array. With their backs facing each other, the 5 witches withdrew their guns. They had various weird-looking pieces of equipment. Lying on the ground, Qin Zhao asked softly, What's with those 5 women? Are they really witches? They look like mercenaries. They're indeed mercenaries. Which mercenaries? Camilla answered. The guns they're holding are refined magic guns. And that pair of night goggles are actually magic night goggles which can detect hidden magical fluctuations. They look so much more professional than y'all, at least in terms of equipment, Qin Zhao remarked. They just look more advanced. I can easily take down 10 of them, Rupert said with contempt. All of them could tell that Rupert was exaggerating. Nevertheless, they had to admit that the witch mercenaries indeed looked professional. They were acting very much like mercenaries. Target at 11 o'clock. 300 meters away. Don't shoot. It's too far. 200, 150, 150, 30. Shoot. Bam, bam. The 5 which mercenaries fired simultaneously. Their guns were firing bullets infused with magical power. Target hit, minor injury. Target is moving away from us. Wait, Another target at 4 o'clock. There's more than one target. Be careful. Chen Zhao, Sienna, and Rupert lay on the ground as the 5 witches fired in different directions. The 3 could not even lift their heads. Chen Zhao's condition had worsened. Sienna glanced at Chen Zhao, who had been rubbing his nose. Chen, are you all right? The gun smoke is making me choke. Their weapons have been magically refined. Even the smoke contains magical power, so it's irritating your body, Camilla said. Just then, the gunshots became more intense, and the 5 witch mercenaries also looked anxious. The situation had exceeded their expectations. They had originally thought that there was only one target. However, there were more magical guardian beasts than they thought. It was significantly more. Their firepower was insufficient to deal with so many of them. There are 6 of them. You all, quickly come and help, if you don't want to die here too. Weren't you boasting just now? Rupert said aggressively, why are you asking us to save you now? We're not asking you to save us. We're asking you to save yourselves. We're not helping. Go and die. Rupert shouted. If we die, so will you. I'm not scared. We have Chin. Chin? You mean him? You sure this wizard can handle magical guardian beasts? All 6 of them? Also, he looks sick, one of the witch mercenaries noted. Chun Zhao stood up, staggering as he gasped for air. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind from behind. Careful! Behind you! One of the witches shouted. Lie down! Because Chun Zhao was standing, the witch mercenaries could not shoot. Chun Zhao turned his head and opened his mouth wide. He felt that his nose had reached its limit. Achoo! Boom! An extensive wave of magical power swept out as Chun Zhao sneezed into the guardian beast's mouth. Then the magical guardian beast exploded without warning. A cloud of blood permeated the surrounding air. Chun Zhao's entire body was covered in blood and filth. Chapter 530. The Magical Guardian Beast Releases. Sword Chi 2? Chapter 530. The Magical Guardian Beast Releases. Sword Chi 2. Everyone froze, especially the 5 assassin witches. They all looked at Chen Zhao dumbly. What was going on? Did he just kill a guardian beast with a sneeze? Just then, the Eye of Shadow Vision started up again. Chen Zhao suddenly moved, his left arm swinging. A guardian beast that was attacking him sneakily got smashed with a fist. However, this beast retreated extremely quickly. After Chen Zhao punched it, it immediately disappeared in the darkness. So strong! These guardian beasts were all above 5 meters tall and absolute killing machines. This man actually sent a beast back with one fist. However, Chen Zhao's punch was an everyday thing for Rupert and Sienna. These magical guardian beasts don't seem to be attacking us anymore. They've all turned to target him. Magical guardian beasts hold grudges. That man killed their companion. They already view him as their mortal enemy now. Then what do we do now? Let's just watch first. Chun Zhao felt that the mouth of gluttony in his right arm wanted to sneeze too. Rupert, Sienna, move aside. Sienna and Rupert didn't dally. Chun Zhao raised his right arm. It suddenly enlarged uncontrollably. Boom! The sneeze from the mouth of gluttony was much fiercer than Chun Zhao's. Countless trees within a dozen meters all snapped in half. The bark on some of the trees was scraped to the side by the sneeze, skinning the trunks. Feels great. Chun Zhao suddenly felt relief. He was much more comfortable. His nose didn't itch as much. The mouth of gluttony didn't have the urge to sneeze either. Even though he'd released a great amount of magic just then, Chun Zhao felt much more comfortable. His entire body was relaxed. Fuck. Does that guy have a cannon in his mouth and arm? The 5 assassin witches were all stunned. They'd never seen a creature like him before. That guy is the strongest wizard in L. Rupert said proudly. 5 guardian beasts hid in the darkness, circling Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao's eye of shadow vision could accurately pinpoint their movements. They're coming. Chun Zhao swung his right arm immediately. With a thud, the guardian beast that had charged was smacked by Chun Zhao's right arm. If it was punched by Chun Zhao's left arm, it would at most be in pain. But if hit by his right arm, it was no different than getting hit by a train. Even though they were magical creatures, they still had bodies of flesh. In that instant, blood and flesh flew. Only half of that guardian beast's body remained. Including its head, its upper body had completely disappeared. Such terrifying strength! The 5 assassins gaped at Chun Zhao dumbfounded. Is this what true supernatural strength is? Then what were we even training before? Damn, one of the assassin witches lowered her voice and whispered, "Thank God we didn't start any direct conflicts. If they were punched by that guy, they'd probably end up in worse state than that magical guardian beast." Just then, Camilla called, "Chin, be careful. Some guardian beasts have blood coexistence." Chun Zhao had a blank expression. He didn't know what that meant at all. But when the others heard, their expressions all changed. "Chin, if you kill one, the others will get stronger." Hearing Sienna, Chun Zhao nodded lightly. Just then, 2 more guardian beasts attacked Chun Zhao from the left and right. Their sneak attacks were useless on Chun Zhao. The eye of shadow vision could accurately catch all of their movements. Chun Zhao raised his right fist, pulled back, and punched. One guardian beast got its head smashed, but the fist continued to the other side without slowing down. Unfortunately, the force weakened. When the other beast got punched by Chun Zhao, it only spat out some blood before quickly hiding into the darkness. 3 left. Just then, another charged over. Chun Zhao raised his right arm again. He happened to grab the beast's head. Crack! He squeezed the guardian beast's head and burst it. The 5 assassin witches gaped at Chun Zhao. Compared to the guardian beasts, this guy was more like a monster. The beasts by his foot were all killed by him alone. 2. The remaining 2 guardian beasts suddenly turned extremely fast. Everyone heard the sound of the wind around them. So fast. These 2 guardian beasts are too fast. There were only 2 left, but they were much more threatening than the 6 together. Chun Zhao could still catch their figures, but they were indeed too fast to be dealt with. Even Chun Zhao had no solutions. No, he had to think of a solution. If he could release another sneeze bomb, he might have a chance. But because they were sneeze bombs, they weren't up to Chun Zhao to decide. At least, Chun Zhao couldn't sneeze at will right now. Finally, the 2 beasts attacked Chun Zhao from the front and back. Chun Zhao stepped out. He was no longer staying in place. Instead, he charged directly at the beast. All of his power was built up in his right arm. He faced the front beast directly. Boom! Chun Zhao grew dizzy from the crash, but the guardian beast also fell to the ground. Just then, the other beast jumped behind Chun Zhao and bit his right shoulder. Chun Zhao grabbed backward and did an over-the-shoulder throw. Just as he was about to add in a punch, the other beast pounced and tackled him. Chun Zhao kicked up, kicking the beast away. Casting needle thread guidance, his magic instantly turned into thousands of threads that entangled around the beast. He pulled back fiercely. Chun Zhao's magic reshaped into a palm blade on his right hand. He cut straight through the guardian beast's head. The beast's outside was unharmed, but Chun Zhao had already sliced through the brain. It fell slowly to the ground. Only one guardian beast remained. Tut, tut, tut. Just then, the reinforcements of the 5 assassin witches had arrived. The last guardian beast immediately ducked into the darkness. Chun Zhao stood in place, panting heavily. Sienna and Rupert hurried over too. "Chin, how are you?" "I'm okay. These beasts aren't much different from wild animals. They only know how to wrestle. Poof! A beam of light flashed in the darkness. Then Qin Zhao saw an assassin witch's body get split open. Leah! Everyone sprawled onto the ground. Qin Zhao slapped himself. He jinxed them. Did these guardian beasts use sword qi too? Chapter 531 again. Chapter 531 again. Qin Zhao was also troubled. What exactly is blood coexistence? We were happily having a melee. Why can the last one release sword qi? That's cheating. Guess we can't play anymore. Chan, what do we do now? Let me think. Swish! Suddenly, another beam of white light shot out from the darkness. Where everyone was lying, a tree collapsed. Qin Zhao stopped the falling tree with his arm so that the rest would not be hit. There's no other way. If we wait here, we'll eventually be killed. I have to fight it directly. Don't get up. Chen, be careful. With the eye of shadow vision, Qin Zhao could see the magical guardian beast hidden in the darkness. It seemed to be preparing something in its mouth. A few seconds later, it fired a white beam from its mouth. Qin Zhao dodged to the left, and the beam barely missed him. A few more seconds later, Qin Zhao moved to the right and avoided the attack again. Wow! How did he dodge such a quick attack? The witch mercenaries had all been through systematic training. They were quite strong, as though they were from the army. However, similar to goods in the same production line, they had the exact same skills. They were adept at guns and similar magic items. But this also resulted in their weakness. Their magic knowledge was very poor, unlike Rupert and Sienna, who had been learning magic themselves. Of course, only Sienna and Rupert were true witches. The witch mercenaries were more like soldiers. Alone, Qin Zhao walked deeper and deeper into the forest until he disappeared into the darkness. He had already managed to analyze the guardian beast's attacks and weaknesses. Realizing Qin Zhao's approach, the magical guardian beast immediately moved back. It was quite intelligent. It knew that Qin Zhao was extremely powerful at close range. While it had become significantly stronger than before, it was not confident in taking Qin Zhao in close combat. Qin Zhao was actually somewhat glad that it was moving. After all, it could only release white beams while stationary. If it moved, its attacks would stop. Qin Zhao suddenly accelerated and chased after the guardian beast. He was no slower than the beast, at least when they were both charging. Suddenly, the magical guardian beast stopped without warning and turned to face Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao could feel his hair stand. Danger! A beam of white light shot toward him. Qin Zhao cursed as he threw himself to the side. It had been acting. The guardian beast could release white beams even when running. The white beam flashed across Qin Zhao's shoulder and left a wound. Just then, the magical guardian beast leaped at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao raised his arm and hit it with his fist. This time, the guardian beast only took a few steps back, unlike the last few ones which had been smashed directly. The guardian beast's body was clearly much tougher than before. Qin Zhao began to muster his magical power. Strength alone was insufficient to kill the beast. Sigh. Why am I in this kind of adventure? Why can't I just live in peace? The magical guardian beast pounced at Qin Zhao again, who also jumped at it. The two rolled into a scuffle as they punched and scratched each other frantically. Qin Zhao was also in a ruthless fury. He opened the mouth of Glutton and bit the guardian beast's neck tightly. The beast struggled wildly, attempting to break free. However, Qin Zhao was determined not to let go. Die! Qin Zhao put more force into the mouth. Crack! Finally, he heard a clear crack as the mouth of Glutton sank into the guardian beast's neck. The magical guardian beast struggled on the ground, but it did not manage to stand up again. By then, Chen Zhao was also too exhausted to move. Originally, Chen Zhao thought that he was powerful enough already. As long as he did not provoke everyone he saw, nothing would be able to threaten him. However, a random magical guardian beast was enough to force him into a predicament. It turned out that he was not as strong as he had imagined. The mouth of Glutton started to devour the beast's body again. It was a complete instinct. Chen Zhao did not want it to. Achoo! It was happening again. Indeed, it seemed like Chen Zhao should not eat random magic creatures again. Sienna, Rupert, and the rest finally reached. Chen, are you all right? At the moment, Chen Zhao looked really scary, with his entire body covered in blood. On the ground, there were the remains of the magical guardian beast. Ah, Chen Zhao's nose felt itchy again. Everyone escaped at once. His sneeze was too alarming. I'm fine now. Go and get the blue heart blossom. Chen Zhao shook his head. I'm fine. Achoo! A huge tree collapsed. Everyone stared at Chen Zhao, speechless. You're fine. I'm really fine now. You sure? Chen Zhao immediately turned around and sneezed again. Nobody spoke a word. Chen Zhao was also helpless. It was not something he could control. Rupert and Sienna finally got the blue heart blossom, the 4 witch mercenaries did not stop them. With Chen Zhao around, they really did not have the courage to snatch it. Instead, they left. I'm going home now. Let me send you back, Sienna said. Can you drive? Also, can your car take my sneeze? Thinking about the repair costs, Sienna eventually withdrew the offer. Actually, if Chen Zhao were to sneeze on her car, she could forget about the repair costs and send the car to the junkyard instead. When Chen Zhao returned home, he did not dare to enter the bedroom. He could not imagine what would happen if he sneezed at Feilai. Even if he sneezed in the room, he would be heartbroken. After Chen Zhao cleaned himself, he slept on the lounger in the forecourt. The next day, Feilai awakened Chen Zhao by tapping his cheeks. Chen, when did you come back last night? Why didn't you sleep in the room? I have a severe cold. I'm worried that I'll pass it to you. Feilai bent down and kissed Chen Zhao. I'm not scared. But I am. Chen Zhao rubbed his nose. I won't go to work today. I'll stay with you. Feilai was concerned about Chen Zhao's condition. He was ill, but he slept in the forecourt for an entire night because of her. She was very touched. Do you want to eat something? No, I don't really have an appetite. Chen Zhao shook his head. Do you want to go to the hospital? Please, I'm a doctor. Just then, Chen Zhao's hand phone rang in the living room. Too lazy to get up, he asked the home AI to pick the call up. Hey, Chen, there's a client. Are you up for it? I'm ill. I'm not going out, Chen Zhao said. What? You're ill? Big news. Are you in an ICU? Chapter 532, Kylanelipha. Chapter 532, Kylanelipha. Fuck, don't force me to beat you into the ICU. Fine, I won't tease you anymore. If you're not able to go out, should I have the client go to you instead? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. Feilai made a bowl of porridge for Chen Zhao and spoon-fed him. Chen Zhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dear, I only have a cold. I'm not disabled. I shouldn't wait until you're disabled before I feed you. Feilai looked at him with dissatisfaction. You don't like me feeding you. I like it. Let's continue. You really had to humor women. It felt warm and soothing to bask in the morning sun. Chen Zhao found a surgical mask to wear and sunbathed in the front yard. Sounds of Yura and Cheryl playing traveled to his ear. Feilai was busy working in and outside the house, but Chen Zhao didn't understand. There didn't seem to have so many things to do usually. How come Feilai became so busy when Chen Zhao got sick? He had no clue. Recently, Feilai read an article somewhere called Standards of the Chinese Wife, she decided to change her image. For example, Fei Lai realized that she wasn't hardworking enough. Especially after getting the inferior demons, she realized that she'd become even lazier. In the old house, she and Qin Zhao would take turns cooking. Now they rarely ever cooked. Fei Lai felt a sense of crisis. She was afraid that Qin Zhao would be unhappy or even annoyed at her laziness. So, she was quite happy that Qin Zhao was sick. All right, she was really happy, because she finally had a chance to show that she could be a good housewife. If Qin Zhao knew about Fei Lai's thoughts, he would probably die laughing. What era was this? Who still cared about being a good housewife? In Qin Zhao's opinion, a couple only had to maintain their sweetness. Anyway, Qin Zhao was very satisfied with Fei Lai's personality. As for whether she was hardworking or not, Qin Zhao was used to having people serve him now too. He didn't have the right to ask someone else to be hardworking. It was just like how a wealthy person wouldn't be hardworking if they had a bunch of servants. Would they fight their servants for work in order to show that they were hardworking? A car parked before the house. Fei Lai hurried over to welcome the guest. Earlier, she'd heard Qin Zhao and Ethan's conversation. She knew that there would be a client today. Two women came out of the car. The first woman had blonde hair, red lips, and big sunglasses. Her outfit was very fashionable. She wore a black, low-cut suit and loose black and white striped pants with heels. This woman was very tall. Fei Lai was already 7 meters tall, but she was still shorter than this woman. Fei Lai recognized the woman immediately. She was Kyla Nelifa, an A-list Hollywood star. The slightly older woman with plainer clothes and thick glasses was probably her assistant or manager. "Hello, how may I help you?" Facing this powerful woman, Fei Lai couldn't keep up her confidence. Kyla studied the house and the surrounding scenery. "I made an appointment with a doctor. Can you bring me to him?" "He's over there," Fei Lai said, pointing at Qin Zhao in the front yard. Kyla walked over to Qin Zhao and loomed over him. Sensing something, Qin Zhao opened his eyes and looked at the woman before him. "Did I disturb you?" Kyla asked. "Sorry." Qin Zhao stood up. "You are." Qin Zhao was 8 meters tall, but he was also having trouble facing this woman in stilettos. "I'm here for the doctor." Qin Zhao had met two women with powerful auras. One was Caprice, the prison warden. She was an aggressive and harsh woman. The first time Qin Zhao met Caprice, he'd gotten scared. The other one was Fei Lai's mother, Winnip. Winnip had gone through the trials of business. These two women had special auras. Today he met another one. Kyla's presence was completely different from Caprice and Winnip. "Come inside." Kyla and the assistant behind her followed Qin Zhao into the living room. But Princess was sleeping on the ground before them. Kyla's footsteps paused. "This is..." "Ah." The assistant behind her had a bigger reaction. She immediately started screaming. "Marian, shut up." "That's my pet," Qin Zhao said indifferently while kicking Princess to make her move. The corners of Kyla's lips twitched. Clearly, she wasn't feeling as composed as she looked on the surface. "Please sit," Qin Zhao said. "What do you need my help with? Do you have security cameras and such?" Kyla asked. "Yes. I would like for you to turn them off." Qin Zhao glanced around. "Manager, temporarily turn off the cameras." Kyla looked around. "What manager system do you have?" "Let's talk about the main topic," Qin Zhao said. "You turned off the surveillance already, right?" "Yes." Just then, Yura and Cheryl came in, screaming, with the Betos behind them. Then they ran out to the backyard. Qin Zhao was speechless, but he still had a smile. "Let's continue." "Were those two girls getting chased by a huge lizard? Are you sure it's okay?" "It's okay. They're just playing. Ignore them." "All right. Kyla was about to take off her sunglasses when Marion started screaming again. Snake! Snake! Chen Zhao tossed Raymond into the kitchen. Clapping his hands, he said, "Let us continue." Kyla finally took off her glasses. Chen Zhao saw a finger-sized pustule under her left eye. "Can you get rid of it?" Kyla asked. Chen Zhao frowned. This wasn't a pimple. If it was a normal breakout, it would only be a bit bigger than the typical pustular acne. But with Kyla, it looked like she'd gotten poisoned. Of course, it wasn't the typical kind of poison. Instead, it was when the toxins in her body reached a certain level and gathered in her face. The pustule directly destroyed Kyla's beauty, especially for a celebrity of her status. This pustule could destroy her career. Chun Zhao's mind whirred to search for a solution. "This isn't an incurable disease," Chun Zhao said. "Why did you come to me?" "I asked 4 doctors before you. They all replied, telling me to do plastic surgery, but I don't have that much time. I have an audition in 3 days. I need to do this audition in my best state, so I hope you can give me a different answer. I heard that you're the best in the industry." "In that case, you might have to live here for 2 days," Qin Zhao said. "If I live here for 2 days, do you promise you can solve my problem?" Chapter 533, Cosmetology. Chapter 533, Cosmetology. It's a serious pustule. Your lifestyle and diet must have been unhealthy, which caused toxins to accumulate in your body, Qin Zhao said. With the current technology, it's not hard to physically remove and restore it. However, detox will be more difficult. Given your oily skin, it may recur. If this continues, your face will become very rough in less than 5 years. Kyla Nelifa was horrified by Chen Zhao's words. No woman would not take care of her appearance, especially someone like Kyla. If she really became what Qin Zhao described, she would rather die. Kyla Nelifa also knew that many women in Hollywood could not go out in their natural looks. Of course, they certainly looked better than most common people. However, because they were stars, their ugliness would be magnified. It was difficult for a normal person to understand how much a female celebrity would do to protect her appearance and skin. Chun Zhao heard that some female stars in China always had face masks on whenever they were off the screen. "Then what can you do for me?" "Detox, pustule removal, oil removal, and a cosmetic session for your skin. $200,000 for 2 days, Qin Zhao said. "The price is fine, but I'll only pay after I see the effects." "No problem." "Marion, go and bring my stuff here," Kyla said. "Ah." Just then, Yura and Cheryl ran across the living room again. This time, they were being chased by the silly twins. Marion thought that she was about to lose her mind. "The animals chasing them just now are wolves, right? Are you sure they'll be all right?" "Yup, they're all my pets." Just then, Feilai walked over with 2 glasses of beverage. "Please help yourselves." "Papaya juice. It helps in detox," Qin Zhao said. "Your girlfriend." Kyla looked at Feilai. Although Kyla had a better temperament, she really envied Feilai's skin. They were about the same age, but Feilai's skin was very healthy and smooth. As a celebrity who was really concerned about her appearance, Kyla had her own way to maintain her looks. Nonetheless, she knew the features of Western women's skin. 30 years old was usually a dividing line. Because of eating habits, many Western women would experience enlarging pores and increased oil secretion after they turned 30. At the same time, the hair on their bodies would grow rapidly, including their faces. At the moment, Kyla was already 26. The oil secretion on her face was alarming. She had to wash her face and change her makeup every 3 hours. "Hi, I'm Feilai Johnson." "Feilai, your skin looks really amazing. Qin taught me. Sometimes he'll help me to detox." Kyla could see the sweetness in Feilai's eyes when she looked at Chen Zhao. Kyla began to consider if she should also find a boyfriend who knew medicine and cosmetology. Ms. Kyla, please wash the foundation off. Let's do detox first. Must I remove it? Kyla looked at Qin Zhao hesitantly. Have you seen a person have a cosmetic session with makeup? All right. Fei Lai brought Kyla into the restroom. When Kyla appeared before Qin Zhao again without her makeup, she had changed completely. While she was still pretty, her aggressive temperament was gone. Indeed, it seemed like most celebrities lived on makeup, regardless of which country they were from. Of course, Kyla Nelifa was not old, so her skin could still be saved. Where do we go? Just lie on the sofa, Qin Zhao said. Then he took out all his needles and performed acupuncture on Kyla's face. Pierce South was rather upset. He had spent so much to hire a killer, but he had yet to hear anything from them. Although he had only paid the deposit, it was still $500,000. Did the killer fail too? Pierce South felt more and more scared. Was there nobody who could kill that Chinese? Since killers can't kill you, I'll find mercenaries. Pierce South knew an organization that trained witch mercenaries. He found their number and called them at once. Hi, I have a task for you. Tell me the task and bounty. Then we'll evaluate to see if we'll accept it. Pierce heard a woman's voice. It sounded simple and experienced. A Chinese wizard. He's very powerful. Bounty, 2 million. Do you have his details? Yes, I'll send it to you. Sent. Fuck. Who the fuck will accept this task? You want to kill us all? Asshole, you can save that 2 million for your own fucking coffin. Clang. The woman had already hung up in anger. Pierce South opened his mouth and could not speak for a while. What did she mean? Was that Chinese really that scary? The witch mercenary organization cursed him once they received the information. How powerful was that Chinese? However, Pierce South did not recall Qin Zhao being very powerful the first time they met. Pierce began to feel very uneasy. He thought about what had happened. First of all, a famous witch in LA gave up the mission. Then it was the sorcerer killer, and then the killer whom Pierce had not heard from. The killer was probably dead by now. Now, the witch mercenary organization saw the information and actually said that Pierce was trying to kill all of them. Was that Chinese strong enough to fight against the entire organization? The more Pierce South thought about it, the more frightened he was. No, I can't stay here anymore. LA is no longer safe. If that Chinese finds me, I'll die a terrible death. I have to escape. At the moment, Pierce South was already starting to have regrets. He had underestimated how dangerous Qin Zhao was. In fact, he had spent most of his money in several futile attempts to kill Qin Zhao. Instead, he offended Qin Zhao totally. Pierce South booked a train ticket online. He had to leave the city first. Meanwhile, Kelly also received a message. Kelly, someone called Pierce South booked a train to San Francisco online. The train number is FA 512, departing on the 28th. Chapter 534, Treatment Effect. Chapter 534, Treatment Effect. Okay, wait until your assistant brings your things over, Qin Zhao said. Then you can wash it off. Can I use the bathroom? Sure. Anyway, you'll be living here for the next 2 days, so there's no need to be polite. Qin Zhao had stimulated Kyla's digestive tract just then to make her expel what was in her stomach and intestines. How do you extinguish your worship for an idol or celebrity? Have a fan live with their idol for a day. This was why Qin Zhao never worshipped or revered anyone. Even the brightest stars were still human. Kyla was exactly like this. Even though she was an A-list celebrity, it still couldn't change her identity. She sat on the toilet and things came out unobstructed. She felt much more relaxed now. But before she could stand up, she discovered that black filth had started seeping out of her skin. She wiped it and found that it was sticky. It was disgusting. Quickly leaving the bathroom, Kyla hurried to find Chun Zhao. Mr. Chin, why is this black stuff coming out of my skin? It's a normal detoxification process, Chun Zhao said calmly. Don't worry. It's a good sign. If you can expel the toxins in you, it means that your body is still healthy. If you still couldn't do it under my stimulation, you'd probably have to go to the hospital to check your kidneys. Can I borrow Fei Lai's clothes? Kyla asked. She honestly couldn't stand the dirty feeling all over. Chun Zhao shrugged. You can ask her. Kyla quickly got clothes from Fei Lai and went to take a shower. But Fei Lai's clothes were a size too small. Chun Zhao didn't even dare to look at Kyla anymore. Her figure was too hot. It was to the point that he would spit blood. After showering, Kyla was much more energetic. She could feel clearly that her pores had gotten smaller and her skin was more elastic. We'll detoxify once more in the afternoon, Chun Zhao said. In the afternoon, Marian came again. Chun Zhao blanched at the giant suitcases. Kyla, are you sure you're not moving somewhere? Kyla looked at Chun Zhao helplessly. Can you help? Just leave it. Chun Zhao had no choice but to pick up the two heaviest suitcases. Kyla, you look different. Marian gazed at Kyla. As the person closest to her, Marian was very clear about Kyla's condition. But in merely one morning, Kyla seemed to have become a different person. As a woman, even Marian was a bit tempted. But the cost of $200,000 stopped her. This price was too expensive for an assistant. But she had to admit that the effect was definitely worth the price. Marian hesitated. Should she take her savings from these years and borrow some funds from the bank to get herself a treatment too? Kyla looked at her body. Are you serious? Yeah, it's really obvious. Kyla, how do you feel? Not bad. Kyla was overjoyed inside, but she still had a cold expression on the outside. In the afternoon, Chun Zhao did acupuncture on Kyla again. The entire time, Marian watched from the side. In the beginning, she wanted to secretly learn. Maybe if she learned it, she wouldn't have to spend the $200,000. But after seeing Chun Zhao's almost perverted acupuncture moves, Marian lost all hope. As expected, it wasn't easy to save $200,000. It was impossible to learn this. Kyla, my hand may touch some sensitive parts later. Okay, I understand. Chun Zhao's finger started pressing down on Kyla's waist. The numb feelings made Kyla moan involuntarily. It really felt great. Chun Zhao rolled her eyes. Kyla, can you keep a clear mind? Fei Lai was still home. It made him really awkward for Kyla to make those noises. Sorry. Kyla realized that she'd lost control. But Chun Zhao's massage was honestly very comfortable. She instantly forgot where she was. Okay, you can get up, Chun Zhao said. Go wash. Mister. Chin, would you mind if I play in the lake? No problem, Chun Zhao said. Marian, you can go with Kyla. There's no need to be so formal in my home. With that, Chun Zhao went upstairs. When he was treating Kyla, he'd had to hold so many feelings in. Chun Zhao pulled Fei Lai straight to the bedroom, locked the door, and started. Kyla had just finished showering. She felt like the black spots on her body had almost all disappeared, especially on her face. She'd had some colored spots on her face, but they were all gone now. This treatment effect was too good. Even if this was the entire effect, she thought it was worth the $200,000. Kyla went upstairs to find Chun Zhao, but she heard some small noises when she reached the bedroom door. Face reddening, Kyla escaped downstairs. No matter how well the soundproof walls were, she could still hear things. After changing, Kyla jumped into the lake. The cold water immersed every inch of her skin, extinguishing the fire within her. Swimming in the sea was very bad for the skin. There was salt in the water. It was very harmful to the skin, especially when under the sun after getting out of the water. That was why one had to use fresh water to wash off the salt after swimming in the sea. But there wasn't this problem when swimming in a freshwater lake. She could stay there for as long as she wanted. It was so comfortable and perfect. Kyla felt like she could stay here forever. Marion also jumped into the lake and swam slowly. Marion, what do you think about this place? It's great, just a bit too many animals. Just then, a scream came from the center of the lake. It was Yura and Cheryl. Kyla had been here for half a day and saw these two girls messing around inside and outside the house. Something tossed the meters into the sky. Then they landed with a splash. What's that? Kyla asked, confused. A whale? Such a big tail. Will they get eaten by the whale? Kyla rolled her eyes. She knew that Marion was scared of any animal. That whale was clearly playing with the girls. But can whales live in a freshwater lake? Chapter 535, Perfect Life. Chapter 535, Perfect Life. As Kyla Nelifa approached Yura and Cheryl, she finally saw the whale's full body. She almost screamed in shock. Yura and Cheryl were lying on the whale's back, laughing occasionally. Kyla could not help but envy them. She continued to swim toward Amon. However, Amon kept avoiding her, not giving her any chance to near him. After swimming for a while, Kyla realized that she was not getting any close to Amon. She was rather frustrated. Suddenly, she felt her foot cramp. Then she began to sink. Kyla slapped the water fiercely with her hands. Help! Ah, I think that female star is going to drown. Amon, go and lift her up. Amon unwillingly swam below Kyla and then resurfaced, carrying her on his back. Kyla touched Amon in amazement. It was her first time being so close to a whale. Amon was enormous, but not scary at all. Instead, Kyla felt very safe. Yura and Cheryl climbed onto Amon's back when Kyla asked, "What's its name?" Amon. Amon. Think I've heard this name before. Kyla suddenly seemed to recall something. Wait, is he the whale in Mr. Stevens' new movie? I don't know. Yura. Has Amon acted in a movie? Dunno. I'll ask brother later. He's huge. Kyla stood up. Does he not move? Usually not, unless brother instructs him to. Mr. Chin. Kyla thought that the place was too perfect. It was simply heaven. The house was filled with vitality and animals which coexisted in peace with their master. Unfortunately, Yura and Cheryl were much younger than Kyla, and it was not fun for her. They would only play between themselves. Kyla could not even find an opportunity to speak. She could only swim back to shore. When she returned, she saw Chin Zhao and Feilai walking out, holding each other's hands. It was unfortunate that there was already a madam here. Kyla approached the two. At the moment, they were sitting on the ground, leaning against Princess. It was a lovely sight that only existed in fairy tales. Hey, Ms. Kyla, I hope you find my place all right. It's amazing. The environment is more than perfect, and the people too, Kyla said with a smile. Isn't it troublesome to have so many pets? I mean, won't it be dangerous? Ask Chin. He's an animal trainer, Feilai said. You're an animal trainer. That's just a hobby. My main occupation is still a doctor. Chin Zhao did not want his professionalism to be questioned because of his hobbies. What's that smell? It's so good. Our dinner, Chin Zhao said. Weren't you? Kyla was confused. Weren't they in the bedroom just now? How did they manage to cook dinner? The two smiled but did not answer her question. Spanish seafood paella, Spanish cold soup, manchego. Kyla realized that all the food was Spanish style. Kyla was Spanish, so she knew the popular dishes in Spain. Moreover, they tasted quite authentic. Of course, they were still slightly different from the original dishes. Nevertheless, Kyla was very satisfied with the dinner. But how did they have time to cook? They probably did not even enter the kitchen. Was there a servant in the mansion that she did not notice? Did they specially prepare these dishes because they knew that she was Spanish? In fact, she was overthinking. It was merely a coincidence that it was the Spanish dishes day. To ensure that they would not be fired or replaced, the underlings had been learning new recipes every day. Can I have more soup, please? Marian asked, somewhat embarrassed. Of course. Feel free to have whatever you want. We have more than enough, Phalai said with a smile. I'll help you to get it. I'll do it myself, thank you. Ms. Kyla, would you like to have some too? Phalai asked. She noticed that Kyla did not eat much. She recalled that Kyla had not eaten much for lunch as well. No, thank you. I don't usually eat a lot. Kyla indeed wanted more food. However, the first challenge celebrities had to face was to control their mouths. Don't worry. If you're worried about your shape, you can ask Chin for help. He also offers weight loss programs. In the past, he's helped a girl to lose from 140 kilograms to 60 kilograms in a month. Phalai thought that, as a good partner, she should also help Chin Zhao in his career. Oh, is it? If you want to lose weight, you actually have to control your diet. A person can't eat and slim at the same time. Chin Zhao shrugged. Of course, Ms. Kyla, you've indeed eaten too little. I can create a food list for you. At least you'll be able to eat something. Health is closely related to appearance. If your body is damaged from the inside, it'll first show on your face. Food list? That's great. How much will it cost? Free, Chin Zhao said, smiling. Do you usually exercise? Not really, but before every audition, I would do some specific training. You can spend 30 minutes swimming every day. It can make you healthier, and you also won't have to train before auditions. Of course, unless it's a special role. Mr. Chen, can you make a food list for me too? Marian asked uneasily. She was not rich enough to pay for Chen Zhao's treatment. Nonetheless, concerned with her appearance, she did not want to miss this opportunity. Therefore, she wanted to try her luck. Sure, Chen Zhao agreed readily. Kyla really had to admit that life here was too comfortable. Her house was not bad either, but the environment and atmosphere here were way better. Mr. Chen, do you have any intention to sell your house? Sorry, we've just built it. I don't plan to sell it. Chen Zhao shook his head. Kyla was rather disappointed. With her experience, she could roughly tell that the whole mansion cost at most $2 million to build. But it was much better than her house, which cost $6 million. Chapter 536, Goblin. Chapter 536, Goblin. Kyla was picky about her bed, so she couldn't sleep at night. She lay in bed for 3 hours. Then she got up and stood by the window. She saw stars formed by fireflies in the shadows of the backyard. When a breeze blew by, whooshes sounded in the forest. Millions of fireflies started wrapping around the large tree, spiraling up like a galaxy. Kyla was already stunned by this magical scene. It was an asphyxiating scene. Kyla felt like she was living in a fairy tale castle. Just then, she discovered that some fireflies landed in the forest, and a tiny figure darted among the trees. It's so late. How come there are kids? Kyla was doubtful. No, the little figure didn't run like a kid. What is it doing? Confused, Kyla stared at the figure. It seemed to carry a small bucket and was splashing water at the grapevine. Another small figure appeared. They started chattering to each other. Then the other one started loosening the soil. Goblins? Kyla's first thought was the goblins from stories. Kyla opened the window. But the moment she opened it, the little things under the grapevine heard the noise and vanished in the forest. Looking at the disappeared goblins, Kyla was disappointed. She should have been more careful, or not even open the window. That night, Kyla kept the windows open and slept well. The night breeze occasionally blew into the window. The cool current actually made Kyla more comfortable in bed. When she opened her eyes again, it was already bright out. Knock, knock. Kyla, are you awake? Marion was knocking outside. Come in. Kyla stretched. Before, when she stayed at hotels, she could never sleep. But here, she didn't feel any discomfort. Kyla, mister. Chin and Feilai have prepared breakfast. They're calling for you. Okay. Kyla, you seem… Marion stared at Kyla. Me? What's wrong? You look refreshed, Marion said. Really? Kyla thought that Marion was just kissing up to her. But when she was washing up and saw herself in the mirror, she was taken aback. She seemed to have gone back to when she was 20. Her tight and fine skin was incredible. Actually, it was mainly because she'd improved her skin. A person's age mostly showed in the skin. So, as Kyla's skin kept improving, it would naturally make her look younger. As for the pustule under her eye, it was already gone. Even if she didn't put on makeup now, Kyla was still confident in her looks. When she got to the dining room, Feilai had already finished breakfast. Kyla, are you used to drinking soy milk? Of course. Kyla believed that she didn't have to worry about eating something wrong in Qin Zhao's house. Qin Zhao's skills were undeniable. His stuff must be the best. Delicious. Kyla really liked the soy milk. It was her first time drinking it. Where did you buy it? We made it ourselves, Feilai said, smiling. Actually, they just bought the soybeans and had the inferior demons grind them. Oh, is it complicated? It's not complicated, but the process is a bit annoying. You can buy it in the supermarket too, but the machine-made soy milk won't taste as good as ours. Feilai was very proud. After all, only her house had this kind of soy milk. You couldn't get it anywhere outside. After breakfast, Feilai went to work. Kyla, let us continue the treatment. Do I still need to continue? Since I accepted your money, I'll work to the best level. Of course, if you think this is enough, then I don't mind either. What a joke. The first day was already so effective. How could Kyla refuse him now? She also wanted to know just how great Qin Zhao could make her skin. After the treatment, Kyla discovered that her skin released less oil and toxins. This wasn't hard to understand. After showering, Kyla felt that her skin had gotten even better. Qin Zhao's treatment was visible. The effects were obvious too. In the afternoon, Qin Zhao gave Kyla the last detoxification treatment. This time, very little toxins were released. Kyla, this ointment is for you. I made it myself. It can effectively fade scars. Qin Zhao looked at Marion beside them. Marion, here's one for you too. Huh, I have one too. Marion was surprised. Take it. Marion had average skin and some scars on her face. Qin Zhao was just doing offhanded charity. He did hope that this was an emotional investment and Marion would come to him for treatment in the future. He didn't know that Marion did have this thought. He underestimated a woman's desire for beauty. Usually, he never heard Feilai talk about where she was dissatisfied with herself because Qin Zhao always treated her proactively. When Feilai got hurt or scratched at work, Qin Zhao would give her treatment immediately. Others didn't get this kind of treatment. Marion saw that Kyla's treatment was so effective and made her want it too. Of course, her bank card suppressed her urge. This is the meal plan I created for you. Kyla, this is yours. And this is yours, Marion. Thank you. Marion was quite happy. After all, this was free. And it was an expert beautician who made the meal plan. If you have any other health problems, you can come and find me. I welcome you at any time. You're so expensive, Kyla said, chuckling. I don't dare to come more times. She was just joking. With her price for a movie, she didn't lack $200,000. She already spent more than $1 million on her beauty. For example, the monthly laser treatment was $20,000 each time. The laser also had certain risks, but for a girl who loved looking pretty, any risk was worth it before something actually happened. But now, Kyla wasn't willing to take those risks anymore. After all, she had a better option now. Chapter 537, Accident in the Studio. Chapter 537, Accident in the Studio. Although Kyla Nellifa would like to continue staying at Chun Zhao's place, it was clearly impossible. They were only acquaintances, or more like a doctor and his patient. Moreover, Chun Zhao and Fei Lai had their own life. Lastly, as a celebrity, her schedule was completely filled. Kyla only stayed for 2 days. It was really a memorable experience. Kyla stared at the shrinking mansion in the rear mirror in silence. It was as if she was bidding farewell to a fairy tale. After all, she still had to return to reality. Ms. Kyla, actually you could have stayed for another day. Have you forgotten about the audition this afternoon? Kyla had to adjust her emotions and get ready for the audition later. Of course, Kyla had been to hundreds of auditions, from being unknown to very popular. But even now, she still had to give it her best. No big production would choose their female lead carelessly. Even a top celebrity could not guarantee that she would receive the role. Firstly, there would be competition between various agencies and investors, and then the actor's appearance, popularity, pay, and acting skills. A top-tier actress might not be an Oscar Award winner, but at least she needed to have some acting skills. If Kyla only had appearance, like her plan a few years ago, she would never become a top-tier actress. Acting skills sound mysterious, but they are actually real. When you act with a supporting actor, you would always be the center of attention. When you act with a male lead, you would not be ignored. Even in an ensemble cast, the audience would also notice you. Of course, not every movie gives its actors an opportunity to perform. In movies like Transformers, the leads are really more like supporting roles. The real leads are the robots, created by CGI. Normally, top-tier actors would not take those roles, unless the pay was really high. The audition this time was in the Hollywood studios, where many movie companies had gathered. People looking for opportunities roamed here every day. They would even stop passing cars and attempt to sell their scripts. However, the success rate was clearly almost zero. When Kyla reached the studio, there was already a long queue of young actresses. Most of them had agencies, while the rest were here to try their luck. Of course, Kyla did not have to queue like these girls. Moreover, they were auditioning for different roles. These girls were probably only aiming for a role with a minute of screen time, like a receptionist or a waitress in a restaurant. Kyla was very lucky, or rather she had a powerful background. She did not have to work from the bottom. Her very first role was a secondary female lead. Kyla entered another audition area directly. There were significantly fewer people here. The actresses waiting at the entrance were all somewhat popular. Kyla here. A lady who was about the same age as Kyla waved at her. It was Kyla's cousin, and she was similarly from a rich family. In Hollywood, only women like them, who were relatives and not direct competitors, could become real friends. If they were like the background-less girls outside competing for the same role, they would become enemies at once, even if they had been best friends. "Hey, Fanny." The two gave each other a warm hug. Kyla asked, "Are you here for the female lead too?" "No, please, I'm not even on the C list. My agency has arranged a role for me. It's only a brief shot," Fanny Lee said, looking at Kyla in envy. "When will I become as popular as you?" "Soon. You'll soon be like me." "Kyla, what lotion have you been using? Your skin looks amazing." Fanny felt Kyla's arm. It felt more like a teenage girl's. Kyla's skin was so smooth that the pores could not even be seen. Fanny almost thought she was touching a piece of silk. She could not feel any roughness. In fact, it was not just Kyla's arm, but also her face. With her light makeup, she was filled with youth. Fanny was really jealous of Kyla's skin as she kept touching her hand. Eventually, Fanny could not help but feel Kyla's face. God, did you go for a facelift? No, even a facelift can't be this good. I know. Suddenly, a woman walked in from outside. She looked over 30. After she entered, she scanned the crowd, searching for someone. Finally, her eyes locked onto Fanny. You bitch! The woman approached Fanny with a glass of liquid in her hand. Fanny panicked upon seeing the woman and turned to run. But the woman was already next to her. She poured the liquid at Fanny. No. Fanny blocked the liquid with her hand. The next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her palm. Ah! Fanny covered her hand and crashed to the ground in agony. The woman was about to act further when Kyla, who had recovered from the surprise, knocked her over. By then the guard at the side also reacted. He quickly charged over and subdued the woman. Kyla immediately poured the mineral water she had onto Fanny's hand. Fanny, how is it? My hand. Marion, call the ambulance. Fanny was in deep pain, suffering a large burn on her hand. It was clear what the woman had poured on her. Luckily, the liquid did not get onto her face. Soon the ambulance finally arrived and brought Fanny to the hospital. Nevertheless, because of the accident, the audition had to be paused. Ms. Kyla, your arm. Marion noticed the obvious burn, which was about the size of a baby's palm on Kyla's arm. Kyla was in pain too. She had actually noticed it earlier. The liquid might have splashed onto her arm when the woman poured it. Let's apply Mr. Chen's ointment and go to the hospital. Marion applied the ointment on Kyla's arm. Immediately, she felt a wave of coolness. Wow, it's much better now. Chapter 538, The Pursuit is Here. Chapter 538, The Pursuit is Here. Kyla and Marion were about to go to the hospital when the phone rang. Kyla, your phone. She took the phone. Hello. A moment later, her expression changed. Go back. Kyla, we're almost at the hospital. There's a new role, but your arm is burned. It's okay, Kyla said. I'm already hurt anyway. She touched the wound. The pain had subsided a lot. It seemed that the ointment was quite effective. Kyla, how about we ask Mr. Chin? Maybe he has a solution. It's useless. This is a serious burn. I'll need a skin graft, at the very least. The arm injury wasn't large, but it had been high-concentration sulfuric acid. The surface skin was already damaged and even wrinkled. She would probably need to rely on skin grafts to heal it. Later, Kyla went to audition at the site. She didn't get a result yet. After the busy day, Kyla was exhausted. Kyla, should we go to the hospital now? Whatever, I'm tired, she replied, fatigued. Let's not go now. She pulled up her sleeve, but discovered that there was a layer of dead skin where her injury was. Huh. She let out a surprised sound. Marion looked at Kyla's arm. That's strange. Is that what a burn looks like? Kyla pulled off the dead skin. The injured skin was red and clearly different from the nearby skin. It hurt a bit, but it wasn't as intense as in the afternoon. No, it looks like it's healing. Kyla's face was filled with confusion. She remembered that her mother had had similar experiences. Once, cooking oil had splashed onto her arm. It left behind a permanent scar. Kyla's injury should be even worse than her mother's, but it seemed to be lighter than she'd imagined. Kyla, could it be that ointment? Is it that ointment? Kyla pulled it out again and applied it to her injury. Oh! The cool feeling came again. So nice. Hello, Mr. Chin. Kelly. Chun Zhao asked tentatively, looking at the unfamiliar number. It's me. What's wrong? I discovered Pier South. He's going to San Francisco tomorrow afternoon on train FA 512. Okay, Qin Zhao said. If I capture him, our previous conflicts will be nullified. I'll call you tomorrow. After ending the call with Kelly, Chen Zhao fell into deep thought again. How would he capture him? Could he just take the man away under broad daylight? This wasn't a movie, and he didn't have a big background. If Pierce yelled, he could send Qin Zhao into the police station. Got it. Qin Zhao called Sienna. Sienna, help me do something. Okay, Sienna answered without any hesitation. Qin Zhao told her everything. Then he called Gaia. She was the best at torturing people. After all, she was a professional. Next day, Qin Zhao arrived at the L.A. train station in high spirits. Sienna and Rupert came too. Rupert, why are you here? Qin Zhao was a bit surprised that she would come. To return favors, Rupert said with a proud expression. Qin, where is he? Sienna asked. I don't know. We have to wait for news. There were quite a lot of people at the train station. It wasn't a sea of people like in China, but there were a few hundred people. It wasn't easy to find Pierce in so many people. After waiting in the station for half an hour, Kelly's call came. Are you at the train station? Yes, Qin Zhao answered. Platform 6. He has 2 guards before and behind him. Okay. Qin Zhao nodded. After ending the call again, he said to Sienna and Rupert, the location's confirmed. Let's go. At the same time, Pierce was looking around nervously. He hadn't been able to sleep easily ever since he destroyed the relationship with Qin Zhao. The man gave him too much stress. So many continuous clashes had all ended in failure. He didn't have any more money to hire people and kill Qin Zhao. He could only leave the city now. When he had a chance in the future, he would return again. Suddenly, Pierce saw a figure. The figure was like a nightmare. A true nightmare had befallen. Qin Zhao saw him at the same time that he noticed Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao waved at him from the distance. His smile was friendly and sincere. Pierce wanted to lower his head, but it was too late. See that Asian in a white shirt? Pierce said to his bodyguards, Go stop him. I don't care what you do. The 2 guards looked at Qin Zhao. That little guy was nothing difficult. With that, Pierce went in the other direction. Hey, dude, you can't go through here. The 2 guards blocked Qin Zhao. Whoosh! Suddenly, the water bottle in one guard's hand exploded. The 2 guards blanched. They were only regular guards with a $3,000 monthly salary. Basically, they were advanced thugs. Next time, it'll be your head exploding. Are you sure you want to stop me? Sir, Qin Zhao nodded in the direction where Kelly was hiding. Kelly raised her sniper emotionlessly. She really wanted to blast the man's head apart. Can you move now? Thank you. Qin Zhao moved past the 2 guards. Pierce had already gone far away. He gave up on boarding the train. He was afraid that if he did and Qin Zhao followed him, he really would have nowhere to hide. While running, he called the police. I need protection. I'm getting chased. Right now. Silence. A voice sounded behind him. Pierce's expression froze. He found that he couldn't produce any sound. There was an unfamiliar woman behind him. Pierce immediately started running. He wanted to scream for help, but he couldn't make any sound. He charged out of the train station and into a taxi that happened to stop beside him. Sir, where are you going? Pierce still couldn't make any sound. The driver turned around. Pierce discovered that it was a muscular woman. You can't talk? Going to a motel? Pierce nodded furiously. Then I'll take you to a motel I know, the driver said. Chapter 539, Claustrophobic Survival Challenge. Chapter 539, Claustrophobic Survival Challenge. The effect of silence gradually faded. Pierce South said, I want a place with a good environment, clean and tidy, nice food, cheap prices, preferably with a lot of sexy ladies. Only $10 per night. Tell the owner that I've recommended the place. Have you just ignored my other requirements? You look like you're running away from trouble. Stop asking for more. Pierce South was speechless. The taxi stopped in front of a motel. Pierce South entered the motel. I need a room. $12. Thanks. Gaia recommended the place. She told me that it only costs 10. Fine. 10 in cash, no food. Move your legs away. Pierce South saw an Asian woman mopping the floor beside him. He gave a humph and pointed at the freshly made burgers beside the counter. Give me 2 burgers. Sorry, they're not for sale, the owner replied. What? Can you even finish all of them? It's none of your business, the owner said. Pierce South turned to leave in frustration. He was running for his life now and had to keep a low profile, or else he would really have killed the owner. Fuck! What a shithole! Pierce South waved his hand. The room was filled with a moldy odor. Is this place even for people to live? Damn, it's all because of that Chinese. Otherwise, Pierce South would not have ended in such a state. If he wanted to stay in a proper hotel, he would need to show his ID. Since that Chinese could find out about his train number, he would surely be able to do the same for hotels. Staying in an improper motel like this was clearly a better choice. Although it was unsatisfactory, he would at least be safe. Pierce decided to get some food. He recalled seeing a restaurant nearby when he was in the car just now. Pierce South went downstairs when he saw Chin Zhao sitting before the counter. Hey, mister. Pierce, long time no see. Pierce turned and ran back upstairs. Chin Zhao pursed his lips. How rude. Why are you all so rude? Fuck off. Is that a stereotype? Auntie Li, did you tell him that? Ignoring their bickering, Li Qing continued to mop the floor in silence. You better go before he escapes. My burgers aren't for you because you never pay. Fine. Chin Zhao stole another burger before leaving. Your burgers are so delicious. Because they're free? Ethan said, displeased. Chun Zhao went upstairs and saw Pierce South with his luggage at the end of the aisle. Panicked, he was about to climb out of the window. Chun Zhao greeted Pierce South with a bright smile, but then raging flames erupted from the room before him and blocked his path. Fuck! This asshole set the place on fire! Enraged, Chen Zhao charged through the fire and kicked Pierce South at once. Pierce South fell from the second floor with his luggage. His suitcase popped open, and it was filled with cash. 500,000. It was all the money he had. Chun Zhao jumped down from the second floor. Then he turned and glanced at the motel. It all happened because he wanted to act cool. Ethan and Li Qing had already run out from inside, and Ethan was obviously cursing loudly. Chun Zhao walked up and stamped Pierce's legs, fracturing them. Ethan, stop cussing. Take this as your compensation. Fuck. Do you know that my father gave this motel to me? Do you know how important it is? I think there's about 500,000 in here. 500,000. Ethan's eyes widened. Huh. Nice fire. Out with the old, in with the new. Chun Zhao did not stay any longer. He had to bring Pierce South away before the fire truck arrived. Thus, he bid goodbye to Ethan and Li Qing. At the moment, Pierce South had yet to recover from his fall. He was in the trunk of the car. All he could do was to keep struggling, hoping that someone would hear him. Unfortunately, they were in the suburbs. After some time, Chun Zhao finally dragged Pierce South down the car. Pierce scanned his surroundings in fear. He had no idea where they were. It was all trees. What do you want? Mister. Chin. I was wrong. I apologize. Please let me off. Nah, I've already forgotten about that. Then where are you bringing me to? Chun Zhao had been grabbing one of his legs and dragging him on the ground. As long as you can complete something, I promise I will never find you again. All right, what is it? I promise you that I'll do it. Pierce cried and shouted, Please let me go. I've been doing an experiment called the Claustrophobic Survival Challenge. I've done it a few times already, but nobody can complete it. I need you to participate in and complete the experiment for me. What's the Claustrophobic Survival Challenge? You'll find out very soon, Chen Zhao said with a smile. Soon, Pierce South heard some voice in front. He saw that heavily built female driver. Damn, I should have known that they know each other. Chin, is this deep enough? Gaia asked with a shovel. Chen Zhao turned around and glanced at Pierce South. More or less. Mister. Pierce, get into that box. What do you want? Get inside. Didn't you want me to help you in the Claustrophobic Survival Challenge? I'll help you. This is the one, Chen Zhao said calmly. Wait, you want to bury me alive? No. It's called the Claustrophobic Survival Challenge. I'll give you anything you want. What can you offer me? Chen Zhao asked, squatting in front of Pierce South. You should be out of money, right? Chen Zhao asked. Pierce South could feel horror growing inside him. Suddenly he had an idea. I can translate that nautical dairy for you. I can help you find the treasures. Gaia looked at Chen Zhao. Before this, she did not know about the treasures. But now that she did, she had to convince Chen Zhao to let her join. No need. I've already found someone to translate it for me. Even if they can translate it, they might not find the treasures. There are many hidden meanings that only I know. If you can do it, so can others. I know a professional exploration team. They have an actual professor. He's definitely more professional than you. Chen Zhao grinned. Looks like you have nothing else to add. Time to start the Claustrophobic Survival Challenge. Chapter 540, Destroy the Evidence. Chapter 540, Destroy the Evidence. Chen Zhao didn't care about all that. He stuffed Pierce South into the case and kicked it into the ditch. Add the dirt. They kept going until all the dirt was added and the ground was flat. How long are you going to bury him for? Let's just wait, Chen Zhao said. We need to open his mouth. He has the information I need. You mean the treasure he mentioned? Are you interested? Chen Zhao looked at Gaia. Of course. If I really go find that treasure, you'll get a portion. And then, what are you going to do with him? Well, I don't plan on forgiving him. Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. This bastard keeps hiring people to kill me. Chen Zhao and Gaia weren't rookies anymore, so they didn't feel many emotions from this. If it was when Chen Zhao had first arrived in America, he might be a bit timid. Now he had countless deaths in his hands. The two brought the grill from the car and started a barbecue. They also got a few bottles of beer and chatted. Oh, how's that kid you adopted last time? Not bad. At first, I wasn't used to having him call me Mom. Mom? I thought you'd treat him like a little brother. I want to experience what being a mom feels like. Is the kid healthy? Do you need me to give him a checkup? I'll bring him over when I'm free. Chen Zhao and Gaia drank quite a lot, but they were both good drinkers. How long has it been? Should be enough time now, Gaia said. We should dig him out. If we keep going, there won't be enough oxygen in the box. The two worked together to dig the box out. But when they opened it, he's dead. Dead. Chen Zhao checked and was quite annoyed. What the fuck? He didn't get the exhilaration from revenge at all. He didn't even achieve his goal. Didn't you say there's enough oxygen? Chen Zhao complained. He died from fright, Gaia said. Look, there aren't any scratches on the walls. If he'd died from suffocation, he would have scratched at the box before dying. Dying from fright under that extremely hopeless state is pretty reasonable too. Okay. Chen Zhao was disappointed. About that treasure. I have another plan. The diary's in my hands, anyway, Qin Zhao said. What do we do with this body? Burn it and then bury it. The two used half an hour to destroy all evidence. They didn't leave until they were sure no traces were left. Marian answered Kyla's call sleepily. Marian, are you sleeping? Kyla, what's wrong? Come over now. Oh, bring Mr. Chen's ointment too. Huh. Marian was awake now. Just treat it as me buying it from you. Kyla's tone was undeniable. Don't you want to do surgery at Mr. Chen's? I'll give you $100,000. Huh. Kyla, are you sure? Yes, but if you want to get ointment from Mr. Chen again, you have to give it to me. Kyla, don't you have a bottle too? I discovered another use for it, Kyla said. What use? Don't you just rub it onto your injury? It's not like you can eat it. Just bring it over first. Marian wasn't willing to part with the ointment, but if she could sell it for $100,000, then she was very willing. After all, she only had $100,000 in savings. If she received another $100,000, then she would have enough to get beauty treatment from Qin Zhao. She hurried over to Kyla's house. Kyla impatiently welcomed Marian in. Did you bring the ointment? Yes. Marian handed it to Kyla. Where's yours? I finished it, Kyla said. Finished. Kyla pulled her sleeve up. There was still a faint scar. That fast? Marian looked at it with shock. It's because of the ointment. That's right. The actual way to use it is to apply it every hour. If you go past an hour, the effect will disappear. If you keep applying it, the wound will recover really quickly. I discovered it yesterday and have been applying it constantly. As if discovering a new world, Kyla continued excitedly. This is practically the most perfect ointment I've ever seen. It's just that there's too little. It's not enough at all. Kyla, you shouldn't need an entire bottle anymore, right? It's not me. It's Fanny. Are her injuries really bad? Very bad. It'll be complicated if she gets a skin graft too, because practically her entire palm is damaged. The surgery would be very difficult. Then this bottle won't be enough, right? After all, a small burn used up an entire bottle. Fanny's injury was probably more than 10 times worse than Kyla. Kyla nodded. I'll just see if it's effective first. Fanny, come over. Kyla, I don't want to. Fanny's tone was very depressed. When she'd received the report from the hospital, she'd felt hopeless. Her hand was practically destroyed, just like her acting career. With her burn degree, she could still use her hand, but she couldn't show it to anyone. It was possible to do a skin graft, but it wouldn't fix her completely. Her palm would be like a puzzle, one piece here, one piece there. As for the burns on her fingers, they were even worse. After the painkillers wore off, the pain kept attacking her as well. She hadn't been able to sleep since the day she was injured. Hurry over. I can help you. If you want to recommend some doctor, you can stop. I've already asked the best plastic surgeons. It's impossible to recover. Just trust me this once. I'm not recommending any doctors either. I have medicine. I'm not going. If you're not coming, then I'll go over to you. With that, Kyla hung up. Fanny knew that Kyla meant well, but she was drowning in pain and sadness. A while later, Kyla had arrived. She kept ringing on the bell. Fanny didn't want to open the door, but Kyla was just too annoying. Finally, Fanny opened her door. Kyla, can't you let me be in peace? Trust me, I have a great ointment. You sure you weren't scammed? Don't worry about that. I'll help you apply it. Chapter 541 Ointment. Chapter 541 Ointment. What ointment is this? It doesn't even have a label or anything. Fanny clearly did not trust the ointment that Kyla had brought. She was not really suspicious of Kyla, but rather worried that Kyla had been deceived. Fanny was Kyla's cousin, and her family and childhood environment were extremely good. Naturally, she had high requirements for things. For example, she would never use medication with an unknown origin. Trust me for once, all right? Just put it here. I'll use it later. No, you definitely won't. Unable to dissuade Kyla, Fanny eventually allowed Kyla to apply the ointment for her. As Kyla applied the ointment, Fanny felt a wave of coolness on her wounds. Sigh, Fanny felt much better. Kyla very carefully applied the ointment on every corner of Fanny's hand. Done. Remember to apply it once every hour. Yeah, I need to rest, Fanny said perfunctorily. Call me if you need anything. I know. Just after Kyla left, Fanny heard someone knock on the door again. Fanny rubbed her forehead. Had Kyla forgotten something? However, when she opened the door, she realized that it was not Kyla. Mom, why are you here? It was Fanny's mother instead. She even had 4 bodyguards behind her. Why am I here? Why can't I be here? Fanny's mother was clearly displeased. If I came any later, you would have died outside. Mom, I'm fine. Look at your hand. Is this called fine? Come home with me, all right? Fanny's mother still had a long face, but her tone had softened. After all, it was her daughter and only child. No, I'm not going back, Fanny said stubbornly. What's the point of staying in LA now? Fanny's mother urged. After you recover, you can continue being an artist, but now you have to come with me. But I'm still on a contract. Don't worry about that. I'll help you settle it, Fanny's mother said. Must I leave? Yes. Fanny's mother waved her hand. Help Fanny to pack her stuff. Ms. Fanny, do you want this? Yes. How about this? Yes. This. A bodyguard picked up the ointment that Kyla had brought. After some hesitation, Fanny shook her head. Nope. The bodyguard threw the ointment into the bin. On the private plane, Fanny's hand began to hurt again. Fanny, what's wrong? Fanny's mother looked at her daughter with concern. She noticed Fanny's unnatural expression. The pain which had disappeared for over an hour had returned. Fanny realized that her hand seemed to be scabbing. I need to go to the restroom. Fanny went to the restroom and washed off the scab on her hand. However, after touching the water, the pain intensified. Actually, when she was discharged, the doctor had warned her against touching water, lest her wound become infected. Fanny left the restroom, covering the hand which had been burned by acid. Fanny, is it starting to hurt again? Fanny looked like she was in extreme pain as she nodded. Get me the painkiller. Fanny's mother hurriedly opened her suitcase and found the painkiller. After Fanny took a few pills, her mother asked, How is it? Fanny originally thought that the painkiller would take a while to come into effect. However, after a while, the pain still did not subside and continued to trigger her nerves. Cold sweat was seeping out from Fanny's forehead. Suddenly, Fanny thought of the ointment that Kyla had given her. Where's the ointment? What ointment? Fanny remembered that one of the bodyguards had thrown the ointment in the bin. Mom, I need to go back. What? The plane is about to take off. I left the ointment in my apartment. What ointment? I'll buy you another one when we get home. No, I need that one. The one I had earlier. The pain had almost driven her insane. She regretted being so rash. Whether the ointment was effective or not, it was at least an excellent painkiller. Fanny insisted on returning and getting the ointment. Her mother had no choice but to postpone the flight. After returning to the apartment in a rush, Fanny began to search the bin frantically. Where's the ointment? Miss, I threw the trash in the bin downstairs just now, the bodyguard said with an awkward face. Fanny, what ointment is it? Let's buy another one. Kyla gave it to me. After I applied it, the pain was gone. Kyla? I'll call her and ask her about it. No, Fanny looked really troubled. If Kyla found out that Fanny had thrown away the ointment that she had specially delivered, she would certainly be mad. I'll search in the bin downstairs. Miss Fanny, I think a garbage truck came right after we left, the bodyguard said. Fanny was stunned. When Fanny's mother saw her expression, she took her phone. Hey, Kyla, it's Dolan. Hi, Aunt Dolan. Did you give Fanny some kind of ointment? I accidentally broke it just now. Do you still have more? Fanny really needs it now. Huh. I don't have any left. Can you tell me what brand it is? I'll go and get one myself. It's not a standard ointment. One of my doctor friends made it himself. Can you please give me his contact? I'll call him. Aunt Dolan, are you in LA now? Yes, I'm at Fanny's apartment. My friend is rather special, so I can't give you his number directly. How about I ask him for you? Sure. Dolan was not unreasonable. She knew that some people had special circumstances. Hello, Mr. Chin. Yes, Ms. Kyla. How can I help you? I would like to ask if you're selling that ointment. Have you used all of it? Yes. I would like to buy one more. 200,000 for a jar. Do you want it? Gaia almost drove the car into a tree. Chen Zhao glanced at Gaia and moved his lips, silently. Drive properly. Kyla gasped. 200,000. It seemed like buying Marion's one with $100,000 was really worth it. That's expensive. Given that you've used it, I think you know how good the ointment is. Indeed, it was the best ointment she had ever seen. Chapter 542. The Effect of $200,000. Chapter 542. The Effect of $200,000. I want 2 bottles. Sorry, Qinzhao said. I gave you and Marion each 1 bottle. Now I only have 1. It was practically impossible to produce the ointment in the human world. He could only get some ingredients when he went to hell. This was why Qin Zhao didn't produce that many. After all, there were other ointments. He couldn't use it all to produce 1 type. How long will it take to produce 1 bottle? At most 2 or 3 per month, Qin Zhao replied after calculating. Unless he went to hell, he would have no way to get the ingredients. That little. But Kyla didn't doubt this. If he could mass-produce this kind of ointment, Chen Zhao would probably be the world's richest man. Are you at home now? I'm in a hurry. I'll go over to get it. I'm not home, Chen Zhao said. Here, tell me where you are. I'll bring it over. Okay. Kyla recited her address. Gaia, turn around. Go to Beverly Hills. Chen Zhao hurriedly sent the ointment to Kyla's hands and received a check in return. Looking at the check in Chen Zhao's hands, Gaia said meaningfully, I'm starting to regret not choosing medical school. Professor Carlo, we've pretty much gathered everyone. We should be able to enter again, right? Carlo nodded. Ever since that last mountain expedition, he'd gathered a new group, but he still wanted Chen Zhao. He knew that there was no way, though. What could he do if Chen Zhao was unwilling? He couldn't even force the man. Last time he'd tried a trick, he even lost a man. Carlo had placed great value on Murphy. After all, that special bloodline was very important to his team. What about our equipment? Carlo asked. We had a weapons expert from L.A. help us modify them, Tyler said. Did you try it? Yes. It's much stronger, but can it kill the male crypt demons? Carlo asked. I tested the new weapon on that male crypt demon body. It's unable to damage the outer bone, but it can still cause damages if it hits muscle. Carlo thought for a moment. The male crypt demons didn't actually have that much outer bone matter. They were quite scattered too. As long as they had the modified weapons, they could be fatal for the male crypt demons. Plus, they had a lot of people. He believed that they wouldn't escape pathetically like last time. Then, let's get ready today and leave tomorrow, Carlo said. Okay, I'll bring the newbies to relax today. Don't go crazy. We're leaving tomorrow. Okay. Fanny, this is the ointment. Kyla brought the ointment to Fanny again. Don't lose it again. I know. Fanny was quite embarrassed. Kyla had gone through the trouble to bring her medicine, but she hadn't treasured it. Where's Aunt Dolan? She went to the hotel, Fanny answered. Oh, apply the ointment once every hour. I know. After sending Kyla off, Fanny impatiently applied the ointment on her palm. The familiar cool sensation traveled from her palm again. Oh, so nice. Without realizing, Fanny fell asleep. After a long while, she felt an itch on her palm. When she opened her eyes, her palm was stinging. The bed was also covered with dark red dead skin. She discovered that some of the burned parts on her palm actually had the color of normal skin. Huh. Fanny looked back and forth. She pulled off some of the scabs and saw that new skin had grown over many of the burned parts. Is it the ointment? Is it really that effective? Fanny was still a bit hesitant, but she wouldn't throw the ointment away anymore. She picked it up and applied more after an hour. When she felt the pain come back, she applied it again. After repeating this 3 times, she discovered that a large patch of new skin had grown over the injured area. However, the new skin was still red. It had an obvious difference from normal skin. Her entire left hand didn't hurt as intensely as before either. It still stung, but it was bearable now. Fanny applied ointment again, but halfway through, she discovered that it was empty. There was no ointment left. None left. This quickly. Kyla, I need more ointment. I need more. Give me another bottle. No, 2 bottles. Sorry, Fanny. I don't have any. You don't have any? Why? My friend gave it to me. Then what about your friend? He only makes 3 bottles per month. Do you know the price of each? How much? $200,000. But I really need it. I realize that it's really effective for burns. It can heal without surgery, but I need more now. He said he doesn't have any more ointment, but he's a doctor too. Maybe he can help treat your burns. Okay, hurry and call him. Now, Fanny finally believed Kyla. Before, she'd thought that Kyla had gotten scammed. Now, she truly regretted throwing out the first bottle. She'd actually tossed out $200,000. It wasn't just the money either. More importantly, the ointment's effect on her injury wasn't comparable to $200,000. She was willing to pay even $500,000. Hello? Mister. Chin, I have a question. What is it? My sister's palm was burned with acid. Do you have any solutions for that? Did you buy the ointment for me for her? Chun Zhao asked. Yes. Is it effective? Yes, but she used it all up already. I see. I'm not sure if I can heal her before seeing her. Can I bring her over to you? Yes, Chun Zhao said. Are you home now? Now. Chun Zhao glanced outside. It was already 7 at night. If Kyla came over now, it would be around 9. Are you not free? My sister is really manic right now. Kyla purposely exaggerated a bit. In reality, she could tell from the earlier phone call that Fanny was feeling much better now. Chapter 543, Fanny's Journey. Chapter 543, Fanny's Journey. The road is really dark. Fanny looked at the winding forest path. She knew that Kyla was not going to harm her, but she was still worried. Kyla, anyone who lives here's got to be weird, right? Yeah, he's weird, Kyla replied impatiently. Fanny had really been pestering her with questions along the way. Could he be some kind of evil wizard? And I'll have to sacrifice something to have my hand healed? Fanny, did you get a strange role recently? Kyla asked, rolling her eyes. The place is just scary. There were no street lights on the path, so they could only rely on the headlights. Even Kyla did not dare to drive too quickly. Suddenly, an enormous shadow flashed before them. Kyla caught a glimpse of the beast. It should be Princess. Kyla knew that Chen Zhao's pets would roam around the place all the time. Ah, monster. Stop shouting, Kyla said impatiently. It's just a bear. What? Bears can't be that big. The beast was almost as big as their car. If you keep shouting, you can get out of the car. Kyla threatened, stepping on the brake. Indeed, Fanny stopped shouting at once. However, Fanny's greatest fear came true. The car broke down. Kyla tried to start the engine, but nothing happened. Forget it. Let's walk there. It's just 10 minutes away. No, I'm not leaving the car. Kyla, don't go. Don't worry. It's safe here. But the beast just now. Even if it's a bear, it's still dangerous. Then stay in the car. I'm going. Kyla opened the door. No, don't leave me here. Are you coming with me or not? Fanny eventually alighted from the car with Kyla. The path was in complete darkness. Even the wind and rustling of leaves managed to frighten Fanny badly. Just then, the enormous beast appeared again. It stood in the middle of the path, staring at the two with its glowing eyes. Monster, monster. Fanny turned around, wanting to run, but another 2 giant beasts appeared before her. They similarly glared at Fanny with their gleaming eyes. Fanny almost collapsed on the ground. Luckily, Kyla managed to hold her with her hands. Let's go. But Fanny clearly could not move. The beast was still standing in the way. Just ignore it. Kyla walked up confidently and petted Princess's head. Hey, Princess! Roar! Princess roared and then moved away coldly. She was in the midst of playing with the silly twins and did not care about Kyla. Kyla, aren't you scared of it? She's called Princess. The two behind are Black Ma and White Ma. Kyla took out a banknote from her wallet. Black Ma, White Ma, could you please lead the way? Black Ma and White Ma charged up and fought to take the banknote. Oh my God, what's happening? Could wolves be bribed with money? Perhaps I should bring my wallet when I go to the wild too, Fanny thought. All right, stop fighting. I'll give you 1 each. Black Ma and White Ma could not resist money at all, given that they could go to the supermarket themselves. The entire mountain town knew the two of them. They knew how to buy items and pay themselves. Of course, they could not add. Once, there was a cashier who charged them $100 more. Then, Qin Zhao appeared and beat the cashier up at the spot. The cashier was fired very soon after. Since then, nobody dared to deceive them. Won't they attack people? All the animals here do not attack people. They're pets, Kyla said. Princess, can you help me to move the car to the roadside? I'll pay. Princess strolled to the car. Crash! Fanny was startled. As Princess hit the car with her body, the car slid to the side of the path. However, Kyla would probably have to repair the door. After walking a few minutes, Fanny finally saw some light in the distance. In the lake was the reflection of a magnificent mansion. Under the night sky, the scenery was especially elegant. The gloominess had vanished totally, replaced by calming light. Where the light and shadows met, the chuckles of children could be heard. There even seemed to be kids playing in the water. Why would they allow children to play in the lake at this hour? It's dangerous, Fanny muttered to herself. Fanny and Kyla approached the house and knocked on the floor-to-ceiling window. Hey, Kyla, have you eaten? Come and eat something. Phalai noticed Kyla. With a smile, Kyla pulled Fanny to the side. Don't step on Abitos. Only then did Fanny see the red lizard munching a bloody piece of bone beside her feet. Shocked, Fanny immediately jumped away. Just then, Black Ma and White Ma ran to Phalai in excitement and placed the banknotes on her hand. Phalai put the money into a glass jar in the living room. Fanny was very confused. What is she doing? The money in that jar has been collected by Black Ma and White Ma. Where's Mr. Chin? There in the yard. He's just finished dinner. Kyla was already used to seeing Chin Zhao in his loose shorts. Chin Zhao had always been very casual at home. Although he would not be naked, he would not wear anything too formal. Of course, given that it was his home, he could wear whatever he wanted. Mr. Chin, this is Fanny. Chin Zhao stood up and shook hands with Kyla. Is she your sister? Yes. Fanny, this is Mr. Chin. Nice to meet you. Can I take a look at your hand? After a slight hesitation, Fanny removed her glove. Chin Zhao inspected Fanny's hand. You've used my ointment. Yes. The burn is worse than I thought, Chin Zhao said. I don't have any ointment or other drugs that can help you at the moment. Ms. Fanny, please come back another time. Mr. Chen, is there no other way? We can pay more. It's not about the money. I've actually sold all the drugs I have, and I'm not trying to raise the price. But I can give you acupuncture to dredge your meridians for now to prevent blood stasis. When would you have the medicine? Fanny asked quickly. Not sure. It could be anywhere from a few days to a month. Is someone going to deliver the medicine to you? Kyla thought that Chen Zhao might have special, possibly illegal connections. No, I have to go into the mountains and get the ingredients myself, Chen Zhao said. Chapter 544, I Know a Therapist. Chapter 544, I Know a Therapist. When are you leaving? When are you coming back? Fanny asked impatiently. It doesn't go that fast, Chen Zhao said. Fanny, if you need acupuncture now, I can help you do that first. Fanny, since Mr. Chun said that, you don't need to worry. I just want to know the exact time. Mr. Chen, can we stay the night? Sure, be my guest. After accepting Chen Zhao's acupuncture, Fanny felt the stinging pain in her palm lessen. It didn't feel like she was getting stabbed by needles anymore. However, it could only relieve her pain temporarily. At night, she woke up from the pain again. She went downstairs to find water and suddenly heard a whoosh. When she turned around, she saw a huge creature fly across the front yard. The creature was huge. Its back was already taller than one floor, so Fanny couldn't clearly see what it was at all. Plus, it was too fast. It disappeared in the blink of the eye. Fanny was a bit confused. She actually didn't feel any fear. Instead, she walked out of the room and went to the yard. Fanny looked around. There didn't seem to be anything in the lake on her left. There was a waterfall in the distance. She stared at it. There seemed to be light in the waterfall. Fanny walked over, almost on autopilot. The waterfall wasn't big, but the stones under it were a bit slippery. Fanny stood up with difficulty. She saw that there was more than one light spot in the dark cave inside the waterfall. There seemed to be something staring at her in the darkness. Now, Fanny wasn't sure if this was a dream or reality. Perhaps it was a dream. Hello. A snake head darted out of the cave. Huge, huge. One pair of light spots were from this head. There were other spots of light deep inside the cave too. There was a sharp horn on the snake's head. The skin was slightly red and a red tongue darted out. It approached Fanny. Fanny was completely treating this as a dream now. She reached out her right hand, slowly approaching the snake. The snake's tongue licked Fanny's palm and slowly opened its mouth. This scene should be terrifying, but Fanny felt no fear. Perhaps it was due to it being a dream. She didn't feel any evil intentions from the snake. The snake started inhaling. Something seemed to get sucked out of Fanny's palm. It was a green vapor. It felt comfortable, like when she applied the ointment, the cool feeling. After a few inhales, the snake licked Fanny's palm again. Suddenly, she heard a voice sound in her ears. Sleep. Go to sleep. Mr. Chin, Fanny still hasn't woken up? When Kyla went downstairs, she saw Chin Zhao sitting in the dining room alone. No, let her sleep a bit more. Kyla waited for 2 hours, but Fanny still didn't get up. Opening her bedroom door, Kyla found her still deep in sleep. That's weird. Is she that tired? She's sleeping like a rock. Just then, Fanny happened to wake up. Kyla, why are you in my room? Fanny, aren't you a picky sleeper too? How come you slept so well? I don't know. I had a weird dream last night. Okay, I'm not interested in your dream. Get up and go wash. Huh. When Fanny got up, she discovered that her palm didn't hurt at all. The burn seemed to have healed a lot too. What's wrong? Kyla asked. It was sticky. Fanny touched her left hand. There seemed to be a layer of sticky stuff on it. This was too weird. What was it? Do you feel unwell? Should I call Mr. Chin? No, I don't feel unwell at all. Fanny went downstairs. She was still confused about the stuff on her left hand. Fanny, what are you looking at? Is there something on your hand? Kyla, does Mr. Chin have a big snake? Big snake? Yeah, did you see Raymond? Raymond? Where? Fanny hadn't seen him. Look, it's under the plant. Wow, such a big, poisonous snake. Fanny was shocked, but she quickly calmed down again. No, that's not it. What's not it? I dreamed of a big snake yesterday. It was in the cave under the waterfall. You went to the waterfall last night? It's dangerous. It's too slippery. No, it's just a dream. After breakfast, Fanny was about to put on her shoes when she realized her feet were dirty. Huh. Fanny's eyebrow arched. Fanny, ready? We have to leave. Fanny suddenly rushed out barefooted. Fanny, where are you going? Kyla followed Fanny out. Fanny ran to the front yard and then the waterfall. Fanny, come back. It's dangerous. Don't slip. Fanny was unmoved. She didn't care about the waterfall splashing on her either. Are you there? Hello. Are you there? Mr. Snake. Just then, Chen Zhao walked over. When Kyla saw him, she immediately said, Mr. Chin, do you know what's going on? Why is Fanny acting like this? I don't know. Chen Zhao shook his head. Strange. Did I mess up anywhere? Fanny ran into the cave. It wasn't deep. There were only 5 or 6 meters. There was nothing other than some puddles of water. Nothing? How can there be nothing? Why is there nothing? Fanny's face was filled with confusion. This was impossible. Why was there nothing here? She ran out of the cave again and went to Chen Zhao and Kyla. Pulling Chen Zhao, she demanded, You know, right, Mr. Chin? What? What are you talking about? The big snake. Where is it? What big snake? You mean Raymond? Not Raymond. A big snake. Bigger than me. Maybe like me. Its head has a big horn. Chen Zhao glanced at Kyla and whispered, Are you sure Fanny's all right in there? I'm not crazy. Don't think I have mental issues. I'm very clear-headed. Fanny was like an angry cat. I know what I'm saying. I realize that my feet are dirty. Oh, you were walking around the house barefooted, Kyla said. No, I'm sure. I had moss on my feet. Look, it's like this. Afraid that she wasn't being clear, Fanny even lifted her feet. I wasn't dreaming last night. I really did come here and saw a big snake. A really, really big snake. Kyla, I know a therapist. Chapter 545, Leave. Chapter 545, Leave. Fanny, let's go, Kyla urged. You don't trust me, do you? No, I do trust you. You just don't believe me. Fanny stamped her foot in anger. Kyla gave Chen Zhao a look of apology and went to chase Fanny. Chen Zhao rubbed his nose helplessly. On their way back, Fanny remained silent. Fine, stop being mad. I'll buy you the latest Baroness handbag. No. Kyla, I'm really disappointed. Do you think that I've lost my mind? No, I really trust you. That's a lie. Why would you believe my ridiculous story? Actually, on my first night in Mr. Chun Zhao's house, I also saw some supernatural creatures. Fanny immediately turned to look at Kyla. Seriously, I'm not too sure. I even suspect that I might be dreaming, Kyla said. I think I saw goblins. You surely think that I'm insane too, but I'm serious. Hearing that, Fanny fell silent. After a while, she said, Last night, for some reason, I went downstairs and then saw an enormous creature run past the forecourt. It's giant, many times bigger than Princess. And then I went to look for the creature and found the cave. There I saw an enormous snake. How big was it? I think its neck alone was 40 centimeters in diameter. Its head was as big as my body. Did it not attack you? No, it seemed friendly, or at least I thought so. Fanny said, It licked my hand. When I woke up this morning, my hand was sticky. Kyla touched Fanny's palm. It indeed felt sticky. Boss. Murphy ran to Chun Zhao. How come you're here? I don't need your help in the day. Go, Chun Zhao said. Boss, I would like to apply for leave. Murphy looked at Chun Zhao with an awkward face. Chun Zhao frowned. What did a boss hate most? Employees applying for leave, obviously. Chun Zhao actually hoped that Murphy would be on duty, even outside his working hours. Chun Zhao was merely being polite, just now. Reason? Murphy lowered his head. He opened his mouth a few times but did not say anything. Why? Is it something you can't tell me? No. Actually, it's Professor Carlo. Murphy was still very scared. No, fearful of Chun Zhao. Perhaps the others did not know how terrifying Chun Zhao was, but he did. Even the two legendary creatures hidden in the basement could frighten him. Not long ago, dozens of people had vanished in this very mansion. Murphy knew every detail. He was kind of scared of Chun Zhao's every action. He asked you to help him? Chun Zhao asked. Yes, Murphy answered carefully. Don't tell me you've been working for both me and him all this while. Chun Zhao squinted and glared at Murphy. No. It's my father. He owes Professor Carlo a favor. Son paying his father's debt. Fine. Chun Zhao closed his eyes and lay on the lounger. Murphy stood at the side in silence, awaiting Chun Zhao's reply. Chun Zhao did not like Carlo. It was a very subjective thing. He felt that Carlo was just like Pierce South. Of course, Carlo was not as threatening. But they were both eager for quick success. Why did Carlo ask Murphy to come here in the first place? To steal his painting and show off. In fact, Carlo's action was similar to what Pierce South had done. They both wanted to force him with unconventional means. Of course, Chun Zhao would not allow them to do whatever they wanted. He was not a friend of Carlo. Why must he help Carlo? Because they had met once. Because they had both survived that night. Chun Zhao had survived with Tyler, not Carlo. That night, Carlo did not once stop to help him. Moreover, even if it was Tyler, Chun Zhao would not agree to all his requests. In some sense, he owed Tyler a favor, but it was not that much. Chun Zhao obviously would not agree if Tyler were to invite him to die together. How dangerous was that mountain? Even Chun Zhao was unsure. 2 crypt demons almost wiped out the entire adventure team. Deeper into the mountain, there would surely be more crypt demons. Chun Zhao might be able to deal with 1, 2, or 3 of them, but how about more? Chun Zhao did not think that he was invincible, unless someone he knew was in danger. If it was Phalai, he would go. If it was Ethan, he would go as well. And the same for Sienna. These people were really close to him. Even for several others, Chun Zhao would think about it. However, he would definitely not go to such a dangerous place for someone whom he had met once. As for Murphy, Chun Zhao did not want him to go. Even though Murphy was over 20, he still behaved like a kid. He was like a young adult who had just left his village to work outside. Chun Zhao did not want Murphy to die. Even Qin Zhao was not confident that he could return safely. Murphy? He would almost surely lose his life. "Give me your father's number," Chen Zhao said. "I need to ask him first." "Huh? You want to call my dad? What? Is there a problem?" "Okay, fine." Chen Zhao took Murphy's phone. "Go and take a stroll. I'll call you later." After Murphy left, Chen Zhao found his father's number. "Hello. Who are you? You're not Murphy. Why do you have his phone?" "I'm Murphy's boss," Chen Zhao answered. "Oh, you're the person who hired him. I heard from Murphy that you've asked him to assist Carlo." "Yes. Did Murphy tell you? Do you really hate your son?" "Why? I love him. The place Carlo is about to go. Do you know how dangerous it is? That day I was there. I met his team on the edge of the zone to be explored. Then we encountered 2 monsters, which was enough for his team to flee in panic. It's just 2 monsters. If they go deeper, they'll meet more monsters. According to my understanding, there's no way Murphy will survive that. But Carlo said that he'll protect Murphy." "Huh. Why would Carlo bring Murphy along? To fight for him, not to be in the way. Why would he take care of Murphy? Let him hide behind the entire team? Also, if there's really a danger that could eliminate the team, how would he protect Murphy? He won't even be able to protect himself."